Good morning from Zuera. Welcome to live coverage for the IAME Euro Series 2026. It's round one here in Spain, and myself, Andrew Mather, and Guillaume Alvarez are here to take you through the whole story of this weekend. Guillaume, brilliant to be back, and the weather's good as well.
Brilliant to be back, as you said. Good morning, buenos dias a todos. Good to be with you, Andrew, and RGMMC here for the opener of the IAME Euro Series. The sun is shining, perfect conditions, the best X30 drivers in the world. What better to ask?
Absolutely. Well, we've got a busy day of qualifying heats ahead of us, but before we get racing, let's take a little sneak peek of what we can expect in 2026.
We enter into the tram light. Is it lights out? We race! As down the inside, it creeps another move down the inside. With a photo finish across the line, he wins! That's an astonishing move. What a drive! Oh, comes back, round the outside, he's done it! It's wheel to wheel, side by side, 3 wide, and it's all gone wrong!
Well, once again, everybody, welcome to the city of Zaragoza here in northern Spain. A beautiful city, plenty of history and heritage. It's 2 cathedrals, many UNESCO heritage sites, and the tapas is pretty good round here as well. Winter has passed. We're into the spring now and ready to go racing once again here in the IAME Euro Series on the Ebro River. Guillaume, ready for this one? Our circuit for today is a cracker.
It is a cracker indeed. Welcome along on the Circuito Internacional de Zuera, year of opening 2007, with the event record set this weekend by another man in 1 minute 1.9 in the qualifying practice. A cracking layout, one of the best in Europe, one of the longest in the world, certainly, with a length of almost 1.7 kilometers and a width of between 9 and 10 meters. 330 meters of altitude and 2 cracking straights. The first one of 210 meters and the second one of 140 meters between turn 1 and turn 2. Keep an eye on that particular spot. 15 turns, 9 to the right, 6 to the left, 2 hairpins, a couple of overtaking spots that we've seen already in yesterday's qualifying heats. Here they are, turn number 2, turn number 4, turn number 7. Make sure to keep an eye on as well on turn number 3 and the last sector between turn number 9 and turn number 15, where a couple of drivers were really looking forward to make those moves in this particular part of the circuit. Top speeds of about 137 kilometers an hour, average speeds of about 100 kilometers an hour. This is a fast, very demanding, very fast-flowing circuit here in Zuera. And we've seen it yesterday in qualifying and with the first qualifying heat for the senior category as we get ourselves ready for what comes next. 21 races on schedule with the juniors and the mini category for the first time onto the track here. Welcome along for the IAME Euro Series 2026.
Absolutely. So we kick things off here today in Zuera with X30 Senior. This is the start of their second round of qualifying heats. As we go along, we'll bring you up to date with everything that happened yesterday. Everyone had their timed qualifying yesterday across the 3 categories, and then the first round of X30 Senior heats happened as well. And I've got to say, Guillaume, I was really impressed with the driver's standards at Valencia for the shortened IAME Winter Cup due to the weather. That continued yesterday. Some fierce racing, some very close racing, and yeah, there's occasionally going to be a little moment here and there, but the drivers in X30 Senior really, really excelled here at this circuit less than 24 hours ago.
Definitely so. It's not the prime category in the IAME world for nothing, as Julian Sorvillo, you can see him, the 245 from Belgium, from MCK Racing, will be starting from pole position. As you might have heard, The green flag is waving, the whistle has been blown. Here they come onto the track for the first time, and here's the grid.
Here is the grid then for the first race of the day. Julian Sorvillo starts from pole. Clement Outron alongside him on the front row. Both of them recorded second places in their first heats yesterday. Amir Sabarov and Emilia Kari, they go from row number 2. Bit of work to do for Gautier San Juan. Not a good result yesterday for the Swiss driver, but starts on the inside of row number 3 for this one, alongside Denmark's Bertram Saxe there. Row number 4, Maurice Verkreuzer, another one of the strong Belgian entries here this weekend, starts on the inside of row number 4, is joined by Aaron Vader, who's very quick in the first half of his heat yesterday. Aurelio Giustinelli and Adam Rahali complete the top 10 at the start of this race on row 5, and then completing the first half of the grid, Alex Machado and Kevin Bakker on row 6.
They're followed on row number 7 by Matteo Melis and Sam van der Reyden. Watch out for Andy Rattel and Luke Taylor on row number 8. Row number 9, Jan Rodriguez and Christian Fuente Plaza. Row number 10, Luca Lestra and Stuart De Vries, as well as Ivan Dobik and Dylan Patel on the last row of the grid here. 9 laps to go through C versus F. 6 groups, 5 qualifying races for each of the competitors in the senior class. That's what they'll need to go through to qualify as high as possible onto the grid of the super heats that will be taking place tomorrow on Saturday, because we're slightly earlier than previously in previous seasons. Slight change of format for this year's IAME Euro. And after that, well, only 36 of the 66 drivers that we have will make it to the final. Good news is everybody will be in for the super heat, but the pack will be pretty much cut in half for the first final of the year that will be for tomorrow. First, this is the long game, Andrew, isn't it? With a lot of action, as you said yesterday, getting into the groove, getting into the mix of things here for the seniors. But the more we go into the day, the more pressure some of them will feel on the shoulders.
They will indeed. I think there's a bit of pressure on the drivers in this one. We can say with 100% certainty we'll have a new heat winner in this race. Nobody of these 22 drivers took one of the 3 heat wins yesterday. We'll tell you who did later on, although if you want a little sneak peek, keep an eye on the IAME Euro Series website for all the results and timing information as we go through the schedule here today. I love this place, and this corner is one of the reasons. This big long run through turn 15 into those tram lines. Are we going to be good for a start here in Zuera for the second round of heats? The lights go out. We are racing once again in the IAME Euro Series. It's a good start for Sorvillo. No run from the outside there from Outron, who has to slot into 3rd place. Towards turn 2 they go. They sweep through turn 3 into the next overtaking hotspot, turn 4. Gotta say, I've been very impressed with Julian Sorvillo so far, Guillaume. Didn't have a great time at the IAME Winter Cup, was well down the classification, but has struck back here with the MCK racing team, backed by Thibaut Courtois as well, the Belgian footballer. And it showed yesterday that he can scrap it out with these more established names at the front, but here comes Clement Outron down the inside, new race leader. Yeah,
beautifully made. In turn number 7 for the Frenchman at the wheel of that new EOS machine of Dream Racing. That's a change for the French team this season. It seems to be paying off so far for Clement Outron, one of the big drivers, big names in this class to keep an eye on. And he takes the lead already before the end of lap number 1. Gian Sorvillo, 2nd place, as a result that he picked yesterday in his first qualifying heat. 1 lap down, 9 in total. That will be the length for the seniors, as the juniors will have 7 laps and 6 for the minis. Now, Sorvillo chasing the leader. Maybe could he go for another switch of positions as early as lap number 2? He's going to have to wait a little bit. 3rd place for Amir Sabirov from Bertram Sache, Emilia Kari, Adam Rahali, Maurice Verkreuzer, Gauthier Sonyan, Machado Carrillo, and Sam van der Reyden climbing 3 places up to P10.
Very good stuff indeed then from all of these drivers, all 22 of them still running in the early stages of this qualifying heat in X30 Senior. And once again, we're seeing what we saw yesterday for those of you at the circuit who were with us on the PA comms. We talked about how Sorvillo, yes, lost the lead in the early stage of the first round of heats. That was a C versus D heat. But he then stayed with the established names, which is a really encouraging sight to see. Keep an eye on Saxa there in 3rd place in the bright orange and black liveried MP kart racing team. I'm expecting big things from that team this weekend on the Henza chassis as well, which ran pretty well at Valencia for the IAME Winter Cup. But end of the 2nd lap then, Outron still leads from Sorvillo, Saxa, Sabirov and Rahali. who's up 5 places now in the early stages of this one for Dream Racing. So 2 drivers from Dream Racing up in the top 5 as things stand. Kari 6th, Verkreuzer 7th, San Juan, Machado and Giustinelli in a fairly solid top 10 right now. But keep an eye on Verkreuzer there. Fastest lap for MCK Racing, 1 minute 2.791. She's moving, Maurice is now moving up to 6th place. Got to say, another element from yesterday, Guillaume, track running really quickly. We saw some supreme pace in timed qualifying yesterday. Yeah. Now, we won't see that peak pace here in these races because everybody's run 1 heat on their tyres already. On board now with the 223 here of Garcia San Juan. And one of the Spirit karting races at the moment. It's just dropped down to 9th place. That's Alex Machado ahead of us, who's just taken 8th place. As here goes Cervillo for the race lead. This is what we're talking about. There's some good pace here for this 245 machine. Utron was happy through turn 1 to let the newcomer to this series take the lead, but Utron takes back track position through turn 2. That brings Saxa into play, and Saburov as well, the MDC Racing team having a strong run here.
Yeah, lap number 4, 4-driver battle already. The heat is up, and Clément Autran was keen. A little bit of wheel banging and front fairing and rear fairing touching there. Bertram Sach goes for the move. Beautifully made, just on the inside, and it opens the door as well for Sabirov, who is gonna maybe pursue his chase. He stays where he is in P3, but Bertram Sach up to P2, taking Sabirov with him. Juan Sorvillo, not the best of scenario for him, dropping from 2nd to 4th, and it gives a bit of space to Clément Autran, pulling up a 7/10 of a second advantage now. We still have a long way to go, not even halfway through that first qualifying heat, and battles are plenty in the upper part, as you say. But into the last sector, this is where taking the slipstream is crucial. You can make a move coming to turn number 1, and so does for P4 on Bertram Sach, coming from back behind Juan Sorvillo, making a brilliant move and taking Adam Rahali with him. Bertram Sach had nowhere to go but just on the outside to open that door. At those speeds in turn number 1, there's no way you want to go, just a little bit too aggressive onto the racing line. That's what he did, and everything went through fine. But for Bertram Sach, that means a couple of positions lost. He went from being in the 2nd place to all the way down to P6, and even more so because San Juan is putting pressure on him.
It is indeed, and I've got to say, what's just happened there to Sachs is one of the reasons, as here's a move from Saburov down the inside, gains another position. What happened there to Saxa, just shuffling down the pack, is why I liked what Clément Autran did in terms of response. He knew, right, the pack's going to close up here. I need track position. They can all fight for 2nd place and I can break away. But I've got to say as well, Cervillo's pace, race pace is really, really good at the moment. It is a hard circuit. There's a close moment between one of the victory lanes. That's Sven van der Heyden flying through the order. There's been a penalty out there. That's going to be for Alex Machado, the 294. So that's a warning flag. Remember, in the IAME Euro Series, if you see the black and white diagonal flag, that equates to a 5-second time penalties. Here's another change for the lead. Cervillo's got through. So Cervillo taking it to one of the established names here in Clément Autran. Autran's going to be on the outside now for turn number 5. This, again, is one of the things I love about this circuit, Guillaume. We talked about those key overtaking zones, and you're absolutely right to say it's turn 2, turn 4, turn 7, and then that wide entry into turn 9. But there's so many corners where you can make counter-attacks and carry those battles, especially there into turn 5. This is into the more technical 3rd sector. Cervillo starting to pull away now from Clément Autran.
Yeah, and in the meantime, I've seen some trouble for Andy Rattel, dropping down to P16 at the moment. Unfortunately for the French driver, who didn't have the best of quali, eager to bounce back for the qualifying heats, but it doesn't seem to be getting his way at the moment. We'll get back to that. 6th lap completed, lap number 7. 0.3 of a second between your leader, Juan Sorvillo, and Clément Autran. 1.6 seconds down in Bertram Sach, trying to hold on to that 3rd place. Adam Rahali just chasing him behind. Verkreuzer, Sabirov, and the rest of the top 10 with battles still aplenty. You can see Bertram Sach at the wheel of that MP orange kart machine. And the 4-driver battle just behind with Verkreuzer, Sabirov, Machado. And investigation, as we said, a penalty has been given to him. And San Juan Melis and Sven van der Heyden just behind as well. Still running up the top 10. Around the inside, one of the drivers in the middle there. Beautifully made with a 291, I think that is. Slightly further down, yeah, this is Van der Heyden indeed, one of the victory lanes, battling with Melis for P9. At the moment, still very close, but Bertram Sach hold on to that third place.
It does indeed. Matteo Mellis has had a bit of a quiet week so far, but keep an eye on the Italian for the LA Motorsport team. Could get a bit of momentum going across the course of today. Remember, all the qualifying heats will be completed today. Everyone will go through to the super heats. There's no threat of a 73rd or more cut-off for X30 Senior this weekend, but there is always that threat of not making the final if you're not in the top 36 in the intermediate classifications at the end of these qualifying heats and then those super heats tomorrow morning. But that's all to come. We've still got 2 laps of this one to run. Here is still, I wouldn't say it's a battle at the moment for the lead. This has more gone into a tactical bit of play now, because Cervillo and Neutron holding position right now. They've just got about 1.5 seconds advantage over Saxa and Rahali, who similarly are working together just to see what happens as we go in a moment on to the last lap of this race. Some other changes further down the order. Kevin Back has had a decent race. He's up 4 places now and into 8th place. Matteo Mellis up 5 places now to P9. And Luca Leistra, we should mention as well, up 7 spots, is currently the biggest mover in this race in 13th as we go on to the final lap.
Yeah, you've seen the banner. Ultima Vuelta, last lap for Gian Sorvillo and Clément Autran. In a little bit of a control mode, as you suggested there, Andrew. And at this early stage of the day, you got to play not only with your racing skills, but with your mind skills as well, just to be able to see the end of the day with the most results collected. So at this point, it's maybe pointless to try to fight and wait, being a little bit too aggressive and too close when it comes to that P1 results. It's about being consistent into all of his heats, and it feels like Clément Autran wasn't able to find that bit of a space that could have been useful for him to make that launch. So in order to stay focused, stay very much in the game, after his 2nd place yesterday on his way to a similar result, Gian Sorvillo, if he stays like it is in the last sector of the track, will pick up his first win of the weekend. As the checkered flag is waving, that will be the case for the Tony Kart MCK driver Gian Sorvillo. After missing out yesterday, pick up his first qualifying heat win today on Friday in Zuera. Clément Autran 4/10 of a second behind. Bertram Sach finishing in 3rd, just in front of Maurice Verkreuz, who made a good return up to P4.
Very good results indeed then for Cervillo and the MCK Racing team. Clément Neutron looked quite frustrated at the end of that race. He gave his steering wheel a little tap, shall we say, to say naughty karts. That didn't do exactly what he wanted, but it's still good points for Clément Neutron. 2 second places, that's a solid start to the race meeting. As you mentioned, Saxon Verkreuz there in 3rd and 4th. Alex Machado 5th, but remember, he does have a warning flag from earlier on in the race, so add 5 seconds to the 294's race time, which at the moment, that's going to be quite costly. I think it's going to drop Machado out of the top 15. Adam Rahali, solid drive there, P6 on the road. Amir Sabarov had flashes of speed, but will look for better consistency in the next round, P7. Kevin Backer, Matteo Mellis and Sam Hayden all in the top 10. Emilia Kari, Luke Taylor, Gautier San Juan, Andy Rattel and Luca Leistra all in the top 15 on the road. Aaron Vader, bit of a struggle there for the Dutch driver, down 8 spots to 16th. Dylan Patel up 4 to 17th. Christian Fuente, Aurelio Giustinelli, Sjoerd de Vries, Ivan Dobic and Jan Rodriguez completed the 22 drivers who all started this race and all finished it. So that's very good to see. Good first race there. One to think about, perhaps, for some drivers as they come into Parc Fermé and go through all of their mandatory procedures, going on to the weighbridge, etc., etc. But there is your race winner, Julian Cervillo, who is in real form going into this race weekend. You know, he's done a lot of racing in the Benelux region, but maybe a name not as well known at the IAME Euro Series stage. But so far this weekend, he's making his mark. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then from that first 9-lap heat of the day. This was the race start. Cervillo, nice textbook run into turn 1, and got a bit of an assist, I think, as well from Sabarov immediately behind. Autran had to slot back into 3rd place. And again, I was impressed with the driving standards in that one. That was a clean start, which isn't always the case here at Zuera, because it's such a fast run through turns 1 and into turn 2. Yeah,
the trap can easily close in on some of the drivers in the lead if you want to go on the outside. And we might see a bit of wheel banging through the course of the day. as Clémenton was very fast on making that launch for P1 into turn number 7, as we were riding on board a little bit further back with one of our drivers out there trying to fight his way through that field. But always good to have a different perspective, as Bartam Sach was making his way up to P3, getting an advantage in the early stages there on Amir Sabirov as the battle was raging. Julian Sorvillo, you could see very early on the power as well. It's not very often that we've seen, taking the slipstream and getting the move done just before turn number 1. And you could see why, because Clémenton was back in the slipstream and just responded to the move very quickly to take the lead back, and from then on extending the gap and leaving the rest of his rivals battling, as Julian Sorvillo, after dropping a bit of momentum, was really back on the attack, making his way on the inside of Adam Rahali, while Bartam Sach was dropping as well before making a slight return that would end up in 3rd place.
I think that was one of the things that impressed me most about this run from Sorvillo. As I mentioned, not as regular a name so far in his career at this level, as here's another look at one of the moves from San Juan on the Kreuzer there. Utron we've mentioned, very established name. Abir Sabirov, whilst he hasn't done as much X30 racing in recent years, has done a lot of international karting. And he's really getting in amongst all of these familiar names. This was the move down the inside of Utron to retake the race lead. Further back in the pack, the 257 was on the move as well. That was Matteo Mellis. As I say, keep an eye on Matteo Mellis across the course of this weekend. He's had some good runs here in the past. This is another look at that move on Senvada Hayden from the view of Garcia San Juan. I've got to say, really good reading of the road there from San Juan to get 2 for the price of 1. But Sorvillo over the line. Utron not 100% happy with what happened there, but he can be pleased. The fact that's 88 points from 100. Sorvillo goes to 94 intermediate points out of 100, but of course, still 2 races to go in this round of heats.
Yeah, keep in mind that each of the drivers pick up 50 points by each of the victories in the qualifying heats. And let's remember as well that at the end of the qualifying heats, there will be points awarded for the championship, 25 for the leader of the heats, 25 for the leaders of the qualifying heat ranking. All of this available on the official IAME Euro Series website, as always, and 50 added points for the winner of the final. So let's make a tally of 100 points at the end of the weekend to get us started for this year's IAME Euro. So a lot of points on table, as you might imagine. As for now, Julian Sorvillo, with a 2nd and 1st place, is currently leading the classification. Now, we're going to have the next race coming up, as the drivers are now getting themselves already under the pre-grid. We had a chance yesterday to have a brief talk with some of the competitors that set some of the best lap times in yesterday. Let's hear from Ruben Moya from PB Kart.
Here in Parc Fermé, end of the first group for X30 Senior. Ruben Moya, fastest time in that session. That must feel really good for you.
Yeah, finally we get a proper chassis. After last year was very hard. We changed team, so now we have I have a proper team we can work with together. No excuses all the time. So now chassis feels way better. I feel more confidence. I'm feeling loved in the team I am. So I think that's the most important.
And tactically in that session as well, it's never easy to qualify around this place. You got the slipstream absolutely perfect in that session. Was that tougher than it looked, or was it all calm at the wheel?
Well, the slipstream, I was not that close to Aaron. I was a little bit further than what I planned. But anyway, it was not too bad. Was decent qualifying. I think I made a couple of mistakes I shouldn't do. But I hope my time stays on pole for the following sessions.
Absolutely, I say it's going to be tough for those drivers in groups 2 and 3 to beat it. The weather's good here at the moment. It is something that can be variable. Sometimes it's very windy, a little bit of rain as well. If that does happen this weekend, are you confident that you've got the package underneath you to win?
Yes, I'm completely confident on the package we have, and I think also in the rain I can drive, and also the chassis, we know OTK chassis is the best on the rain as well. So with the weather condition changing, I think it would be even better for us.
Well, a magnificent effort. Ruben, really good to see you on top. We'll catch up with you later in the weekend.
Thank you.
Really good chat there with Ruben Moya, who just seems in a much better place, Guillaume, than when he was 12 months ago. So You know, we've seen so many times him have problems in qualifying because he's been marked out by other drivers. Everybody knows how much of a threat he is. Yeah, that was an impressive run yesterday from Ruben Moya. Always impressive as well from Danny Caronini. You can just see on the shot there. This is quite a heat, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take you through the grid for it. This could be a good one. Ruben Moya, as mentioned, starts this race from pole position, was second in his first heat yesterday. Danny Caronini on the outside, row 1 here at Zuera. We've seen that before and be quite spectacular, so keep an eye out for the Italian for Zanchi Motorsport. Matthias van der Kerkhoff on the inside of row number 2, alongside the first heat winner from yesterday, Javier Barrasca in the 267. Roxanne Lantinga and Gabriela Teixeira on row number 3. Gabe Stilp and Luna Claret, they go from row number 4. Igor Ivanchenko and Yanis Brule go from row 5. Daniel Masia is on row 6 alongside Neil Russell, who had a DQ yesterday, so needs a good result here.
On row number 7, they are followed by Flavio Kera and Sebastian Minz. Roman Saleres and Elo Gonzalez share row number 8. Row number 9, Mark Granada and Elvis Krasowskas. Then at the back end, Remis Merkelbach, Miguel Sarmiento, Max Lacroix and Antonios Arad running up the top 22. Everybody on board for the next 9 laps. And what a first row of the grid, as you said, Andrew. Ruben Moya, the multiple podium finisher and winner in the IAME Euro Series against Danny Caronini. Last year, third of the IAME Euro Series, former winner of that championship 2 seasons ago, and winner of the IWF back a few years. So Danny Caronini is one to watch with the Zanchi Motorsport squad. He's always consistent, he's always up there, and so much so is Ruben Moya. Matthias van der Kerkhoff, interesting as well for the Belgian. Last year, with Victor Relane, this season changed to VDK Racing, even though you might notice on the stream that he's still wearing his old Victor Relane colors on his suit, but it's a question of days before he switched that for the beautiful blue Belgian colors, but you can see them on his chassis. So same chassis, different teams, different environment as well, as we got a chance to talk a bit with Matthias van der Kerkhoff, very confident as much as Ruben Moya. Interestingly, Moya, a new team as well, as you mentioned. He's been through a couple of different formations over the years, but he seems to have found his proper environment.
Definitely, and I think we're going to see some very impressive results from Ruben Moya this weekend. But yeah, you mentioned Van der Kerkhoff there, finished 2025 very well, was the round winner at Marienburg to finish the season. And Javier Barrasca, as mentioned, has already got a heat win this weekend. Keep an eye on the likes of Sebastian Minz and Eloy Gonzalez in this race as well, starting in the second half of the field. Gonzalez, we know, as a Spaniard, always strong on the Spanish circuits. Minz yesterday raced through to P3. Right, into the tram lines. Are they lined up to our race director, Martin Bean's liking? If so, the lights will go out here at Zuera for this second heat of the day. Yes, they do go out. It's a fairly slow start, but that's going to be to the advantage of Moya. He can control the pace into turn 1, takes the race lead. Caronini battling with Van der Kerkhoff round the outside for P2 as they go towards turn 2, and still side by side through the next corner. Caronini will now have the inside for the first, the hairpins, and has got the position. There's a bit of drama towards the back of the field. The 291 of Igor Ivanchenko has had problems and has been spat out the back of the pack. Apart from that, I think we're pretty good. But that was a really shrewd start from Ruben Moya. It's his elective choice. He is pole sitter. He controlled the pace pretty much to the driver's briefing standards as through there.
Roxanne
into second
Lantinga.
place. Roxanne Lantinga indeed goes through into second place. She had problems yesterday, so her P21 in that first heat is not reflective of the pace that we know that Roxanne has this weekend. But that was experience there from Ruben Moya, just controlling the pace, waiting for his moment to bolt, executing that start perfectly.
Yeah, beautiful getaway for everybody here except one driver, as we've just seen the move from Roxanne Lantinga. Oh, look at the battle there with the slipstream on the inside with the MDC, the 267 making his move. Javier Barrasca on Gabriel Stilp, I think it was, from Crack Promotion for P4. That was an aggressive but courageous move on the line there. And just made the stick just before turn number 1. There's battles are plenty now. Roxanne Lantinga was able to find a way through that field and climbing up to second place at the chase of Ruben Moya in front of Danny Caronini. They are the leaders in turn number 5. So Moya, Lantinga, Caronini, Barrasca, Stilp, Van der Kerkhoff, Bouillet. As there's a switch for the lead already. Look at the pace that Roxanne Lantinga is able to pull into that race. She had a DNF yesterday. Unfortunately, the MP machine didn't respond to her expectations, but this time around, she seemed to have found her pace once again, and then she's putting her skills to good use. Now in the lead, and it puts Ruben Moya into the clothes of Dani Caronini, very much pressuring the Spaniard. Caronini certainly no waiting in the line to make his move, considering that Lantinga has a free air in front of it just to extend that gap. And as I say that, no, first attempt is having to back up a little bit.
I've got to say, one of the points on Roxanne Lantinga from the IAME Winter Cup that sticks in the mind is I was very impressed with her decision-making in race conditions as Moya goes back down the inside. That warning shot from Caronini has made the Spaniard go, no, I need that track position. I need to be in the lead of this race as Roxanne Lantinga sticks it again back down the inside. Moya defends into turn 5. Got to remember, Lantinga will have a slight tyre advantage in this race. That is the silver lining from the technical retirement in the first heat yesterday, but that advantage won't stay for long. I was having a little look at people's tyres before that first heat. Everyone looked pretty good. I'd say there's some long, fast corners in this one. You get 2 sets of tyres throughout the course of the weekend. Keep an eye on Baraska there as well in the yellow and white MDC Racing entry. Was strong yesterday, and Gabriel Stilps coming into play as well for Croc Promotion there in P5. So, end of another lap. Caronini looks down the inside, takes second place away from Lantinga. He does like this circuit. He does like that run into turn 1. That was another good move from Caronini. Flavia Cara running it a little bit wide in the background there in 8th place. Lantinga back in. This is what I'm talking about. She's been really positive the last few months with her overtaking manoeuvres, knowing that she's got the speed, she's got the confidence to take it to these guys. Again, just gets herself a little bit higher up in the classification, means she doesn't fall into this scrap, this Gabriel Stilt, Matthias van der Kerkhoff scrap, where you can easily, like Caronini did yesterday, lose 3 or 4 positions.
And in the meantime, van der Kerkhoff on Gabriel Stilt, and still responds already. This is battle for P5, heating up right now between the 2-time IWF winner and Matthias van der Kerkhoff, one of the contenders in the IAME Euro Series of last season. Switch as well for the lead. Roxanne Lantinga back in P1 in front of Ruben Moya, with Dani Caronini and Brusca keeping a close watch on the battle ahead of them. This is 4 laps completed into lap number 9 under the close watch of Martin Bean, our race director. Dan Ashton as well by his side. Side by side as well, Dani Caronini on the inside. That was a close call, but he's losing a position instead of gaining 1, with Brusca putting himself in P3.
And Stilp down the inside takes 4th place away from Caronini. Sebastian Mins is up to P10 as the fastest driver out there on circuit. Make that P8 now, so all of a sudden, look out for the orange and blue of Fusion Motorsport. Sebastian Mins, once again like he was yesterday, is on a charge. Into turn 7, Lantinga again, down the inside of Moya. The gloves are off now in this one, but this is good racing. Moya back down the inside, responds with a counter-attack through turn 8. It's going to be a double switch back here from Roxanne Lantinga. This is brilliant racing. This is high-quality stuff here in the IAME Euro Series. Roxanne Lantinga once again in the race lead. But again, all this switching back and forth is going to bring more players into the game. That was a good bit of drive off of turn 14, though, for Lantinga. It's Broaska's turn to defend. Caronini's looking around the outside, maybe a switch back to the inside into turn 2. No, not this time. Stilp's defending for 5th place as well on van der Kerkhoff, Cara and Mins. This is stunning stuff. Guys and girls, this is only the qualifying heats. We've still got another 3 rounds of this and all of tomorrow to do as well. Caronini gets back ahead of Broaska, holding for 3rd. This is good, though, for Moya and Lantinga now. An opportunity for them to break away, Guillaume.
Yeah, this is good racing. That's the way we love. As Matthias van der Kerkhoff about to lose potentially a place to Gabriel Stilp. Stilp was having a sniff on the inside onto the curb. There was not enough space as van der Kerkhoff is trying his bit as well on Brusca. Don't shout too loud because the drivers might hear you, Andrew. This is just great stuff that we like to get into. But indeed, for the tires and the machines, maybe a little bit early to go that scrappy into the battle. But that's the way, just the way we like it. As the mechanics keeping a close watch from the sideline as well, giving directions as well, giving signs, talking with the drivers for the better strategy to come with. As we're about to complete lap number 6. The checkup is getting near, and as we said, you see with Kevin Lantinga was on the sideline, as on the outside. That was Gabriel Stilt, I think it was. Yes, from van der Kerkhoff. There was almost a switch. Sebastian Mins on Stilt as well. So great battle on the outside of turn number 1. The drivers dare to go for the moves, at least trying to with the slipstream that is tremendous here in Zuera. and a couple of scratches as well, some of them putting two wheels onto the grass. Mark Granada, in the meantime, one of the locals is putting the fastest lap in the race, is down a little bit into the classification, I'm afraid, P15 at the moment for the MDC driver. As another chance, maybe another push at least. Oh, and one of the VDK drivers, unfortunately, Flavio Quera had a little bit of a moment there with Teixeira in his battle for P9. He lost a bit of momentum and places with that.
And tell you what, this is not the kind of race that you want any kind of post-race time adding on. Look at how close that top 15 is. 5 seconds, 5.2 to be exact, covering them at the moment. 2 laps to go then. Roxanne Lantinga leads this race by half a second over Ruben Moya. Danny Caronini still third, Javier Barrasca fourth, and Matthias van der Kerkhoff part of a breakaway group now of 5. Mins holding in 6th ahead of Brule, Stilp, Teixeira and Masia completing the top 10. Eloy Gonzalez is quietly getting on with things as well, as here's a chance for second place. Caronini takes it, Barrasca running side by side with Moya, and nothing much that Moya could really do there. Good driving from Javier Barrasca to take third place. Here comes Van der Kerkhoff now as well. This is a bit of a trouble now for Ruben Moya. This is what we're meaning this weekend, not just in the seniors, but we'll talk about it in the juniors and the minis as well. It is so easy round the circuit, the longest lap of the year with these long straights, that high average speed, where if you get out of the groove, through no fault of his own there, Ruben Moya, others will just pounce and he can quickly go from, what was it, second place at the start of the last lap, now down in 5th. This is going to be a big last lap for the pole sitter.
Yeah, we've seen that yesterday with some of the drivers unable to really carrying the speed as much as they would have liked. Ultima Vuelta, last lap shown. 0.4 of a second still between Lantinga and Caronini. There they are, the two leaders, just in the middle of the track. Then number 2 and 3 and 4 on the way down, just in front of position into the never-ending 10. Number 5 into the left, and around the inside, Matthias van der Kerkhoff still battling Barrasca, and Ruben Moya trying his speed as well. Final lap for those 3. Let's keep an eye as well on the battle for the lead, but this one is important as well. A bit of a distance for Roxanne Lantinga. She may have a bit of a breather as around the inside. Van der Kerkhoff still something to say to this race, but he's not on the racing line. With Ruben Moya opening that door, can he make the move stick on the next turn? Not quite able to do so, I'm afraid. Yes, he can. Van der Kerkhoff just lost another place down to 5.
Here we go then, round the final couple of corners. Roxanne Lantinga takes a fully deserved heat victory and strikes back after difficulty yesterday. P1 for Roxanne Lantinga. Danny Caronini goes up to 5th place in the intermediate classification with that P2. Javier Barrasca slots into 2nd place in the IC with that 3rd. That's a 1st and 3rd now, 91 points from a possible 100 so far. Ruben Moya 4th, Matthias van der Kerkhoff 5th. Really entertaining race, high on quality throughout. Sebastian Mins P6 wasn't quite your biggest mover. That was the driver immediately behind. Eloy Gonzalez up 9 spots, finishes P7. Daniel Masia P8. Gabi Teixeira finishes P9. And then Yanis Brule completes the top 10. Roman Saleh, Neil Russell, Mark Granada, Gabriel Stilp and Flavio Cara in the top 15. Stilp and Cara will not be happy with those results. They ran very high up the order in the first half of that heat. Giles Merkelbach up 3 spots, finishes P16 ahead of Max Leclerc, who had a really bright start, but just faded in the second half there, the end P17 for the French driver. Paco Sarmiento 18th, Antonius Haddad, the driver racing under the a UAE license, but he's from Sydney, Australia, was there in P19. Elvis Krzauskas, Luna Claret and Egor Ivanchenko completes, once again, all 22 drivers who started that race got to the end, Guillaume.
Yeah, good reliability for everybody there. That's what we love to see. But yeah, what a strong result for Roxanne Lantinga, who has been progressing to the ranks of international karting for the past 2 seasons. But since last year, we saw her really making another step, first with the Croc Promotion chassis, and this year joining MP. So you can see that no matter what she has behind her, what kind of material she has, whether it was the Croc Promotion chassis and this year the Enza kart, well, the potential still is very much strong and getting stronger and stronger. You can see the Dutch driver there at the scale, the Enza kart chassis from MP Motorsport. So really, really strong progress for Roxanne Lantinga, who's turning into race-winning form. Now, let's have a look back at how things played out into this race. Crazy start and a couple of moves already in the early stages. around the inside of turn number 1. The move, the first one, we've seen a couple of them between Ruben Moya and Roxane Lantinga, taking the lead just in front of the rest. But Moya was very fast to respond, just in front of Caronini, waiting a little bit for his time into that race.
Absolutely. I did like this this style of racing between these drivers at the front of this field. It was firm but respectful, and that's what we want to see throughout the course of this weekend. Here was the battle between Gabriel Stilp and Matthias van der Kerkhoff. Stilp, unfortunately, would have problems in the second half of the race and fall back down. And this was it, the decisive nature of Roxane Lantinga's overtaking. When you hear the name Lantinga, you think overtaking goodness, and Roxane has really stepped up across the course of the 2 meetings that we've had so far. We saw this in Valencia in the IAME Winter Cup, that she's not phased at all when she loses a position. Her reading of the racing has been really good so far this year in X30 Senior. Other battles going on, that was the move by Stilp on Caronini. Caronini did well in this one to hold himself in the battle and move back up the order. That, again, was another decisive and positive move from Lantinga on Ruben Moya, but this was great as well from Ruben Moya, immediately back on the attack through turn number 8. And this is what we mean. You overtake in one of those hot spots, it opens up opportunities in other corners. That was a great scrap between Lantinga and Moya through turns 7 to 9. This was the response from Caronini, taking second place away from Moya. Javier Barasca in there as well. Matthias van der Kerkhoff in his new VDK Racing colours in terms of the kart. Suit, I'm sure, is on order. Had a good scrap there to get some more points on the board. I say, don't be surprised, all of these drivers featuring long into the race meeting. But it's a win for Roxane Lantinga, not into the top 8 yet in terms of intermediate classification, but on that form, if the materials deliver and stay together, they didn't quite do so yesterday in heat number 1. She had problems in heat 1 yesterday. Expect to see Lantinga moving back up the order. Right, we stick with X30 Senior. Qualifying heat A versus E is up next. It's the last race of the second round of heats. And yesterday, Guillaume, well, we heard the interview earlier from Ruben Moya, and we said it's going to be a very tall order for someone to beat the time that Ruben Moya did in that group, that first group. But here, Dan Alaman, wow, didn't he answer to the call? An absolutely amazing performance yesterday in time qualifying. Here's what he had to say.
Danelman, what a lap this was here in Zuera. On pole of your group, fingers crossed for one might come later, but talk us through that qualifying performance of yours.
So my lap at the beginning was not so good. I think my temperature weren't the just, but I was keeping pushing, so at the end it was getting all the grip to me. And I had a super slipstream at the end, so not the perfect lap, but a very good lap.
Certainly a lap that puts you in confidence with your new team for this season. Talk us through that new ambience at VDK, and certainly a lot of confidence here in Zuera.
Yes, it's more easy to speak with them because they speak French, and we see that they have a lot of confidence with all the driver, and I'm very happy.
Thank you. All the best to you.
Thank you.
That really was a stunning performance from Dan Alaman yesterday, and a lot of confidence at the wheel as well. There's Emmanuel Leodikis as well, who's had another good qualifying performance, like we saw a few weeks ago in Valencia for the IAME Winter Cup. We got a 5th place yesterday, so lost a couple of positions across the course of the first 9-lap race, but Sankey Motorsport delivering the goods once again in that one. Interesting story on row 2 as well, Guillaume. We find 2 race winners from yesterday, Mateo Riles and Aaron Garcia. Garcia, of course, reigning champion heading into this year, is on this incredible run of form. Didn't actually win a round last year, but anyway, he won the IAME Winter Cup, virtue of the performances that we saw through the qualifying heats before the cancellation of the final day. But Aaron Garcia really is, I think, worryingly for the field, in better form at this stage of the year in 2026 than he was in his championship winning year of 2025.
Yeah, he will be the one to watch in the class, certainly. And that's what I like to see in the IAME Euro Series, consistency, not talent, but also consistency. And same goes with one driver that we had before on track, Danny Caronini, for instance, that 2 seasons ago won the IAME Euro Series without actually winning any single final. And last year, Aaron Garcia did the same, picking up his best result. That was in round 2 in Franciacorta with a second place finish in the end. So that was his best result. In the end, he was able to get his hands on the title. So that's what we'd like to see, and we'll follow close on his work through the field. Watch out, here's the grid.
Here it is indeed. Dan Allemant starts in pole position, picked up a 6th place yesterday, so we'll be looking for a good result here to move him up the intermediate point standings. Emmanuel Leodakis starts on the outside of row number 1, the driver from Greece. A pair of winners from yesterday on row number 2. Matteo Rivals on the inside. Aaron Garcia, just the small matter of reigning IWF senior champion as well, starts on the outside. Otto Pykkönen, 3rd yesterday, starts alongside Morgan Moore, who was 4th in the first round of heats. That's row 3. Stigler Rademacher and Toby Gale go from row number 4. Row 5, Yuki Rano and Tyrone Kennard both had problems in their first heats yesterday. We'll be looking for good results here. End of the first half of the grid, Max Ewell and Adam Elbassoni on row 6.
Row number 7, Elias Lehmann and Alex Martinez. Row number 8, we have Senna Meunier and Michael Muller, Peter Stille and Thomas Van Vliet on row number 9. Then at the back end of the grid, row number 10, Adrian Canal and Anton Batedou, and Eddie Dax and Franco Escotto. 22 drivers on our grid and 22 on the track as well. Quick correction to myself. This is on this very track last year in Zuera that Aaron Garcia picked up one of his 2 best results in last year's IAME Euro. 2nd as well in Parkersdorf, so that is clear. This is a track that he loves. This is a track where he performed and is eager once again to do well. So let's keep an eye on last year's IAME Euro Series champion. That will be from the outside on the 2nd row of the grid.
Should note as well for Aaron Garcia yesterday, we talked about this with Ruben Moyer and how he's been the reciprocity of some of this in the past. Aaron Garcia did not have a toe yesterday in his qualifying. Everybody went, Aaron, you're going to go out front. And he had that amazing qualifying performance at Valencia, which is another circuit that is a toe is helpful around there. But here, especially that run through 14, 15, and then all the way to turns 1 and 2, that does cost you tenths if you don't have a toe there. So for anyone wondering, why was Aaron Garcia classified 11th in the qualifying classification? That was a big part of it. Nobody wanted to help him for understandable reasons, but he still made a very good job of it. Right, let's focus on the job at hand. Another 9-lap heat for X30 Senior. Dan Allemant on the front row. And that's a new combination of Spirit Karting working with VDK to hopefully propel the youngster who was 2nd in the championship in X30 Junior last year. That's another thing we shouldn't forget. This is his first year in seniors, and he's already fighting at the front of the order with the established names, the likes of your Aaron Garcias, your Otto Pykönens, the drivers who've been doing this for not just a couple of years like you get in the juniors and the mini levels. You've got drivers who've been doing seniors for 5, 6 more years than that. So the fact that Allemant's already at the front is very impressive indeed. But what can he do in this race? Are we ready to go racing? Lights are out. We are underway for 9 laps once again here in Zuera. Good start for Allemant. Good start for Matteo Rivals as well. Leodakis has to slot behind into 3rd place. Into turn 2 they go. This is where it can get a little bit close at times, but that's a good run from this latest pairing of groups of X30 seniors through turn 4 as well. Dan Allemant checks over his shoulder, sees he's got a lead of probably about 5 or 6 carts lengths as he heads into turn number 5. Aaron Garcia on the defensive in the early stages of this race, Guillaume, down to 5th place.
Yeah, unfortunately, not the best of getaway and start for him as around the inside. A change for 3rd place indeed, as the quick promotion driver Otto Pykkönen making his bit on Aaron Garcia. Beautifully made then up to P3. And Handelman, as we get on board with Emmanuel Leodakis just behind Otto Pykkönen, is the one who suffered that overtaking maneuver. Is down to P4, P4 at the moment for Emmanuel Leodakis, as Aaron Garcia is just a little bit back behind. Now, 1 lap completed. Dan Aleman, Matteo Rivals, Pekkanen, Liudakis, Garcia just behind in fifth, Lehmann, Meunier, Rademacher, Alex Martinez, and Morgan Moore running up your top 10. And a little bit of a gap, 0.6 of a second, as you can see, between Aleman and Matteo Rivals. We will just put him between himself and Otto Pekkanen in third, just a couple of meters, not quite enough just to release himself for any form of pressure, because he has 3 drivers just behind, Pekkanen, Liudakis, and Aaron Garcia, as you said, Andrew, dropping a couple of momentum in this early lap. So let's see if he can respond.
I'd be interested in a look at the start again, because I think everybody on the, what some people call the anti-pole side of the grid, 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, all really struggled on that first lap. Moore started 6th, down 4 places. Toby Gale started 8th, down 6 places. So it's a little bit of a slow start for Liudakis that then shuffled everybody behind him on the track. Down the order. We'll see about that later on, of course. Here we are on board with Emmanuel Liudakis, makes a little adjustment to the radiator. Lots of variance in radiator settings in terms of how much is open. Oh, it's a big hop across the curb there for Otto Pekkanen in the battle with Matteo Rivals. That allows Liudakis back up to 3rd place, who immediately goes on the attack and takes 2nd away from Rivals. I like that. I like that a lot from Emmanuel Liudakis, who in race trim so far this season has sometimes been on the back foot. That was a good taking of an opportunity there after that close moment between Rivals and Pekkanen through turn 2.
Yeah, good job from Liudakis, up to P2. Not the best of turn in racing life. Otto Pekkanen jumping on that curb, as you've seen, as dropping a couple of places as well, now down to P4. So he's going to have to try to avoid that in the next couple of laps, as we're about to conclude lap number 3 out of 9. And look at the gap that Aleman has been building for the past 2 laps, up to a full second, taking advantage of the battle behind between Liudakis and Matteo Rivals. One of the young drivers to keep an eye on from Dream Racing, that's for sure. Dream Racing has been, at the forefront ever since the start of that weekend, winning in both junior and senior. And Matteo Rivals is one of the reasons why we see them colors so much fighting at the front. For now, he's staying in 3rd. Entering turn number 3 and 4, all the way down to that big turn number 5. A quick look over the shoulder for Matteo Rivals to see where Otto Pekkanen is. Aaron Garcia observing as well what's happening in front. Well, Alex Martinez is putting out the fastest lap in the race. Martinez down in the classification in P8, but still climbing. And there's a change for P4 with Aaron Garcia getting ahead of Otto Pekkanen.
Yeah, good move there from Aaron Garcia. These are key laps if he's to continue his streak of qualifying heat wins so far in this 2026 IAME Euro Series season, if we include the Winter Cup as part of the organised races by RGMMC. Of course, that great run of form that took him to the IWF title in Valencia last year in the autumn of 2025. Aleman checks over his shoulder, and we'll see that he's got a 0.832 second lead over Liudakis. Rivals, Garcia, Pekkanen, that's your top 5. That's a decisive move, though, from Rivals. Back down the inside of Liudakis. Does Aaron Garcia go for a move? Yes, he does, down the inside. Oh, that's a bold one from the reigning champion.
Beautiful.
Takes P3 away from Liudakis, and Liudakis might be in a bit of trouble here. Yes, he is, down the order now. That's Otto Pekkanen in the 220 now ahead of us into 4th place. Have a look at that front left tyre. How is that faring up at the moment? Bit of a wear as expected at this stage. It is increasing the temperatures as well. Oh, there's a big kick of oversteer there for Liudakis. I wonder if on the rear left he just caught the backside of the curb through that right-hander. 16 degrees air temperature, but with the nature of this circuit, we for those who've not been here before, we kind of sit on top of a tabletop mount, a mini tabletop mountain. It's very open. There's no shade around this circuit, so the sun on a day like today really beats down on this circuit and starts to raise those track temperatures.
Yeah, and we're rather high, more than 300 meters above sea level in the middle of the desert, with a lot of wind sometimes, and a little bit of fog as well. That has happened in the past on this very circuit.
Not this weekend.
Not this weekend. No, let's not put any speaker's curse into the matter for this weekend, shall we? As Matteo Rivals, the 282, being chased by Aaron Garcia, now back into contention for a top 3 result. Those two are going to have to work together slightly, because Dan Aleman is very much consolidating his lead. Still almost a full second advantage on both Rivals and Garcia. Pekkanen down in 4th, as Alex Martinez keeps on climbing. Still stuck in P6 though, 8 places gained, with Lehmann, Meunier, Rademacher and Moore dropped a couple of places, 4 places down to P10 for Morgan Moore, unfortunately. Some of the drivers didn't have the best of luck in the early stages. Peter Stiller climbing 3 places up to P14, as you can see. A couple of climbers, but we still have everybody on board. That's what we like to see as we are into lap number 7. The checkered flag is getting near Andrew, and Dan Alleman, well, on his way to potentially what would be his first victory of the weekend.
It would be indeed. And we talked off air a little bit, didn't we, mate, about Dan Alleman's composure, which I think it's fair to say was probably his weakness in his early days of X30 Junior and other junior categories. He's always had the speed. But the last 18 months, how much he has honed his racecraft to be in this situation, 8 tenths ahead. I think a past Dan Alleman would have gone down the straight and not just had one head check, he would have had 2, 3, start tightening up a bit. And he's completely cleared that from how he races. He's now he's probably one of the most calm drivers on the grid, which is remarkable considering his age. At just being able to manage this situation and not let, again, these more established names, your rivals, your Garcias, your Pickenins, they're clearly working together, trying to close in on this gap. But this is a very composed run from Alleman. You see there on the inside shoulder of that left front tyre for Emmanuel Leodakis, the marbles, the strips of rubber being kicked off there as Garcia goes for the move, takes second place away from rivals. Is this the point where these three have realised, you know what, there's just too much to do in this one. We're not going to be able to catch Dan Alleman. Let's have a scrap now for second place and those extra 3 intermediate points. That was another really brave move from Garcia into turn 4.
You can see that. And as I said, Pikkonen makes his move on Matteo Rivals. I was going to say that Rivals has looked a little bit on the nerves, shall we say, for the past few corners, because he kept looking over the shoulder to see where the rest was. And he just lost 1 and now 2 positions to Garcia and Pikkonen. So something not quite right in the later stages of that race for Matteo Rivals. Not quite able to keep up the pace as Martinez and Leodakis are not far behind as well. We are into lap number 9 and final, ladies and gents. 1.1 seconds for Dan Alleman. Nothing to worry about for the Swiss driver, as Garcia now finds himself second. Under the pressure still over to Pikkonen. That's going to be interesting. But let's not forget, behind Matteo Rivals, under the pressure as well from Alex Martinez, Leodakis, Lehmann, everybody into the same group. And you can see gesturing as well, strategies at play with Garcia and Pikkonen saying to each other, let's not fight, let's keep that as steady as we can. Otherwise, we may lose those positions at some point in the last lap of the race at such an early stage of the day. That might be maybe a bit unwise to go too aggressive.
And fully agree with that. Good drive here from Alex Martinez as well, last year's Spanish X30 Junior champion. Another driver stepping up to seniors in 2026. Up 9 places in this one, into the top 5. But no stopping Dan Alleman in this one. This is a bit of a statement from the young Swiss driver. Takes 50 points, moves himself up the order once again in the intermediate standings and wins by 1.3 seconds to the nearest 10th over Aaron Garcia. The run of qualifying heats victories for Garcia is over, but at least he's still got a good haul of points with that one and takes a share of the lead in the intermediate standings at the end of the second round of heats. Pikkonen third, moves into the top 8 with that score. It's very congested in that run from first down to 8th, so 12 points covering those drivers as things stand. All of these results are provisional, of course, at this stage of proceedings. Matteo Rivals 4th, Alex Martinez 5th, Emmanuel Leodakis a content result there, P6. It's more good points, but again, some of that race pace maybe in the first half of the race this time was not quite there to the Greek driver's liking. Elias Lehmann 7th, Senna Mounier, good drive up to 8th place, 7 places gained. Morgan Moore 9th, was delayed a bit at the start. Stigler Rademacher completes the top 10. Toby Gale likewise was delayed at the start, P11 in the end for the driver flying the flag for Thailand. Jugrana 12th, Peter Stiller 13th, Alan Albassoni and Michael Muller, who's on his return, of course. First time since 2021 in the IAME Euro Series that we've seen Mike Muller. He was 15th. Adrian Canal was 16th ahead of Antoine Batarou. Thomas Van Vliet 18th. Ellie Dax 19th. Tyron Kennard, that's another not good result for Tyron Kennard. 2 20th places so far in the 2 rounds. He's going to need to turn things around later on. Franco Escotto was the last of the finishers. Max Yule was our single retirement.
Let's have a look at how things played out in the replay. Good start and a good getaway from Dan Halleman from pole position on the inside line from Paul. Emmanuel Ludiakis didn't have the best of run out there. It was a little bit scrappy with some drivers trying to find the best place into that opening lap, with the likes of Otto Pikkonen making the move as well on one of the Zenke Motorsports drivers, Emmanuel Ludiakis, dropping a bit of momentum in the early stages, all the way down to P6. It was P5 yesterday, so consistency certainly in terms of results, but certainly not up to his liking. Early battles with Matteo Rivals on board with Emmanuel making his move on the inside of the Frenchman. At some point, he was second on the road, while Otto Pikkonen and Aaron Garcia were battling along as well, as you keep an eye on Dan Halleman on the right side, back into the Parc Fermé and the scale zone, as battles were aplenty into this race once again on the inside of that very demanding turn number 7, one of the key overtaking spots here, and of many they are in Zuera circuit. As René San, Aaron Garcia making his bits on the Rivals, Matteo Rivals there for what would be second place, with Otto Pikkonen taking advantage of that open door to make a similar move. Up until the checkered flag, there was certainly no opposition this time around for Dan Halleman, winning with 1.3 seconds in front of that group, with Garcia, Pikkonen, Rivals and Alex Martinez making the recovery of the race 9 places up for last year's Spanish junior champion.
Absolutely. So we'll see the seniors out again later on today. That's them done for round 2. They're next due out at 12 local time here for the start of round number 3. However, between now and then, we've got more racing, and for X30 Junior, they get their racing campaign for the weekend underway. They had their timed qualifying yesterday. Very close timed qualifying, of course, as to be expected here at Zuera with the long straights and this near 1.7 kilometre circuit. A familiar face at the front of the grid, though, but in a different form, though. George House, there he is, driver number 77, last year's X30 Mini IAME Euro Series champion. Still with XL Motorsport, who delivered a great amount of work for him for last year. But George House made the change to juniors actually a little bit towards the back end of 2025.
IWF,
for example,
yeah.
For IWF, he ran in this category, which we'll talk more about later. Big thanks to the marshals, of course, out there, and all of our track workers. Without them, we couldn't go racing. A fantastic job done by the whole team here at the Circuito Internacional de Zuera. Teo Polican will be on the outside there. You can just see him on the right-hand side of your screen, cart number 55. As there is the steely look of George House there, ready to go racing. Won here last year in the Minis, so he likes this place. Let's hear what he had to say yesterday after qualifying. A familiar face in a new place. It's George House, who is our fastest driver in X30 Junior after the 2 groups. George, stepping up from the Minis to the Juniors, how have you found it so far?
Yeah, it's been really exciting actually. It's a big change of speed and bigger kart, harder to handle, but it's been really fun, yeah.
How key was previous knowledge of this circuit? The slipstream always quite powerful, but there was a bit of a tactical job to do in that one, wasn't there?
Yeah, it was like you had to get the best position really, because it's the big straight. It's really important to get a good toe. So like you have to get in the correct position, which is key really. Yeah.
Some of the Spanish drivers look really quick in that session as well. Monlau Motorsport. Do you think they're going to be a big threat this weekend?
Yeah, it will be difficult. I reckon we can do it.
Well done again, George. We'll see you later on in the weekend.
Right, see you.
Good to hear from George House there. I've followed George's career since he was in the Bambino categories back in the UK when he was, well, it's a year of his 6th birthday, so even younger than that. And good to see his confidence growing on the camera as well as he's moved into his X30 Junior career. And as we mentioned earlier, made the change before IWF last year. Could have run again in Minis and maybe tried to do the double of IAME Euro Series and IWF champion, but he elected to go to juniors early because it's so important, that first 6 months behind the wheel of a junior machine when you've been in the Minis. There's so many technical challenges and changes, and I do think that is a good move that the the team did there with George House. There was a quick side to Teo Polican as well. Teo had a good run last time out at the Winter Cup and a good bit of working time qualifying as well. This is an A versus B race as well, we should note. So Teo Polican was one of the fastest drivers in the respective group that they ran yesterday. There were 2 qualifying groups yesterday. There's Sukmani Kira, the Alpine Race Her Academy driver. I'm really intrigued to see what Sukmani does in 2026. It's her second year in X30 Juniors. She did a very solid job last year in her debut run. The big results, though, didn't quite come. She had a very good shot at the British Kart Grand Prix last year, and it just didn't fall into her hands. She starts this one from row 2. That's a driver we need to keep an eye on, not just this weekend, but in the year as a whole. Let's take you through the full grid then for this qualifying heat, the first qualifying heat of the year for X30 Junior. George House and Teo Polican start on the front row. Sukmani Kira goes alongside Aurelio Longitano on a strong row 2. Nuvula Morales had a very good run at the Winter Cup. Could have taken pole position, in fact, in the timed qualifying yesterday. Starts on the inside of row number 3 and is joined by Priam Bruno. Max Endicott and Czech Peters go from row 4. Endicott, of course, the junior IWF champion from last year. Nilas Malik and George Clark go from row 5, and then it's Jacob Backler and Nassis Mouche on row 6.
Then we have row number 7, John Foley Jr. and Bruno Grilling. Row number 8, Miko Schwertz and Archie Rogers Tyler. Row number 9, Alexander Kwang. Then we have Aaron Behover, as well as Jamie Mulvey and Jules de Koen on row number 10, and George Kinlan on row number 11 on his own. A total of 21 drivers in this junior grid. 7 laps to go through for that junior category. That we had a good number of 41 drivers this weekend, split into different groups. Each of the drivers will have to go through 3 qualifying heats in total to get qualified as high as possible for the super heat, but only a fraction of drivers that we have this weekend, 36 out of 41, will make it to tomorrow's final. Now, first time we get to see them on track. That's going to be interesting. Josh House, as you said, one of the new forces to be reckoned with in this class. He showed everything he needed to in the Mini last year, picking up the title. Now, let's see if he can maybe go for the double, one step higher, but Teo Polican will be one to watch certainly. Priam Bruno, interestingly, new team for this season. It was with Paulin Motorsport up until last year in the European Championship as well. Now decided to change, and yeah, different outfit for this season for Priam Bruno. So we'll keep his progression under good eye as well.
Aurelio Longitano, another driver that we need to keep an eye on in this race. He had one of his best results in his IAME Euro Series career here last year, a run into the top 10. That was back in the Minis. So it's a very strong group of Minis who've graduated up to being juniors. There's Martin Bean on the gantry, overlooking the scene as the drivers run towards the red line, which is between turns 14 and 15. At that point, the drivers need to be in formation, no more overtaking, no more trying to get yourself a little bit further up the order. If you've had a problem on the formation lap, you've got to run into those tram lines, wait for that acceleration line, which is around row 6 of the grid here. Are we going racing at the first time of asking here in X30 Junior? The lights are out. We are racing indeed for the first heat of the weekend. Good start for House, good start for Kira. They run through turn 1 with no problems at all into turn number 2 now as well. Are they all going to get it stopped? Yep, just about. And it's a British 1-2 at the moment. House from Kira stacking up a little bit in the midfield. Mika Sherva's trying to make a move in the middle of the pack. One driver running wide out of turn number 4. And this is what we're going to see a lot of in X30 Junior. It's staying very condensed, very close across the course of the racing here. But I say that already, a top 4 trying to break away with House still your race leader.
Yeah, good getaway for the young British driver, battling along further back as well for third place on the inside. Good battle with Aurelio Longitano in the mix as well. Further back, they makes his move with the Victory Lane chassis. Longitano with Spirit Racing. It was Priam Bruno already making his bid up to P3. Good start and opening up for the young Belgian driver. Let's see how it goes from there. Now, 1 lap completed. Josh House under the pressure of Sukmani Kira just behind. Kira still staying behind in second place. Kera, Bruno, Longitano, Andecott, Polycomp down in sixth place. And there's a switch with, yes, indeed, Kera taking up the first place. Yes, indeed, switch for the lead. As we say, Priam Bruno now making his bit on the inside. So Priam from third to one. And Josh House being pushed on the outside of the track, unfortunately, in turn number 4 by the look of it. Things didn't go according to plan for the British driver, who had to put not 2 but 4 wheels onto the grass.
That's a great move from Priam Bruno to take the lead of this race. But it just caused a bit of a stack up for Kera and House. House caught the rear bumper of the number 44, and well, with no steering, you can't get round a corner, can you? And that's what the cause of George House's fall down to all the way down to 20th place now. Has got it all to do in the remaining 5 laps of this race. Max Endicott has very nicely made his way through as well, of course. The IWF X30 Junior champion last year on a race that it looked like the British rule in that category was going to end until the last few moments. If Max Endicott learned anything from that, it's knowing to keep plugging away, and he's taken the race lead here at the early stages of lap number 3. There's one driver wildly off the road. Was it a BMR machine possibly running wide out through turn number 3? Nubila Morales is up to second place as well, so it's all changed again. Polican has come to the front of the order. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think it is, in this group, all the way back to Czech Peters. This is anybody's guess at the moment. Morales not quite able to make the move there into turn 7.
Now, talking about battles. Oh, and a little bit of a wheel banging there. One of the drivers a little bit onto the grass at full speed. Not something that you want to see. But Priam Bruno, in the meantime, went from P1 to P6 in a matter of just a few corners. So something definitely going wrong there for the Belgian driver from Victory Lane. Still, Polycomp was able to make his way back to P1. Morales, Mendes, and Andecott just behind, second and third. And we're going on to lap number 4 out of 7. A slightly shorter race for the juniors than the seniors. But still a bit of time on the hands of Max Andecott to maybe go for the move. And he's having to wait a little bit on the sideline. And as I say that, coming closer to Theo Polycomp, or another of the Dream Racing drivers up in the lead, as Josh Clark put the fastest lap in the race.
George Clark, who's had a team change at the early stages of this season, now running with the BMR outfit. Not good news, though, for one of his teammates. Nilas Malik is out of this race. I thought I saw one of the BMRs running wide at turn 2 to turn 3, and it unfortunately was the Danish driver. Down the inside there. Good move once again by Aurelio Longitano, which... At Cardiff, if you're here in the paddock, do go and have a look at that livery. I love it. It's proper old and retro, and something a little bit different out there on the grid, on the track. Endicott still leads this one, though, from Polican. Longitano, Morales, and then the number 71 of Czech Peters there in 5th place. Priam Bruno's got a bit of work to do with George Clark. In fact, George Clark's going to look down the inside for 6th place. That's brave racing from the 2 juniors, and through goes George Clark. Through as well goes his teammate Max Endicott to take the lead in this race. Team BMR, I think, quite quietly confident at the start of this season, had a very good finish to 2025. Did the outfit in red and white there, and they've got some good drivers in their awning this year. Morales up to second place now, ahead of Polican and Longitano. Longitano dives to the inside, takes second place away from Morales. This is good for Endicott. This is a chance to break away as Peters and Polican fight over P4 there through turn number 8. Polican's going to come back. Very wide entry, of course, through turn number 9. Once again, Zuera delivering brilliant racing. And remember the final here 2 years ago, which are described as a classic. Again, this is just the qualifying heats, folks. Be with us tomorrow, because this is going to continue all the way through to Saturday's finals.
And running inside goes Priam Bruno, beautifully made on the 42 of George Clark. Priam Bruno back in P6, trying to chase it as well. Czech Peters in the meantime as well. This is the penultimate lap of that race, still led by Max Andecott, but the battle is still raging in the lead. Longitano, Morales, Theo Polycomp down still in, went from 4th to 5th now, with Priam Bruno making his bit on the inside, but Polycomp is responding by the look of it. Yes, the Frenchman ahead of the Belgian for 4th place. We still haven't seen everything in this race. Czech Peters in the middle as well. That's going to be interesting down around the outside. That's the battle for P3 side by side. Watch out! And yes, he makes it stick beautifully onto the next corner. What a battle that is. as Max Endicott is trying not to look away over the shoulder to see what's happening just behind. He's doing his bit, trying to extend the gap 3/10 as we speak. Maybe a little bit more, as much as Morales and Longitano will keep on battling. But now he's going to have to be focused until the end. One last lap to go. Ultima Vuelta as they come across. Quick look over the shoulder, still down to 3/10 of a second between our leaders. Endicott, Morales, Longitano on the run to turn number 2, side by side as a switch for the lead. Beautifully made, Morales, Longitano, even Theo Policol getting in the mix. Watch out from Jack Peterson. Who's going to come out on top?
That was amazing from Aurelio Longitano. Read it perfectly as here comes Czech Peters, who's going to be on the outside for turn number 5. Morales gets back down the inside and retakes second place. Keep an eye on Bruno Grieling as well in the MDC Racing entry. The bright red helmet, winner of the IAME Winter Cup at Valencia last year, as Morales goes down the inside, takes the race lead. Oh, there's nothing of a Longitano could do there. Czech Peters down the inside. Endicott's trying to take places as well. What a race this has been between groups A and B to kick things off for X30 Junior here in Zuera for IAME Euro Series round 1. But I think Novella Morales is going to have this one. Endicott down the inside takes P2 away from Peters. The Monlau Motorsport team looked quick yesterday in free practice, and Novella Morales has delivered 50 points to open the weekend for the team. Brilliant work there from the driver of the number 14. Max Endicott, P2, Czech Peters, P3, and Bruno Grieling would have wanted that run to the line to carry on for probably another 100 metres or so. Had a great run out of turn 15, but in the end, P4 for the German, P5 for Aurelio Longitano, George Clark P6, Teo Polican, Sukmani Kira, Priyan Bruno, all in the top 10, completed by John Foley Jr. Great to see the Daily Motorsport team from Ireland up there in the top 10. John Foley Jr. getting used to racing at this level. Has done a lot of racing at national level in Britain and in Ireland. That is a cracking result to get things going for the driver, the number 37. Archie Rogers-Tyler, P11. George House recovered to 12th after that off-track excursion at turn 4. Aaron Berhofer, 13th. George Quinlan as well. Good drive for another driver who's getting used to this level. Up 7 places for Mick Barrett Racing to P14. Miko Sherbers had a great start, then fell down the order in the second half. P15 in the end for Miko. Mason Kwong, Mattis Mouche, Jules Descoings, and Jamie Mulvey all in the top 20, completed by Jacob Bachler. Only one retirement in that race was Denmark's Nilas Malik.
Good run indeed in the end for Nivo Morales, but what a start to the weekend for the junior competitors. I mean, more of that, please. That was absolutely epic at every turn of every lap. Well, and they finished split by just 4/10 of a second between Morales and Max Endicott, Czech Peterson taking 3rd place overall. And if it was only for Nilas Malik missing out in the end, we would have had pretty much everybody here with us at the finish. As you can see, the drivers, once they're done with the racing, Nivola Morales on the picture, need to go back through the scale and the par fermé, queuing up for the usual procedures, getting through the scale. Let's have a look at how things played out with, on the left side, Josh House from pole position, who was having the best start on the inside of turn number 1. The outside line didn't have the best of getaways there, as George House was leading the early laps before drama would unfold, unfortunately, on the shoulders of the young British driver. But it was a good getaway for everybody. A little bit of tussle in the middle of the pack, as the likes of Max Endicott, Czech Peterson, and Sukami Kera as well, trying to find the best positions onto the racing line, as George House was pulling away on the inside with one of the BMR machine of George Clark as well, making his bid, trying to gain positions as early as the first stages of that race. On the inside, Priyan Bruno had a good run in the early stages of that race. Then disaster happened. The touch, the contact between Sukami Kera and George House, leaving the unfortunate British driver onto the grass, down to P20, then was able to come back. As you can see, a different angle of the incident. No way it could have gone George House, but still climbed back to P12 in the end. Not the easiest of weekend start for George House, but it managed still to gain a bit more confidence.
And there in the background, Nilas Malik retired on lap number 3. Will have to fight back in the 2nd and 3rd rounds of these junior heats later on in the day. Max Endicott showing his experience once again here in X30 Junior, took the race lead. But there would be more changes as the race would go on. Aurelio Longitano made a good move on Nubelo Morales for P3. Turn 7 is quickly becoming the hotspot, isn't it, for the drivers to get deep on the brakes, turn in with that early apex to gain positions. That was Longitano again with Morales. Czech Peters and Teo Polican going wheel to wheel into the second half of the race. You can see the juniors, you often see it in X30 Junior, very expressive with their communications between one another. That was George Clark trying to give the instructions. More overtaking going on. This was brilliant from Longitano. Just held that inside line, knew the others would run out wide to take the race lead, and this battle continued into turn 5. Clever positioning there from Nubelo Morales to retake second place. And then, once again, turn 7 was the scene of a change for the race lead there. Longitano couldn't really do much about that. That was clever positioning from Czech Peters to close off any counter-attack from the Swiss driver, but that was the key moment that gave Nubelo Morales the win. Nubelo moves on to the second round. There was a little acknowledgement of the team's efforts there coming into the weighbridge. Mondial Motorsport looking very, very strong this weekend. I think they're going to be definite contenders for the win tomorrow.
Yeah, they're one of the local teams, very much well known onto the Spanish karting scene. Now, we're going to have a little bit of a break before the next one. We stay with the juniors as always, because they're going to have another race coming up that will see C versus D. And you can see now the schedule that we have ahead. The next round, the next race in a bit less than 4 minutes. And then we'll go back to the seniors once again. Now, first the mini for the first qualifying heat. We were supposed to have 2 mini races before the group was reduced back to just 1 together. Then another rotation of the senior category before the lunch break and the rest of the afternoon. But before that, let's take a short break. We'll be back just after this.
Now, I've been excited to try this model for some time, the Playseat Formula Intelligence F1 Edition, because it's been designed with the help of real F1 drivers and also some of the top sim racers on the planet. Let's see what it's like. Being in this seating position definitely makes it so immersive that you feel like you genuinely are in a race. Your mind takes over and tells you that you're in an actual race. You feel very much at one with the car, as a part of the car, and as a part of this race. The Formula Intelligence has the monitor built in and integrated into the frame, and that really means that your field of vision and your depth is very accurate and truly immersive. Tell you what, my palms are sweating, so I think I've gotten a bit too immersed in this experience. The force lock system allows you to move everything around to really create a bespoke seating experience and make it super comfy for exactly how you would want it as a driver. The seat padding is obviously of a very high quality material. It feels very comfy, very supportive on my lower back. Racing is all about chasing the last 100th of performance and looking for marginal gains. And if you can be comfortable and if you can be fully immersed in the car, you could really unlock some extra speed, I think. So on the whole, it's been very impressive in terms of how you feel at one with the car, how you can be consistent with it as well, lap after lap, because the frame doesn't move. You feel it's solid, so you can just keep working on your own driving and try and improve. Whatever you're looking for, you can secure your seat for next season at playseat.com. I'll see you on the track.
Welcome back to Zuera. You're watching live coverage here from Spain of IAME Euro Series Round 1 for the 2026 season. Andrew Mather and Guillaume Alvarez in the commentary box overlooking the start line for you here on a glorious day in northern Spain. Winter has definitely gone. We're into the spring. We're into racing season. And we're ready for this next heat. It's X30 Junior, Groups C and D. This is their first bit of racing action of the week. 1 minute board in the air there from Chief Grid Officer Ross Upton. to tell the drivers to get ready for the formation laps. We've already had a look at Charles Ral there on pole position. There's Freddie Wood, who will start on the outside of row 1. Has had that team change that we talked about a lot at IAME Winter Cup. Now with Fusion Motorsport, has looked very good so far this season. Does particularly like these fast-flowing Spanish circuits. Less than 30 seconds to go then before the start of this one. It'll be another 20 drivers on the grid for this race. And some strong drivers in the second half of the field as well. Again, the timed qualifying very, very close. All about whether you can get that slipstream. Can make, for some parts of the grid, a little bit of a lottery. But the good thing about this circuit, you can overtake, you can respond back after difficulties on Thursday. Right, formation lap is underway. Let's take you through the full starting order for this qualifying heat. Charles Ral for the Pébécart team. The French driver starts on pole position for this one. Freddie Wood alongside on the outside of row number 1. Ivan Gonzalez, another of the drivers from the Monlau Motorsport team. We've just seen Monlau take the win with Nuvola Morales in the previous race. What can Gonzalez do from row number 2? He's joined by Alejandro Campos, Antoine Venance and Santiago Barashko from row number 3. Aaron Richardson and Jarlath Sayer form up an all-British row 4. Tony Catrafero and the first of those drivers I'd say to keep an eye on. Ludwig Gronquist starts 10th for this one. That's the first half of your field.
There we have on row number 6, Edward Godfrey and Colby Pattinson, Andy Stewart and Justin Stewart on row number 7. Row number 8, Zoltan Koigny and Shem Zazlik. Orion Meta and Hugo Bernard, row number 9. And at the back end of the grid, Karl Lundberg and Manoa Laurent. In the end, as we have Andy and Justin Stewart, brother and sisters, indeed, sharing that row number 7. We love a good family story in the world of motorsport and karting. So it's good to see them, not only on track, but side by side from that row number 7, both coming from Great Britain, as we do have everybody on board, 20 drivers in for that second junior heat, first rotation of the qualifying races for the drivers between 12 and 14 years of age. We'll see back for the start of the afternoon for some more racing. But now, Charles Ral, Freddie Wood, under the close monitoring of Martin Bean, the IAME Euro Series race director, familiar face in the world of karting for many, many seasons as part of the RGMMC family.
Absolutely. I thought I'd just write that down for you, mate, because a pause and a thought for the Stewart family right now. The longest run of the season, down into turn 1, first racing action of the weekend, and sister and brother alongside each other into that turn 1. I'm sure they'll be all good. Andy had a very good run at the Champions of the Future Academy programme event a week or so ago, so is in good form heading into this one. But on good form as well is Charles Ral, another of the drivers moving up from Mini in 2025 to the juniors. Had the best result of the season for the number 17 driver here in the Minis last year. So this could be an interesting one to see who emerges on top here. X30 Junior, Group C and D. Lights are out. We are racing once again. Charles Ral will take us through turn 1. It's a good start for those on the inside as expected. Freddie Wood's going to have to be patient here, starting from the outside of row number 1. Down into turn 2 they go. It's a good start for Ivan Gonzalez as well. He's looked very strong in free practice so far this week. Differing lines, all caught up there. And there's a little bit of a concertina and 4 drivers at least involved. Andy Stewart is one of them. I think was that the 65 possibly in there as well. You've got the number 10 of Ludwig Gronquist, the 76 of Jarlath Sayer. So this is all around row 4 and backwards, involved in what's happened there. That actually started a little bit further up the order, and then all of those drivers simply had nowhere to go. They all get back into the race, but in terms of good results in this one, their hopes are pretty much over. Yeah, it is, unfortunately for them, but they're going to have a lot of work to put into that race, but these are hopes of a strong result, certainly going to the bin in a space of just seconds, but everybody back onto the track. That's the first good news, and no one injured. As this is 1 lap completed. Let's have a look at the gaps. Charles Ral still very much in the lead from pole. Under the pressure from Ivan Gonzalez. Antoine Venant from VDK just behind. Keeping a close watch. A few meters just behind. Now try to get involved as outside of the first turns. Still no move from
Ivan Gonzalez, one of the local Spanish drivers outside of turn number 4, where we had that drama, but the marshals were very fast on the intervention onto the scene as we ride on board with the driver in their 3rd place. Now this is slightly further back behind the number 17 in this classification. Oh, this is Ivan Gonzalez, my apologies. Right on board here in 2nd place, right into the heart of the action. Let's see if Ivan will pull out a move while we ride with him as in the last sector into the section of 9, 10 and 11 into the last chicane, where you could see that could provide some interesting opportunities. Maybe a little bit early for Ivan Gonzalez to make the move. If he has a good momentum on the outside of last turn, that could prove interesting as they come across. Let's see. Now the slipstream, you can see him getting closer into turn number 1. The breaking point on number 2 will be one to watch.
The eagle eye amongst you, we have many very knowledgeable people about the sport of karting who support this sport brilliantly as Ivan Gonzalez goes down the inside, takes the race lead. Might be looking at that front left tyre and going, Andrew, why is that tyre looking so good? Little note for all drivers in this one, groups C and D. I think I'm right in saying every driver in this race was in the first qualifying group yesterday, which ran decidedly slower than the second one. Why? They all sat in the pre-grid way too long and only got a single flying lap in. All of the tyres in this race are pretty much still brand new. They've not even, they may have got they've got the release agents off them now. It was a very peculiar session. They're only 4 minutes long, the time of qualifying. There's a couple of the minis will be up on track in a bit. Watch on. But yeah, it was 4 minutes. And it was like, okay, they're sitting there.
We kept waiting.
3 minutes, 2 minutes 15. It's like, come on, guys, you need to get out on circuit here because you're not going to get 2 or 3 laps in. And that's why you're seeing in this race a lot of the tyres for these drivers looking a little bit fresher than what we saw in the previous race. Penalty in the form of a warning flag plus 5 seconds for Eduard Godfroy. At the moment, that would drop Godfroy down from 8th place down to the end of the pack of drivers who did not have a problem on the first lap, so down behind Colby Patterson in 15th place. But Gonzalez leading this one in the early stages. Charles Rural in 2nd place, Antoine Venant 3rd. The flip side of that moment yesterday, though, is these could be quite key laps for these drivers. They're getting an opportunity that they don't normally get, which is a bit of reference data for pretty much brand new tyres in race conditions and how to manage that, because that may come into play later on in the weekend when they get the second set out.
Yeah, let's not forget that they have one set pretty much to play with between qualifying and the superheat, assuming that most of them keep the fresh rubber for the final tomorrow afternoon. But that does the same as well for all the drivers involved. But now, still a steady part of the race. No one dares to move a muscle just yet. Freddie Wood, the fastest from 4th place, trying to catch up as well. Still 1.2 seconds behind with Aaron Richardson just behind in 5th place. So those two working together to try to decrease that gap to get themselves into the battle for the lead. Because at some point, Gonzalez, Ural and Charles Venant, they are sort of working together as well. No one dares to just make the move yet. They might wait for the last lap maybe to try to switch a positions or two. But as for now, they try to get the momentum going until the checkered flag. Where will the first move come from? Charles Ural very close on. Antoine Venant dropping a bit of momentum in the last 2 corners. Good to see him, the young Belgian driver, back at his best level now, working towards those first few positions at the forefront of the pack. Remember that a few months ago he suffered a quite bad injury that kept him away from racing tracks for quite a few months. And now he's slowly but firmly back into contention. It's showing that right now. As for now, this is the penultimate lap, and there's not a lot of time remaining for either Charles Ural or Antoine Venant to try to pick up that win. Ivan Gonzalez on control mode, but not quite so sure now. Under the pressure into the turn number 5 just in front of us. That could get down to the wire there, Andrew.
Absolutely, and I tell you what, those 2 fusions look really, really quick in the second half of this race. Freddie Wood, who had that great performance in Valencia at the IAME Winter Cup, and Aaron Richardson, who probably not a name as familiar to European level karting, but had a real breakthrough season last year in the British National Championships, was very high up the final classification order. And of course, with Riley Cranham moving on to car racing, he was very much the leader in the Fusion Motorsport awning for the juniors last year. And I know Aaron learnt a lot from being alongside. Right, we're on the final lap. Ivan Gonzalez is defending here for the race lead. 3 wide off of turn 2, involving those 2 Fusions. How has Freddie Wood done that? That is sensational stuff from Freddie Wood up to second place, but now he's going to have to defend for that run into turn number 5. Charles Ral there in 3rd place. Aaron Richardson now P4, then on down to 5th place. This is good for Ivan Gonzalez. Could we see 2 Monlau Motorsport victories in the first round of X30 Junior? I think we're going to see that indeed, because Wood's having to defend once again from Iral for second place through turn number 7. That's going to open the gap. Great racing as well between Richardson and Renault for 4th and 5th place. But what a statement this is from Monlau Motorsport. They will not have been happy after time qualifying yesterday. They almost executed time qualifying perfectly, but almost isn't enough. They have responded brilliantly. Ivan Gonzalez makes it 2 wins from 2 for Monlau Motorsport. Freddie Wood, P2. Good points for him and Fusion Motorsport. Charles Ral comes home P3 and shows once again that that he is definitely going to be a factor here once again at Zuera, like he was last year in the minis. Antoine Vrenon 4th, Aaron Richardson 5th. Good points for them also. Alejandro Campos quietly comes home P6. That's something to build on for the rest of the weekend. Edouard Godefroy 7th on the road, but has a +5 second penalty to be applied. At the moment, that will drop him down, rough maths, down to around 14th place between Patterson and Lundberg. Zoltan Koini 8th on the road. Great drive as well from Manoa Laurent, another one of the newer names for the PGM team. Managed to weave a way through the chaos of the first lap and brings home a P9 finish up 11. That's a great result for the Belgian. Orion Meta as well with those heroics at IAME Winter Cup, showing that it wasn't a flash in the pan, up 7 in that one to P10. Hugo Berner 11th, Johnston Stewart P12, Colby Patterson and Carl Lundberg 13th and 14th. Sem Chaslik 15th. And then we're into the ones who had problems in the early stages. Ludwig Gronqvist, P16, disappointing start for the Swede. Santiago Barros, 17th. Andy Stewart, 18th. 2 retirements from that race, maybe conserving tyres a bit, thinking, well, we're not going to get a good result in this one. We'll try and fight back later on. Tony Cacciafiero will get points for 19th. Charles Sayer will get points for 20th.
Good run for the juniors, C versus D, and Ivan Gonzalez after picking up the pole position. And the win after the qualifying heats at the Winter Cup, well, he starts his IAME Euro Series campaign on the right spot as well, on top of the classification here. As you can see him now getting back into the Parc Fermé, the scale zone. Freddie Wood, what a move. We're going to see that again in the replay right now, coming from 4th to 2nd place into the last lap. Here's how it looked onto the track with a good start from the left side of your picture from the pole sitter, Charles Ral, Freddie Wood, who lost a bit of momentum and positions on being on the outside, coming to turn number 1, on board with Ivan Gonzalez on the inside from the second row of the grid from 3rd, just behind the pole sitter. That's the 2nd best place on the karting grid, just behind the pole sitter. And then mayhem, unfortunately, happening in turn number 2 and up to 4. A couple of drivers getting involved for, getting in contact. Big incident there involving the likes of the 76 of Charles Sayer, Tony Cacciafiero, and the stewards, and the rest who dropped a lot of positions, and that was a race pretty much done and dusted. As Ivan Gonzalez was making his bit on the leader, Charlie Hall was leading, but not for long. A dive on the inside for the Spaniard, and from then on, it was pretty much uncatchable. Yeah,
real composure there from Gonzalez through turn 4. The front of that kart looks very planted indeed. And as I say, we've seen a lot of speed from them through free practice so far this week. And for the juniors, something to think about to how to deal with the form of Monlau Motorsport. That was the moment for Freddie Wood to take P2 going on to the last lap. This was the run to the line as well between Vernelt and Richardson for P4. Very strong performances from all of those drivers. There's going to be more of that, folks, here at Zuera. You get that classic run to the line. Bit of slipstream as well. Sometimes some side drafting as well at this place. But for Ivan Gonzalez and Nubula Morales, 50 points apiece. They will return as well with all of the other juniors later on in the day. The second round of heats for that age category is at 1:50 here local time. Not quite done though with our first rotation of the day. Time for the minis to head out on circuit, and this is going to be fun because all of them are heading out on circuit in one big race, all 31 of them for 6 laps here in the first of 3 qualifying heats for our youngest drivers. And what a story yesterday in timed qualifying. If you weren't here, folks, and you've not had a chance to look through the results on the IAME Euro Series website, let me tell you a little story. 2 Fusion drivers, Alfie Davidson, Mason Hibbert, perfection in terms of teamwork. They pushed each other around. They did exactly the same lap time to the thousandths of a second. The rules then go to the second fastest times, and they were 1,000th apart in the favour of Alfie Davidson. Those two are going to be very, very fun to watch in this one, and I think they were both quite happy for one another as well afterwards. Let's hear what Alfie Davidson had to say after time qualifying yesterday.
Alfie Davidson, wow, what a job you've done here in qualifying in Zuera. Talk us through that lap, because that was on the thin edge in the end.
Yeah, it was a very good lap from me and Mason, obviously. Pushing the whole day, really, and we've been fastest all day, so happy with myself.
Yeah, a good teamwork, certainly, with Mason, your teammate at Fusion. Will it be the same coming to the qualifying heats tomorrow?
Hopefully we can just push away, get away, so it's not a 10-kart battle, more or less a 1-kart battle with teammates, so yeah, good.
What have you learned from the Zuera layout? Because this is very large, very long, and very fast as well.
Yeah, it's really fast. It's like quite grippy as well, so you can carry a lot of speed, and yeah, good.
All right, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Nice to hear from Alfie Davidson, who yesterday, as you said, Andrew, with Mason Hibbert, his Fusion Motorsport teammate, gave us some vintage F1 vibe a la Schumacher, Friends and Villeneuve back in Jerez 97, if you remember. Equal lap times pretty much in qualifying by the thousandth of a second almost. But he's going to have to make do with a lot of opposition, including Elias Sami by his side on the front of the grid, driving for the DK Academy. DK going for Mr. Danny Curl, who was with us this weekend, the former OK World Champion back in PFI 2017, as Elias Sami will be one to watch, certainly, with Mason Hibbert just behind Alfie Davidson and Chester Fawkes, another one of the young British drivers, a lot of them in the mini classes. It is Chester Fawkes with on the outside coming to the turn number 1 or second row with the Argenti colours on his racing suit, ready to go for battle.
Absolutely. As much as we've praised the Fusion Motorsport duo, we've got to praise the DK Academy duo as well. They did a similarly very strong job working together in the second session. There's the driver who'll be starting this one at P5, as I think we can hear the fighter jets flying over. There's a fair amount of military activity in this part of the world. Lopez will start P5. There is Charles Clough as well, another British driver. 5 British drivers in the top 6 at the start of this one. Clough with Excel Motorsports again for this season, and of course that's a good package to have. That's the same package that we saw George House take the title in X30 Mini with last year. There's Artur Konovalov, the first of the T, actually the second of the T groups. That's the Club Calicarts. I think you're going to see a lot of teamwork in this one, because you've got 2 Fusions, you've got 2 DK Academies, you've got 2 Club Calicarts as well that will look to work together. Here's a little bit of a wild card, Dimi Uzanov, who has done a lot of racing in the UK, races different categories. This is his first foray this season into European level racing. He is loving racing here around Zuera, and we'll start this race from P8 on the grid. The clear the grid sign has been shown, so all the mechanics, their work is done. They can't, of course, do any work on the pre-grid, and they will watch from the sidelines.
Artur Konovalov at the wheel of another of the Calicar on track from Club Calicar. Indeed, interestingly, one of the most prestigious brands in the world in history of karting, Calicar, coming back to the fore this season with a brand new official team as well, the Lenovo Calicar that you might have seen competing in other series on the international European and worldwide level. So good to see a brand like Calicart, being amongst the top brands once again. Watch out as well from Harry Chapman, wheel of the Enza kart machine from MP Motorsport. A new outing, new colors, new team as well. Ready to shake up a little bit the hierarchy that we've seen over the years.
First time Chapman has raced as part of a team pretty much ever. Has tended to always run as a privateer, or I think he ran a little bit with Tim Wilson Motorsport back in the UK a couple of times. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Chapman does here in this one. As I say, this is a bit of new territory, racing with a bigger organisation. There are some of the mechanics waiting nervously, perhaps, ahead of this first race. X30 Mini Racing is sensational around this place. Because of that big slipstream, it is very, very difficult for a race leader to break away. I remember back to Ollie Warner, for example, a couple of years ago, won the final from quite a way back. But before we talk about finals, we've got these 3 heats to carry through. The first of them here for X30 Mini. Let's take you through the grid for this first race. Alfie Davison starts on pole position. Ilyas Sami, great qualifying yesterday. He's alongside on the front row. Mason Hibbert and Chester Fawkes making an all-British front 2 rows. Nico Lopez starts P5 with Charles Clough alongside on the 3rd row. Artur Konovalov and Dimi Uzanov go from row 4. Martin Chekin-Gomez and Harry Chapman go from row 5. And then it's Ollie Surley and Bodie Batch on row number 6.
Row number 7, Ilan Timota and Bruce Chirino. Row number 8, Aaron Bordanova, the Winter Cup winner, and Leo De Jaime Garcia. Row number 9, Matis Pissens and Ivans Voronins. Row number 10, Axel Lenders and Arthur Soin, followed on row number 11 by Matteo Campobello and Saif Al Khalifa.
Row number 12 then, Laurent Salmer and Martin Rodriguez. Luis Bartanotte and Gilles Dewale go from row 13. Corey Lyons, another one of the DMS runners, goes from row 14 in this one, is joined by Ben Eiton. Milo Cornell and Eduardo Alessandro go from row number 15. And then to complete the 31 runners, it's Darren Arthur Gunny starting there in the 463. Once again, 50 points available for the race winner in this one. And remember, all the points for the intermediate standings get combined at the end of the day to set the grids for the super heats tomorrow. The good news for these drivers as well, no cut-off at all this weekend. Yep. So as long as they can keep everything together, the machinery good and all the rest of it, they will all feature in the final on Saturday. There's a quick look into race control as well. Head of race control for this weekend is David Manchester there in the foreground. In the background is Sam Fisher there looking over the huge array of cameras, keeping on top of all of the action out there and in constant communication with our race direction team out there on circuit, led by, in fact, no, we've had a swap. Dan Ashton will take the lights, I think, for this one, our Deputy Race Director, with Martin Bean on the right-hand side there, our race director for this weekend.
The Mini into the warm-up laps, the second one around here, the Circuito Internacional de Zuera, 1.7 kilometer of length and one of the longest tracks in the world of karting, that's for sure. And when you see the size of those Mini drivers, they look very tiny through the scale of the layout that we have this weekend. But it looks to be in good formation. Shall we go racing first time we're asking? The lights go out. No, not quite yet. We go around for one extra lap. Well, Andrew, this is the first time that we get there, and since we have Dan Ashton for the first time, launching the drivers into racing mode, is going to have another attempt. He wasn't satisfied, and fair enough. It seemed to us that indeed the formation of the grid wasn't close enough. It's down to the pole sitter once we get past the red line into the first sector of the layout to pace everybody down to make sure that we have all the drivers into formation. Not going too fast, not going too slow. It's always a bit of a thin edge that you have to drive through this warm-up laps. It takes experience, it takes practice. Doesn't mean that you don't get to see that in more experienced categories like the seniors. We get to see that quite sometimes. But between the red line and the yellow line in the middle of the starting grid, no overtaking is allowed. So that's why it's very important for the pole sitter to show the good example, making sure that everybody is timed right in this particular part of the track And sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong, but it's in the end down to the race director to decide, okay, shall we go racing or not?
Yeah, I fully agree with the decision there from Dan Ashton. The front of the field, the pole side, way too quick, accelerating out of and through turn 15. And they need to wait. They need to be more patient. This is looking a bit better. Into the tram lines we go. Do we get going at the second time of asking? Yes, we do. Lights out. Away and racing for the first time this week here in X30 Mini. Good start for Davidson. Bold start as well from Sammy round the outside, trying to hold P2, but may lose a couple of positions here. Hibbert's down the inside. It's a Fusion 1-2 immediately in this one. Then the two DK Academy drivers in there in third and fourth. Chester Forks fighting for that fourth place. Oh, there's a little bit of tussling in the middle of the pack as they run out of turn number 4. But apart from that, everybody is still running. Good start, though, for Alfie Davidson. Very experienced driver now at this level. He's been racing with the Water Swift platform both nationally and here in the IAME Euro Series for already 2 full seasons. And he's showing at the front of this race at the moment why he is one of the favourites for the 2026 season.
And Mason Hebert, I was going to say picking up second place, but he's losing it to Elias Sami by the look of it on the opening lap. We're about to have a 1-2 from Fusion Motorsport protecting each other. It might come into play a little bit later. 6 laps to go through, 1 lap down already, the shortest of races for the competitors this weekend. So no time, not a lot of time on their hands to play too much into the field. 1 lap completed. Davidson, Elias Sami, Hebert, Chester Forks, Charles Clot, Dimitri Uzanov, Nicolas Lopez, Artur Kovalanov, Bordanova, and Martis Sachagomis running up your top 10. Our Chapman dropped 6th place down to P16, unfortunately, for the new MP Car Racing driver. He's going to have to work a little bit into the field to try to climb up as much as he can. But now, Davidson Hebert back in 2nd place. That's going to be interesting. Sammy dropped another positions to the benefits of Chester Forks, now up into 3rd. So, as we said, a Fusion full control now, but for how long Forks is trying to snip a little bit around the inside, coming to the hairpin. He's having none of it. He's going to have to wait a little bit.
Yeah, Chester Forks, another driver who has got experience beyond his years. Another who, like George House, started racing when he was around 6 years old, down the inside of Hibbert there on that wide entry into turn 9. This could be an opportunity, though, for Sammy to go back into 3rd place. Good back and forth between these drivers as they exit turn 15. Alfie Davidson, though, I'd say I've watched him race for a good couple of years. I would say his biggest strength is Forks has a look here for P2. In fact, Forks goes for the race lead.
Wow.
What a push there between the 2 DK Academy drivers. Great teamwork between Forks and Sammy to wrestle control of this race away from the Fusions.
Yeah, that's the way we like to see it. On entering lap number 3, already halfway through that race. Buddy Batch in the meantime from Fusion, the fastest in the race, but DK Academy very much in control at the moment, as Fusion seems to be in a bit of a trouble with Uzunov and Charclo getting into the mix. Bordanova and Lopez not far behind. So we could have ourselves a couple of drivers into that same battle, into the hairpin in turn number 7. Forks, Sammy, Hebert just behind, Davidson, Uzunov, Charclo, Bordanova as well, very close, as Lopez Konovalov. Sachagomis still running up that top 10, and Batch, as I said, that is making her positions up to P10. But look at how close this is. As for now, Forks and Sammy are going to have to work slightly together to push forward. It's pointless at this point to try to fight for the P1 as for now, because doing that could get back into the hands of Alfie Davidson just behind, unless Davidson goes and takes matter in his own hand. We go in lap number 4. Look at how close that is, Andrew. That could go left or right. Entering turn number 2. Around the inside, and the lead position changing hands once again.
Oh, brilliant work there from Alfie Davidson to retake the lead of this one. Mason Hibbert's down the inside and jumps up to 2nd place. So just like that, it's a Fusion 1-2 once again. Forks still holding there in 3rd place, trying to get back down the inside of Mason Hibbert. May need an assist again from his teammate Elias Sami to retake 2nd place. In fact, Sammy's gone through and taken the position away. This is brilliant racing as expected in the X30 Minis. Dimi Uzanov now getting involved there, the 3rd of the DK Academy karts, now up to P4. And look at everybody else coming into play. This is what we're meaning about these drivers. They need to keep themselves composed. You can move through from further down the order round this circuit. There goes Uzanov through past Forks. This is not the time to panic. This is not the time to think, oh, everything's going wrong, because naturally things will close back up again, and you can move up in a couple of laps because it's such a long lap here. You can turn 10th place into something in a top 5 pretty straightforwardly if you can keep your composure. Here's another move. Hibbert down the inside takes the position away from Uzanov. So Hibbert now back up to P3. Forks there P4. Charles in Europe. Charlie back in the UK.
I'm sure he won't
there
mind.
into P5. And Conor Valov also now on the move in the 446, moving up to 6th.
And there's a switch for the lead once again. Sami in front of Davidson on lap number 5. It's about now or never for Elias Sami, indeed, taking the lead from Davidson now, who might be expecting a little bit of help from Mason Habert, his teammate from Fusion just behind, but he's having a lot on his plate as well, with Forks, Charlie Cloak and Konovalov on his tail. Couple of battles split by a couple of meters here in the upper part of the classification, but for now, the lead and the battle for that P1 is still very much undecided. Sami in the lead, Davidson just behind, Mason Habert giving a little bit of hand as, that's interesting. Mason Habert picking up a warning flag and a 5-second penalty for causing a collision. So whatever happens, well, if he wins, he will lose that position after the race due to that 5-second penalty as we get into the final lap. But Mason Habert may be unaware of the decision for the marshals and the officials. Around the inside goes Davidson, but Sami is closing that door.
I've got to say, Elias Sami's transformation, that's all getting a little bit close through turn number 4. How is this going to shake out? I think Hibbert's up to P2. Forks there, P3. Clough now 4th. Alfie Davidson has been swallowed up by the pack. And nothing much that he could do there. There goes Aaron Bordenova, who had that great run at the IAME Winter Cup with that replica tribute Michael Schumacher helmet that's absolutely fantastic. The PB kart driver down the inside on Konovalov for, I've lost track which position that is for. I think it's around 6th place. As here are the top 5. Race victory is still not decided. Elias Sami, whose improvements over the last 6 to 9 months have been stratospheric, took the fastest time in his qualifying group yesterday, and if he can hold on here over the line, it's a long run there to the checkered flag. Who's going to take this one on the line? Hibbert's got it, but 5-second penalty. So Elias Sami will still take the 50 points. That is a breakthrough result for Elias Sami. He won't like that he got pipped on the line there. And that is something to note for later on in the rounds, especially when we get to the final tomorrow, that can happen on that run out of turn 15. But Hibbert on the road, that 5 seconds, that's going to be costly. I think he's going to drop Hibbert down to around 17th place. And he's going to make it a DK Academy 1-2 as well. Sami from Forks, Charles Clough 4th on the road, Dimi Uzanov 5th on the road ahead of Aaron Bordenova, Alfie Davidson, Artur Konovalov, Martin Chakin-Gomez and Bodie Batch is your top 10 over the line. As expected, Guillaume.
Wow.
Proper entertainment from the minis here at Zuera.
That's the least we can expect from the minis. As always in the IAME classes, Mason Hibbert, winner on the road, as we said, picking up a 5-second penalty, so we'll drop back in order, giving the win to Elias Sami in front of Chester Forks. 4th on the road, Charles Clough in front of Dimitar Uzanov, Aaron Bordenova in 5th place. From 6th place it is from Alfie Davidson, all Polsitter dropping all the way down to P7 in the end. And then we have 8th place for Martin Chakin-Gomez from Bondi Batch, Bruce Cherino climbing to P11, from Harry Chapman, Leo De Jaive Garcia, Nicola Lopez, Mattis Pissens in P15, Milo Cornel, the Belgian driver from Spirit, 13 places gained up to P16 from Ivan Voronins, Bediten, Martin Rodriguez, and Ode Sorley, Axel Lenders just outside the top 20, followed by Saif Al Khalifa, Corey Lyons, Elan Timotin, Laurent Sommerfin, Louis Paternot, Arthur Gani. Then we have Arthur Jossogne, Gilles De Waal, Matteo Campobello, and Eduardo Alessandro. And despite all the trouble in the early lap, well, everybody made it through to the checkered flag. Mason Hibbert, your winner on track. Congratulated. Still strong effort, a good racing for Mason Hibbert. showing the pace that he gave us already yesterday in qualifying. But unfortunately, if it stays like it is, he won't be able to keep that result.
No, indeed. As I say, all the results are provisional at this stage, of course. Here are some of the highlights from, as I say, a really entertaining start to things in X30 Mini here this weekend. This was one of the early moves from Sami down the inside of Hibbert there for P2, but we always knew across the course of these 6 laps that were going to be lots of changes for the lead, lots of changes in the top 5, and it was all about just keeping yourself in play for the last lap and a half here in X30 Mini. This was a good attempt from Chester Forks, trying to get through past Mason Hibbert. And the British drivers who all know each other very well, of course. They've come up through the levels of their national championships and raced here a lot in Europe already. A good number of these drivers we saw join the grid for IWF at the back end of last year. This was a brilliant bit of teamwork. At first, I thought Forks was just going for P2 on Hibbert, but then that little nudge from Sami got him into the race lead, and Sami through as well, put the Fusions down to a battle at that moment for 3rd and 4th. But again, this is such a hard circuit to break away when you're in the mini category. Even when there's 2 of you at the front and you look like you could possibly break away, if there's a big pack behind, and if they can keep themselves organised, they will inevitably pull you back.
In some parts of the track, the difference with or without the slipstream is around the second, as they told us in qualifying. So I would not be surprised to have equally big gaps into the race, whether you're driving around with someone close. But the battles were aplenty indeed, as into the hairpin of the number 7. A lot of them into the racing line. Some of them just outside of it. You could see different battles as Elias Sami made his move on Mason Hibbert before they would come down onto the line, split by just 24,000 of a second, would you believe, on the checkered flag. But at some point, well, the DK Academy driver was in the lead. Mason Hibbert was preparing for the attack under the pressure from his teammate. At some point, losing that second place with Chester Fork, as well as other drivers, as Alfie Davidson, making their way into the inside line. The battle was raging. Some of those further back as well, losing momentum. 3 side by side into the corner. Certainly going wrong a little bit there. But even though we had a lot of battles, things got heated, and this is the finish, the photo finish line. Look at that slipstream that we mentioned before of Mason Hibbert going on the left side, right side of your picture, onto the line. A little bit of the push from the belly, and they were split by 24,000 of a second onto the line at the advantage of the Fusion drivers. So good run onto the line. That's what we like to see, but as a result, he might not be able to keep that win.
And Ilias will learn from that. I think maybe the slight mistake is that he basically opened the door for Hibbert on that one. Yeah. But yeah, all things to learn on a first run here at Zuera. We're going to take a short break. That is the end of rotation number 1. We'll be back with the seniors after this. Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of the IAME Euro Series round number 1 for 2026 here at the Circuito Internacional de Zuera in northern Spain, just about 25 minutes drive north-northeast of Zaragoza. We're getting ready for the third round of heats in X30 Senior. 1 minute before the drivers roll out. It's Andrew Mather and Guillaume Alvarez on commentary duties for you here this weekend. There is your pole sitter, Ruben Moya. We heard from him earlier. Solid start to the races through the first 2 rounds. A second and a fourth are on the board for one of the favourites here this weekend. Really intrigued to see what Clément Outron does, though, in this race. Outron a little bit higher up the order in the intermediate points before this one. 2 second places so far, Guillaume, for the Frenchman. Indeed, the standard bearer of the Dream Racing team, former champion of Belgium in the IAME Benelux and former drivers for the likes of VDK and TB Kart in the past. But ever since he joined Dream Racing, well, it's a pair made in heaven, shall we say, between Clément Outron and Dream Racing. Driving for the first time this season, you might have noticed, with a slightly different chassis from last year, going from Cosmic to EOS as part of the OTK Kart group, Dream Racing being the official French importer of that brand, so that you know. Now, the whistle has been blown, the green flag is waving. It means that drivers get to make their way onto the track. Here's the grid in full. Ruben Moya starts on pole position. Joining him on the front row of the grid is Clément Outron. Matthias van der Kerkhoff wants an improvement here. 7th and 5th so far for the Belgian. Starts on the inside of row 2 alongside Emilia Carey. 9th and 10th so far for the Finn. Roxanne Lantinga, can she do it again? Won in the last round of heat. Starts on the inside of row 3. Is joined by Bertram Sash. Gabriel Stilp starts on the inside of row 4 alongside Aaron Vader. Igor Ivanchenko and Adam Rahali on row 5. Daniel Massier and Kevin Bakker, they go from row number 6. On row number 7, you will see Flavio Cara and Matteo Melis, Romain Saliseis and Andy Rattel. Row number 8, row number 9, Marc Granada and Jan Rodriguez. Row number 10, Jiménez Merkelbach and Luca Lestra. Max Lacroix and Ivan Dobik on row number 11. As we do have everybody on board once again, B versus F in the run of qualifying heats for the senior class. This is the second rotation of the day. We'll have 2 more this afternoon to make sure that all the drivers get their 5 qualifying races in the bag. And after that, the first classification will be established based on the points collected, as always, at the end of those heats. That will establish the first points awarded for the championship, but also the starting grids for the super heats of tomorrow. Let's ride on board, and that's a wise choice from our dear friend Oleg. Roxanne Lantinga will be with us for this race. A DNF and a P1 in impressive fashion for a race before for the newly engaged MP Motorsport driver for this season. She used to be driving Croc Promotion, as you might remember, but now different outfit, different material as well. Still the same ambition and the same impressive progression on top of the senior rankings. Can she do it again? As you said, Andrew, she will be starting from 5th on the grid on the inside line, which is always a slight advantage coming to turn number 1 on such a fast circuit as Zuera can be. But she's going to have in front of her Matthias van der Kerkhoff and Ruben Moya. A 2nd and a 4th for Ruben, who's been always a little bit, or shall we say, picking up the good results and being consistent through the heats before unleashing his full power coming to the final stage of a weekend. Absolutely, and that's one of the dangers for the rest of the competition. In recent times, Ruben Moya has often had difficulties in qualifying, not of his own fault at many points. The fact is at the front of this grid and already getting those points on the board. That could be a danger for the rest of them as we go into this weekend. There's Martin Bean. Back on the controls for the seniors to get this race underway. What are we going to see then across the course of the next 9 laps? Just over 15 kilometres for another heat here in X30 Senior. It's another calm run to the line. They hit the acceleration line now. We go green, we go racing once again, and once again it is a brilliant start for Ruben Moya, controlling the pace to the line. He leads into turn number 2 here on lap 1, and already the top 3 starting to break away. Clément Outron was wise to that as well, read the situation fantastically, holds 2nd place. Van der Kerkhoff as well up there in 3rd. Bit of an adjustment for another of the Dream Racing runners. In fact, is that another cracking start from Adam Rahali? I think it is. Adam had a really strong run in the previous race. went up to 5th place. Here we are now on board with Roxanne Lantinga. This is what the run down into turn 7 looks like in the middle. Oh, and that's a bold moment. Off the road goes Lantinga. That was Kevin Bakker, fellow Dutch driver, on the inside on the exit of turn 7. It's such a roller coaster at the moment for Roxanne Lantinga through this event so far and Winter Cup at Valencia. It's either very, very good or the complete opposite so far for Roxanne.
Yeah, quite unfortunate in the opening lap, being kicked a little bit out of the way by Kevin Baker. Certainly not the initial intention. We'll get back to that. But 0.2 of a second between Ruben Moya and Clément Autran. The battle is on, entering lap number 2 out of 9. Matthias van der Kerkhoff is still very much in 3rd place, still on board with Roxanne Lantinga. She fell down to P13, but already trying to make her way back up as Clément Autran on the inside of Ruben Moya. A quick look over the shoulder. Moya lets him through, so to speak. You know, this is still very early stages into the race. As long as he keeps Matthias van der Kerkhoff just behind, he will still be in prime position to try to switch those positions. Van der Kerkhoff already gesturing to Moya. Let's keep both our focus on Clément Autran, and as he says that, he has a bit of a sniff on the inside, clipping the curb slightly, try to impress Moya maybe a tiny bit, showing how much space he might have with this Car Republic machine. There's going to be a 3-driver golden battle between those two, but as long as they keep the momentum going, they will be able maybe to catch up with Clément Autran, because Clément Autran, not only a very skilled driver, but once in the lead, he turns into a machine, as Ruben Moya has other plans in mind. In turn number 1, you felt like Clément Autran maybe saw it coming, didn't make any unwise move, and the door was slightly open. That was enough for Ruben Moya. Clément Autran second, but not for long, as Van der Kerkhoff and maybe Adam Rahali might give him a hard time.
I like that move from Moya. That's really smart racing, because he'll have sensed closing in on that pack of 3. Adam Rahali and Bertram Sachser as well there in 6th place. And he was thinking, do you know what? I do not want to get involved in a battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. I'll take charge of this one. I'll take the lead of the races. There's a battle going on there again between Rahali and Sachser. And now Moya, I think Moya will start to turn the pace up now. This is where it's going to start getting tricky perhaps for the drivers in terms of tyres. They've already done a TQ and 2 full heats on the rubber that they've used, the first set of the race tyres. Now the temperatures are going up as well. Air temperature is 17 degrees. It'll be a lot warmer than that on track because of how open it is here. Here down the inside, teammate on teammate as Rahali goes through. Autran's really struggling here. Autran's going backwards. Sachser down the inside now takes 4th place. This is a bit of a surprise. Has Clément Autran maybe taken a little bit too much out of his materials in these first 2 races, perhaps?
Yeah, there's always a question of tire pressure as well is involved.
Yeah.
You know, that can be as well on the drivers and mechanics' nerves to try to find the right balance in terms of, you know, tire behavior on this layout. But now, great shot from the sideline there that we can see up close. Ruben Moya and Van der Kerkhoff, Adam Rahali, Sach Autran, Kevin Bakker, despite his early involvement into the incident with Roxanne Lantinga, still doing a good job up to P6 in front of Aaron Wida, Melis, as well as Kari and Lantinga. Roxanne Lantinga back up to P10 already, so she's climbing a couple of positions. And Luca Leistra is picking up a warning flag, and the 5 seconds that come with it, unfortunately for Leistra, who is currently a little bit further down in P17, but he will have those 5 seconds penalty as Bertrand Sach on the inside of Adam Rahali. Crazy, beautiful move on the inside of that very fast right-hander. And unfortunately for Bertrand Sach, I think that Kevin Baker was able to find a bit of space, and he made the move as well.
It's good racing here at the moment, once again in the X30 senior category. We're on lap 5 of 9, and ooh, there's an interesting bit of news. Roxanne Lantinga, fastest driver on circuit. She's got a bit of real estate to run into at the moment. Has got back up to P10 and is around 8 tenths behind Emilia Kari at the moment. So keep an eye on the 208 in the second half of this one. Roxanne Lantinga could still get some good points in this one. Remember, he's recovering back from a P21 due to a retirement in the first round. So he's a bit further down the intermediate classification as things stand. If this race was to finish as it is right now, Ruben Moya would take the lead, at least temporarily, in the intermediate classification. I've got to say, Matthias van der Kerkhoff is doing a great job as well to just help that 2-kart train. There's a move from Kevin Bakker down the inside of Adam Rahali, textbook into turn 1 up to 5th place.
Yeah, it was indeed Clément Autran and Rahali who both made their move earlier. with Bakker now getting ahead of the Frenchman for that top 5 potential finish. As we ride on board once again with Roxane Lantinga as she fights Emilia Cari for P9. The 250 in front of her as the 256 Emilia Cari from Mondler Motorsport. We'll get back to that as you can see the flowing layout of Zuera. Try not to clip the curb too much because these are very high inside curves that we have here on the Spanish track, and some of the drivers, except for the outside maybe, are really trying to avoid them as much as they can. Otherwise, we've seen in the past, in the first few races, that it can compromise your momentum throughout the course of that layout. But in a moment, as we're about to conclude lap number 6, the pressure still mounting on the shoulders of Ruben Moya. 2/10, even less than that maybe now as they come across. Matthias van der Kerkhoff is very much threatening. And so it's Kevin Bakker on the inside, trying to get around Clément Autran in turn number 1. Was Matthias van der Kerkhoff able to get past? Not quite yet on Ruben Moya, but that may come. It's a matter potentially of seconds before Matthias van der Kerkhoff might open that door. Will he wait maybe a little bit longer until the last lap to switch those positions? Will he dare to go for the move before? As Gabriel Stilt from Croc Promotion, fastest on the race, as he's trying to climb the field a little bit from P11.
This is great pace from Moya. 19.8 through the first sector. Only one other driver in the top 10 is also under 20 seconds through that first part of the course, and that is no surprise, Roxane Lantinga. So he's starting to get into a really strong position in this race. Here's the battle for third. I think you were absolutely spot on earlier, Guillaume, about tyre pressures, because Clément Autran's race pace in this second half has been much better, as there's a close moment again involving Adam Rahali. Matteo Mellis is in this group as well, over the line, defending to the inside now. So Sachs are going backwards, whereas Sachs had good pace in the first half, is now maybe on the defensive in the second half and could drop out of this this group. The top 8. There goes Van der Kerkhoff down the inside to take the race lead. So whilst Ruben Moya looks good 1 lap ago, Matthias van der Kerkhoff has responded brilliantly here, pulled that gap back and taken the race lead away from Moya.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful maneuver from the Belgian driver. Now up in the lead as we enter La Ultima Vuelta, the last lap very soon of this qualifying heat, the second rotation of qualifying races. That would be an important win for Matthias van der Kerkhoff, considering that he's fighting for the overall leadership of the classification ranking. Still a couple of races to go after this one, 2 more for the seniors after this one, but still, can Ruben Moya fight back into the last lap? Will he be able to make the move? Will he try to keep that position? It will be the second place out of 3 races, but he might have still something to say in this race. Coming close outside of the number 1 with the slipstream. The Spaniard very much threatening to the Belgian on the inside. Beautifully made, and he goes on top. Ruben Moya back in P1, going from the outside, switching racing line into between himself and between the curb and Matthias van der Kerkhoff. That was enough for him to go back as leader.
But we're not done yet. There's more overtaking opportunities, at least 3 overtaking opportunities for Van der Kerkhoff to go. Here's one of them into turn number 7. Moya covers the inside line, will control speed off of the apex of the corner. That's great driving from both Moya and Van der Kerkhoff. Turn 9 is going to be next. This wide entry where you can sling it down the inside. How much does Moya defend into this technical section? He takes a very nice middle of the road line. He doesn't want to compromise his exit speed too much. Now the final one. Moya, good run through turn 14. That might be enough, but here will come Van der Kerkhoff with the slipstream, with the power, but Moya will hold on. Moya takes the race win, a crucial one in his quest to be on pole position potentially for one of the super heats tomorrow. Matthias van der Kerkhoff gets his best result of the week so far as well with that P2. Clément Autran, difficult first 3 laps. Great response from the Frenchman. That's what we love to see from Clément Autran. That's second and third now as things stand. Kevin Bakker, a combative drive there up to P4, a gain of 8. And again, I'm loving the racing in X30 Senior so far this weekend. It's properly tactical and really, really interesting to see how the different drivers are working their way through these qualifying heats.
Tactical consistency as well, and yeah, a little bit of trouble for some of them. You mentioned Clément Autran at some point. He could have ended like P5 or P6, was able to get back within the top 3 positions, being consistent with after 2 second places But in the end, Ruben Moya was able to get Matthias van der Kerkhove behind him onto the line, split by less than 1/10 of a second. Clément Tran third, Kevin Bakker, good result, P8 places climbed up to P4. Then we have Bertram Sach, Matteo Melis, Aaron Wida, Roxanne Antinga. This, with what happened in the first lap, she still managed to recover up to P8. For Mark Granada, 9, Adam Rahali, P10. Then we have Andy Rattel, Egor Ivanchevko, Jan Rodriguez, Gabriel Stelpt, Max Lacroix, Flavio Kera, Emilia Carey, Luca Leistra, all the way down to P17. From Romain Saleses, Remes Merkelbach, Ivan Dobic, and Daniel Massia from Club Colica that will last through the course of that race. And as a driver, make their way back onto the scale. First P1 of the weekend for Ruben Moya.
Very good work there from Ruben Moya, who will very likely move up the order at the end of round 3 in the intermediate points. The question now is how much further will he move up the order? Another very controlled start. I wonder if other drivers are going to start looking at that when they start on pole position to think, actually, yeah, let's just hold the pace right up to the acceleration line, because that's twice. That's worked very, very well for Ruben Moya. This was the view on board with Roxanne Lantinga on a very busy first lap. There going through was the 320 of Adam Rahali, who had a great start. Look at that, round the outside of not 1, but not 2, but 3 to move up into the top 5. Now, I'm interested to see what happens out of here, out of turn 5, and then towards turn 7. This is where things all went a bit awry for Roxanne Lantinga, who's on the outside. Karts on the inside, and boom, there we go, off the road. A little bit of rallycross for Roxanne. But the positive, though, the race pace is definitely there. Able to pull back up into the top 8 by the end of those 9 laps.
Yeah, looking back at it, I don't think that was intentional. Or
no.
Maybe.
It's
again,
lap 1.
It is lap 1.
Yeah.
It's not down to us as commentators to make any final decisions, down to the officials. But looking back at it, lap 1 in the middle of the pack, going around the turn, and things like that can happen. So that, by the look of it, that might turn into a racing incident. But with some consequences for Roxanne Lantinga, who still managed to climb back to a great P1 finish. So the skill, the speed is definitely there for the Dutch driver. In the meantime, the battle once again with Roxanne and Gabriel Stelpt as she was making her way past the 2-time LWF winner, who would finish all the way down to P14. So not the best of race for Gabriel Stelpt. As in the meantime, Bertram Sach battling the dream racing drivers of Adam Rahali and Clément Tran in between before making his bid on the inside of Clément Tran. It was on the way to what would be P5 in the end.
It's a difficult race in a way for Bertram Sach. I say good for almost the opposite of what we saw with Tran. Good first half, not so great second half. This was the move from Van der Kerkhove down the inside of Moya to take the race lead with the penultimate lap, but then Moya, all of his experience, all of his guile as a racer, he was able to strike back on that final lap and hold to the line. That is potentially good for Ruben Moya as we go through the weekend, that he seems to have that run from turn 9 onwards absolutely sorted. That's an important thing to have around this track. Right, one more race to go in this flurry of X30 senior heats. It's groups C and E about to head out onto circuit, Guillaume, and will feature one of the pleasant surprises of the weekend so far. Julian Sorvillo has done a lot of racing on the national scene in the IAME Benelux region, not so much in IAME Euro Series. Had a tough time last time out at the IAME Winter Cup, but this week so far here in Zuera, Julian's been a sensation. Let's hear what he had to say after qualifying yesterday. Julian Sorvillo, fastest driver in the third group for X30 Senior. Tell us about it. How did you do that?
Yes, I got myself in a really good track position for the last lap, the most important one, and just a good lap, and managed to stick everything together, and yes, P1, so really happy.
How confident are MCK Racing this weekend going into this first round?
Really confident because all the 4 senior drivers were really at here in training, in practice, so I think we were really at here.
It's a circuit that a lot of the drivers know very well. What do you think is going to be the toughest thing racing this weekend?
It's making the right decisions, because it's a very wide track and every decision counts here, because if you make a mistake, you can lose not one position, but more than one position. So.
Well, Julian, well done. Great performance. We'll see you later in the weekend.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Julian Sorvillo, the young Belgian driver at the wheel of his Tony Cut machine. But he's going to have the driver from Greece and representing Zenki Motorsport, Emmanuel Liudakis, who so far this weekend had picked up a 5th and a 6th place finish as best results for coming up for his third qualifying heat. Sorvillo against Liudakis on the front row of your grid with less than 1 minute to go before the start of that C versus E qualifying race. The 302 of Amir Sabirov so far, a 4th and a 6th place finish for the MDC racing driver, one of the local drivers from Spain. There's a lot of them here in this weekend, the opening round of the IAME Euro Series, where we count about more than 20 different nationalities represented in the senior class alone, which is always good to see. You know, from all 4 corners of the world, people are coming over to Spain and to the IAME Euro Series to compete at the highest level. Talking about proud Spanish drivers, Aaron Garcia, last year's winner of the IAME Euro Series and the IWF. I mean, it doesn't get better, any better than that in terms of overall results, as he started this season as well on the right foot. He will be the one to watch once again. Qualifying, he might have certainly preferred to be on pole position. It will still be 4th on that grid with all the best intentions.
Yeah, as I say, I didn't have a slipstream in the qualifying session, which we mentioned earlier. Let's take you through the grid then for this this last race, if I'm not mistaken, before the lunch break. Big thanks to all of our officials and marshals out there. It's been a warm morning after this. Indeed. So let's take you through C versus E's grid indeed. Julian Sorvillo and Emmanuel Liudakis on row 1. Amir Sabirov and Aaron Garcia on row 2. Gautier Saint-Juan could do with a good one here. 19th and 11th so far for the Swiss driver. Morgan Moore alongside on the 3rd row. Maurice Vercroeser and Toby Gale on row 4. 2 drivers who really need good results in this one. Aurelio Giustinelli, 12th and DQ'd so far in the 2 rounds. Tyron Kennard, 2 20th places, start this one on row 5. End of the first half of the grid, it's Alex Machado and Adam Albaccioni.
They followed on row number 7 by Sam van der Eyde and Alex Martinez. Row number 8, Luke Taylor and Michael Merlo. Row number 9, Christian Fuenteplata and Thomas van Vliet. Row number 10, Sur de Vries, Anton Batidou. And then we have Dylan Patel and Franco Escoto on row number 11 of that upcoming qualifying heat C versus E. 9 laps to go through once again as drivers try to get some temperature into those MG tires. They have 2 laps to do that before getting into the formation of the grid. And some of the other drivers that will come next for the last race that we have after that, opposing Group A and D, are watching along from the sideline, trying to make sure that everything goes in order for some of their teammates and friends on track.
Apologies, it was the prospect of lunch. When you spend 2 weeks in the States, you come back to Europe and it's like, I need to eat something. Anyway, this formation lap underway. Remember, it's 2 formation laps for all of these heats to get all of the materials, tyres, brakes, bodies up to temperature ahead of these 9 lap heats. The other interesting aspect that we've not discussed so far is that you've got the two drivers at the top of the standings after round 2, both in this race. Now, due to the nature of the point system, they can't both be tied at the end of this one. So Julian Sorvillo and Aaron Garcia, this is a bit of a midway playoff for who will potentially take the lead outright at the end of this round of heats, or they could both lose it entirely. Ruben Moyer's 132 is currently the in the clubhouse lead at the end of this 3rd round. 2 more races to go in this 3rd round. This is going to be another intriguing one. I'm interested to see how Liudakis starts in this one as well. Will it be a better one than we saw in round number 2? The drivers are into the tram lines, waiting for those lights to go out. They do indeed. Away we go once again in X30 Senior for another heat here at Zuera. Good start for Sorvillo. Much better start for Liudakis as well. Is able to hold on to 2nd place. Garcia goes with him. It's up to P3 immediately in Morgan Moore. So it's the complete reversal of what we saw in the 2nd round for these drivers in Group E, where everyone on the anti-pole side of the grid went backwards. There's a couple running wide. In the background, looked like one of the Excel Motorsport drivers may have been involved. That might have been Adam Albaccioni in trouble there. But much better getaway for Liudakis, which is not only good news for himself, but also for Garcia and Moore. they already have a much stronger platform to build a strong result from in this race.
Yeah, I might have seen one of the RSD drivers as well from Belgium, maybe involved in the early tussle, and another driver outside of turn number 8, unfortunately having to go cross-country a little bit with 4 wheels onto the grass. We'll get back to that as we are about to conclude lap number 1. Emmanuel Liadakis chasing from second place, or later from pole position as they come across this. The switch for the lead. Juan Silvio is about to lose that P1 as we enter lap number 2. Liadakis on the inside of turn number 1. He just made it stick beautifully, opening the door to Aaron Garcia, who just made his way past Silvio down to P3. Morgan Moore up to 4th, and as I say that, yeah, he's still with us, very much so, but Liadakis, Silvio dropping another place by the look of it, as he comes across. Yeah, Morgan Moore up to P3, Silvio down to P4, Sabirov 5th, Toby Gale, Machado, Van der Rey, Gustinelli, and Verkreuz down in P10. A little bit spread out, the leaders, as we can see. Once in the lead, you spotted something. Yeah, yellow flag indeed.
Sorry, Guillaume. Yeah, there's trouble for the 245, one of the MCK Racing carts. This was all out of and that is Silvillo. So Silvillo has come to blows through turn number 7.
With
There's
another driver, Toby Gale.
As well. Toby Gale, yeah, is out of this one. I think Luke Taylor was also potentially involved in that. Sorry, I don't normally go, ooh, things I see out the window. But thankfully everybody's okay. Carts are not. But that, again, turn 7 is very close when you have 2 carts running through that portion of the circuit. It's even closer when you have 3 going through that part of the circuit. Liadakis still leads, though, from Aaron Garcia. This has been a much better start to a race for Liadakis. We saw similar to this at the Winter Cup before the weather started doing wild things. So good adjustments made by Liadakis and the Sankey Motorsport team. Again, there's going to be yellow flags out through past Marshall Post 6. This is the region of the circuit where we saw the incident involving Silvillo and Toby Gale. Does Garcia make the move now? Has a little check over the shoulder. Sees that Morgan Moore is not too far behind. The cheery Irishman there in 3rd place for Fusion Motorsport. But this is where I think Garcia is going to wind it up now. Look for a move maybe into turn number 2. That was a good charge through 14, through 15. Could Garcia even go for it before they get to turn 1? Yes, he is. Down the inside. There goes the reigning champion into the lead of this heat. Morgan Moore's going to respond as well. Liadakis can do nothing about that. Slips down to 3rd place.
The power of slipstream indeed at play, and beautifully made by Aaron Garcia. And up in the lead, Morgan Moore taking advantage of that opening door and up to 2nd place. Now it all comes down to Liadakis to try to respond. Maurice Verkreuz in the meantime the fastest lap, but still early early laps here into this qualifying heat. So Liadakis, as long as he's able to keep the momentum going and maybe work together with Morgan Moore, they still have a shot at Aaron Garcia's lead. And yeah, I cannot wait to see the pictures, the footage back about what happened between Toby Gale and Juan Silvio, because you might have looked at that as well on the side, but it looked like a pretty heavy impact looking at the state of the chassis for Juan Silvio. And as I asked for that, there it comes. Boom! Oh, yeah, that's quite unfortunate. Coming together of 3 drivers involved, the other one being Luke Taylor by the look of it. And there's why the impact was so great. Actually, there was a little bit of a spin, and Juan Silvio, while trying to make that move, was just stuck in the middle of the track.
Yeah, so it was Sabirov who, was down the inside, has got Morgan Moore. I don't think Aaron Garcia was expecting that one. And Moore takes the lead of this race. Liadakis is fighting around the outside as well. This would be a brave move through turn number 5. Morgan Moore will argue, well, Garcia's gone back in, retaken the lead, and puts his hand up to communicate what he thought about that exchange with Morgan Moore. We've got a race on, folks, here on lap 5 in X30 Senior. Liadakis is looking much stronger. This is really positive for the Greek driver and for Sankey Motorsport. This is it's good to see. They're obviously a very experienced team, lots of data, lots of knowledge, and they've made the appropriate adjustments to keep the pace up. We've seen the single lap pace from Liadakis on more than one occasion so far this season, but could even be fighting for the lead now because he's right on the rear fairing of Aaron Garcia into turn number 2. Turn 4 is going to be the next opportunity to potentially overtake. Is Moore going to stick it down the inside again? Yes, he is. Takes 2nd place away from Liadakis. This could bring Sven van der Heyden back into play, and Aurelio Gustinelli, one of those two drivers we said needed a good result in this third round. We often say you can get away with one bad result, you can sometimes get away with two. You definitely can't get away with three bad results across the course of a 5-round heats program. And Gustinelli, having been 12th and disqualified through the first 2 rounds, is now running there in 5th. Aaron Garcia hasn't got another gear on that kart, but if he, metaphorically, he has dropped the gear now. He has decided, no, don't want any part of this, don't want to be fighting Morgan Moore and Leodakis. I'm going to use a little bit more performance now to break away. There's a warning flag out for the 303. That's Anton Bastardou, who will be getting a 5-second time penalty at the end of this one. Now the job is with Moore and with Leodakis. What do they do to try and close in here to get themselves back in the battle for the lead?
Yeah, it remains to be seen as the checkered flag is getting near. Aaron Garcia, not only did he put himself in the lead, but he's responding to the pressure by putting the fastest lap in this race in 62.7, trying to increase that gap of 0.4 of a second. But Morgan Moore and Leodakis just behind in formation, working together as long as Morgan Moore is slightly faster than Leodakis. Well, the Greek driver won't have any trouble to stay where he is as long as they can keep on eating that gap on Aaron Garcia. But the Spanish driver was keen to respond and already augmenting his gap up to half of a second almost on Morgan Moore, the Irish driver, in second. So demonstration of intent from Aaron Garcia. He has 1 win in the second place already to his name. This is lap number 8, the penultimate round here in Zuera for this race versus CNE. One more after that before the lunch break. Still other battles going on around the inside. Let's keep a good watch on the 284 making his bid, Alex Martinez on Alexander Machado. This is for P7, well done on the inside of turn number 2, that is, with the fastest lap in the box as well. For Martinez, it was allowed, thanks to that fastest lap, to make his move. A move we're still expecting between those two. Morgan Moore still the advantage, but where can Leodakis make his bid if he's willing to do so?
It's going to be hard for these two to, I think, close in on Garcia, because he's just got them at an arm's length, a metaphorical arm's length at the moment. Just a note on Alex Martinez. Alex Martinez looking quite strong as laps tick on by. That is very good news ahead of the longer races tomorrow when we get to superheats, when we get to the final. Of course, Martinez has got to qualify through to that final first of all, but that's a proper dark horse, I think, for a run to a victory tomorrow, and a very good bet if you are of that disposition for a podium. That's all for tomorrow, though. We've got this final lap to deal with first in this heat. Moore under a bit of pressure there from Leodakis. They have closed the gap to Aaron Garcia, but I'd still say that Garcia is in full control. Sven van der Heyden holding on to 4th place there ahead of Gustinelli, Vacarissa and Martinez.
Oh.
And yeah, Morgan Moore doesn't look fully comfortable at the moment.
Now looking over the shoulder once again, entering the hairpin number 7. You can see that Leodakis is maybe willing to try at least one last time into the last lap, or at least showing how fast or close he is to Morgan Moore. A little bit of a mind game always won't kill anyone. That's always good for other things to come in the next few races. But in the meantime, while they were not able to decrease the gap, it will get away of Aaron Garcia, picking up his 2nd win of the weekend so far. Last look over the shoulder to see what it was about, but the win is in the end, and with that, the leading position in the points ranking as we speak. So Aaron Garcia, winner in great fashion, half of a second over Morgan Moore. And Emmanuel Leodakis picking up another strong result, his best so far after a 5th and a 6th. And when it comes to Morgan Moore, he's picked up other strong results before a 4th and a 9. This will be his best so far. So improvement on the line for those two, but they were not able to catch up with Aaron Garcia.
Very good stuff there from Aaron Garcia. He will be guaranteed the lead in the intermediate classification, irrespective of what happens in the next race. And the bigger thing as well, Sorvillo, with that retirement, will slip down the order now. So it's looking at potentially a 12-point lead for Garcia when we go into round 4 after the lunch break. And that would be at the moment a 12-point lead over Moya. There's your provisional result then for that heat with Group C and E. Garcia by half a second or there or thereabouts ahead of Morgan Moore. Emmanuel Leodakis third, Sven Hayden fourth, Maurice Verkreuse in fifth. Great drive again from Alex Martinez, up 8 positions to sixth. Aurelio Giustinelli needed that. P7, good points for the Belgian. Alex Machado, Adam Elbassioni and Amir Sabarov complete the top 10 on the road. Tyrone Kennard, best result so far this week, P11 in that one. Gautier San Juan 12th. A good drive as well from Dylan Patel, improving across the course of that race, up 8 places, P13 in the end. Christian Fuentes, Sjoerd de Vries in the top 15. Anton Batterou, the 3:03, will have a 5-second time penalty, so will drop down from 16th place, promoting the likes of Thomas van Vliet, Luke Taylor, Mike Muller will slot ahead, I think, of Franco Escoto. 2 retirements from that race, Julian Sorvillo and Toby Gale. As what are we seeing here, Guillaume, in Parc Ferme?
Well, a bit of a heated conversation between Morgan Moore and Aaron Garcia. The Spaniard had a few things to say to his British rival, by the look of it. Maybe certainly not quite fully happy about what happened on track. Let's have a look back at how things unfolded into this qualifying heat. A good start from Johan Sorvillo before drama would happen later on. In front of Emmanuel Leodakis, Amir Sabirov and Aaron Garcia in the opening stages. A couple of drivers had to be pushed around. One of the excellent motorsport drivers went the long way around. Fortunately, Leodakis making his bid on the inside of turn number 1, taking the first lead of that race from Sorvillo. And then drama that happened. Boom! A big coming together. And Sorvillo, as well as with Toby Gale and Luke Taylor, I think, was involved as well into that 3-driver incident. But I was game over. Look at the state of the chassis, completely bended as a result of that contact for Gian Sorvillo. Quite unfortunate incident that certainly would have prevented him of a better result.
Yeah, I hope that Sorvillo is okay and able to respond. Now, that's the moment between Moore and Garcia. This was round 2 of it, with Garcia going back into the lead of the race. And again, really, really good to see Leodakis having probably the strongest heats that we've seen from him so far this week, maybe this year as well, if we include Winter Cup. That could be something to keep an eye on, as Leodakis is now up to 5th place in the standings. But for Garcia, a win, a second one out of 3 so far, and with the second place that he had earlier on today, it puts him on top of the standings. A little bit of discussion going on there between 2 very competitive, very passionate drivers, and I'd kind of like to see a little bit of that. I don't want our sport to be sterile and things like that. So, we'll keep an eye on that one as we go through the rest of the day. We'll take a little short break then. After this, another heat in X30 Senior.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, created for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, everybody, to Zuera for the first round of the 2026 IAME Euro Series season. Andrew Mather and Guillaume Alvarez alongside each other in the commentary box here in the early part of the afternoon. Last race of this first session that's run through the warm-ups from 9 o'clock all the way through these 2 rotations of heats. It is, of course, X30 Senior. It's Groups A and D heading out on circuit, and a resumption of the battle from timed qualifying yesterday, Guillaume. Dan Alaman starts on pole position, and the driver who he snatched that pole position away from in their TQ session yesterday, Danny Caronini, there he is. They both start on the front row for this one. This should be good.
This should be indeed very, very good. We've done a Alaman, a P6 and a P1. Danny Caronini still waiting for his first win of the weekend so far, but as we've seen on numerous occasions, consistency is certainly one of the key assets of the Italian driver, former winner of this series. Matteo Rivals, certainly willing to add his name to the list of winners over the years at the highest level of IAME racing here. He will be starting from third onto the grid at the wheel of that EOS Dream Machine. Javier Boscoa, one of the first winners that we had yesterday in the senior category. Borrasca, I should say, one of the proud Spanish drivers here competing on home soil. 1 minute left before the start of that race. The last one before I'm going to say the checkered flag on the day, but we still have 12 races to go this afternoon. So the halfway checkered flag, shall we say, and the lunch break for everybody here onto the track. Don't go anywhere after this one because, as we said, the schedule is busy this afternoon and with a lot of exciting racing as much as we've had so far awaiting in front of us because at the end of the day, well, the classification will be established for the qualifying heats in all classes and it will come down to the superheat and the finals. In which position will we see this driver coming into the final grid if he can make it? Otto Pekkanen, the Finnish driver, fifth on the grid at the wheel of that Kruk machine. One big client, certainly, Andrew, in this classification. Two times third in this previous qualifying heats. So certainly one to watch a little bit from further back on the grid.
And third in the final here last year. So another driver who has a good track record round this particular circuit, which has been a regular feature on the IAME Euro Series calendar for a good few years. Here's your grid then for this qualifying heat between groups A and D. It's Dan Aleman versus Danny Caronini on the front row. If you were here at the circuit for their TQ session yesterday, you will understand why we reckon this is going to be a good one heading into this next 9-lap race. Matteo Rivals and Javier Borrasca start on row number 2. Borrasca has been strong so far this week. Otto Pekkanen carries our onboard cameras on the inside of row number 3 alongside Gabriela Teixeira to wrap out the top 6. Stig de Rademacher and Luna Clare go from row 4. It's then Jug Rana and Yanis Brule on row 5. Completing the first half of the grid, row 6, Max Ewell and Neil Russell.
Row number 7, we have Elias Lehmann and Sebastian Minz, followed by Senna Meunier and Eloy Gonzalez. Row number 8, row number Canal and Miguel Sarmiento on row number 10, row number 11, Eli Dax and Antonios Arad. And we do have everybody on board once again. The mechanics watching from the sideline as well, making sure the driver will, well, try to excel into this last race before the lunch break. One more lap to put some temperature into those MG tires and to make sure to be in the best conditions coming to the starting procedure. So far, we've only had one extra formation lap. So it's been going on quite right when it comes to starting procedure. I'm sure to the liking of our race director, Mr. Martin Bean, and Dan Ashton as well, helping him out as a deputy race director this weekend. So a couple of big names in this field. Andrew, Otto Pekkanen, Dan Aleman, Danny Caronini sharing the front row of the grid. Matteo Rivals, still one of the youngest of the class, one to watch as well. We'll be on board with Otto Pekkanen that I get a chance to see as well on national level in the IAME Series Benelux as well throughout the season. He's been picking up some great results over the past few months, Otto Pekkanen, and let's see what he can do this time around.
Absolutely. So it could be a fun ride with him across the course of this race. So Dan Aleman, one of 3 race winners so far this week on this grid. Aleman, Rivals, and Borrasca, the 3 winners. Danny Caronini looking for his first win, but has a good record of starting on the outside of row 1 round this place. And you never know, could end up there for one of the bigger races later on in the week. So this is all good information being pulled together by Caronini and the Zanchi Motorsport team. We're ready then for this race. Lights are out. We are indeed racing for 9 laps once again. Very good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Caronini did not get the getaway that was designed and is down to around 4th place already. Dan Aleman leads through turn number 2, will sweep through 3 and then get on the brakes into turn number 4. Into 2nd place has gone Matteo Rivals. Oh, it's all getting a bit congested again. Oh. And there's 1, 2, 3 drivers taking to the grass out of turn number 4. A slap of the cut there. That was Eloy Gonzalez into 273. One of the drivers involved would have been looking for another big charge through the field. That's not going to happen. here just before the lunch break. Aleman leads from rivals, the rest of them in pursuit. Another dramatic start here, Guillaume, in X30 Senior as we go on board with Pikkonen.
Currently in their third place, just behind the 282 of Matteo Rivals and Dan Aleman in first. So Otto Pikkonen, good start and good get away from fifth to third into that opening lap. Didn't go according to plan for some of the drivers at the back end. We'll get back to that. One lap completed, and there's the move on the inside of the number one, Otto Pikkonen, jumping on board, and he makes it through into second place. Brilliant move. Once again, we see that every race, drivers willing to go for the charge. Matteo Rivals, as there was little he could have done there.
Caronini.
Oh, Caronini in trouble. Danny Caronini seemed to be in trouble. Was he hit? Was he going offside? We didn't get to see exactly what happened there with the Zanki driver, but he seems to be in trouble. Mechanically speaking, is dropping in pace. Something definitely wrong happened there for Danny Caronini. Unfortunately, we lost sight of him at some point. And I think it could have been one of the drivers involved into that first lap tussle there. But is having a little bit of a problem by the look of it, Andrew. And I don't see this as a good sign for the next few laps for Danny Caronini.
No, he's fallen all the way down to the bottom of the order now. And if there are technical issues with that kart, I wonder if the Zanki Motorsport team might just pull this one in, knowing that they're going to conserve materials for later on in the competition. That is not full speed for Danny Caronini. He continues on round for now. I suppose if there's any other troubles for drivers out there, he's gesturing to the team something. I'm not quite sure what, but we'll keep an eye on that one. Meanwhile, Otto Pikkonen is closing in. There was a moment there who was in trouble out of turn number 4. There's a big gaggle of karts coming through turn 5 now. Here they are. Was that Stig de Rademacher in a bit of trouble, perhaps, and falling down the order? This is what X30 Senior can be like. It's sometimes in the mid-pack, drivers moving up the order and having struggles as well. There's no more trouble there through turn number 8. It carries on into turn number 9. It's one of the RSDs that's got to the front of this pack now. I think that's Stig de Rademacher now responding back through. Look at this, 3 wide through turn 13 into 14. Let's count them through at the end of lap number 3. Aleman leads from Pikkonen. Rivals Baraska, Lehman, Rana, Ewell, de Rademacher, Stiller. So Peter Stiller in the MP kart racing machine. The bright orange machine is up 8 places to P9. Senna Mounier completing the top 10. Dan Aleman starting to be put under more pressure here, though, Guillaume.
Yeah.
Otto Pikkonen and Matteo Rivals trading the fastest lap. This is going to be a bit of a test, a different test for the young Swiss driver.
Exactly that, almost at the midpoint of that race on lap number 4 out of 9. And look at the other battle raging on as well with one of the fusions as well. And some of the RSD drivers into the mix. A little bit of a push on the Cosmic Machine there. As still with Danny Caronini onto the track, but you can see him holding his hand on the right side, so something definitely not up to his liking when it comes to engine here. But we might, if we get a chance and the time in the lunch break, we might try to have a bit of a talk with Danny Caronini to have further information about what happened there, but something definitely going wrong for the Italian.
It's nearly 2 seconds off the pace, lap by lap. That is a real shame for Danny Caronini, and a bit of a setback in the story of his weekend here at Zuera. Again, you can afford to have one not so good result. As long as you get your other 4 in, you'll still be high up the grid for the Superheats tomorrow. Javier Baraska is the new fastest lap holder, is about a second behind this top 3. So the trouble is Baraska's on his own. He's got no support from Jagrana behind. I'm not saying it's impossible for Baraska to join this top 3, but if the top 3 keep organised, it's going to be very, very tough to see Baraska around this place of all places to get back to be part of that. It's a very hard circuit to run around on your own.
Definitely is. You need that extra slipstream to make sure that you can get close or launch and move, as we've seen in turn number 1 in the early stages. Can Otto Pikkonen, as we jump on board with the Finn, can try to do that. Look at him getting ever closer to Dan Aleman. A little bit of a push there. Better slipstream, certainly better top speed with that slipstream headed for Otto Pekkanen, not quite able to make the move yet. You can see Dan Aleman is staying in the middle of the racing line, not opening the door whatsoever, the left or right. There's no space pretty much for Otto Pekkanen, knowing that if he goes for the move, there will be the risk of taking Matteo Rivals with him.
Absolutely, and this is for those who are maybe a bit new to karting, is what we mean about the tactical games in senior versus junior. I can almost guarantee you, folks, if that was a set of juniors going into turn 2, second place would have gone for it. But Otto Pekkanen knows that right now, he can't win this race on lap 6, but he can definitely lose it and definitely bring Javier Barrasca back into play if they fight too hard. So that was good tactics from Otto Pekkanen to keep the pace up, try and drop Matteo Rivals out of this scrap for the race lead. Look at him again. He'll close in through turn 1. Maybe just give a little bit of a nudge to Dan Aleman again. Let Dan Aleman do the hard work here and try and get this 1-1 on the last lap. We're on to lap number 7 now. The trouble is, though, Matteo Rivals' pace is really, really good. And I tell you what, Javier Barrasca's is as well. He's chipping away at that gap to third place. It's still about 0.6 of a second, so he's in play if these top 3 start fighting. But this is something that Dan Aleman's going to need to continue to learn with, to not panic himself. Trust Otto Pekkanen right now to just keep holding there in second place and not over-defend, because, again, that'll bring the pack together.
And that was a great demonstration of the difference of speed that you can see, on a straight part like that here in Zuera, with or without the slipstream, considering. And the 262 is jumping back into the pit lane and to the back from Neil Russell. Unfortunately for Fusion Motorsport, I was expecting to see maybe Danny Carollini do the same, but he still brought us onto the track at the back end, certainly so. But Neil Russell, that's a DNF for the Swiss driver, unfortunately. As we get into the penultimate lap, and there comes the move. Otto Pekkanen run the inside of Dan Aleman. The door was slightly open. Third time of asking. There comes the move. Pekkanen in the lead. Dan Aleman shut that door right on Matteo Rivals' face, so to speak, because Javier Boscoa was there as well, ready to go for the taking with the fastest lap in the pocket. That's almost a 4-driver battle, getting nearer to the checkered flag. Can Dan Aleman respond to the attack of Otto Pekkanen?
And this is going to be interesting now for Dan Aleman in terms of how he responds, because again, tactically spot on from Otto Pekkanen. You've tried again to get rid of this. There's a yellow flag out in the background that we'll come back to in a moment. He hadn't dropped Rivals, he hadn't dropped Barrasca. It was likely that Rivals would have gone for a move himself to get track position going onto the last lap. Pekkanen took matters into his own hands. He now has track position as there. It's one of the DRMs out of the race. That's going to be Paco Sarmiento. He's having a tough week so far. Now onto the last lap. Pekkanen has track position. Now he's got to defend. What can Dan Aleman pull out here? He's trying to do what Ruben Moya did a couple of races ago. Pekkanen's wise to it. Here comes Javier Barrasca as well, looking around the outside. Is not able to take third place away from Rivals. Rivals got a little bit squirrely there off of turn number 4. Bolts by Dan Aleman off of the first of the hairpins. This is good racing again from the X30 seniors. It has been premium quality racing from the X30 seniors through these 3 opening rounds of qualifying heats. Otto Pekkanen is doing this old school. He's trying to win this race as slowly as possible, but now he's got to get on the gas. Now the track's going to open up towards turn number 9. And don't forget about that long run out of 15 towards the finish line as well. Pekkanen is ticking the corners off now. 2/3 so far this weekend. Is it going to be a first win of the weekend for the Finn? Over the line after 9 laps, it is Pekkanen who takes it by nearly 0.06 of a second ahead of Dan Aleman. Matteo Rivals comes home P3. Javier Barrasca leads home Jugrana for a double top 5 for the MDC Racing crew. But that was, if any young drivers want a textbook example of how to manage a race at the front and take the victory, watch that race back from Otto Pekkanen. That was superb stuff.
Yeah, perfect example, as you said. Taking his time in the first part of the race, not getting into too much rush, not getting overstressed about the situation, controlling the pressure from behind from Matteo Rivals, but still not falling into the trap of going for the move too early. Third time of asking, he went for it, and that kept control of the racing from that point on, even though one more lap could have been a different story, considering the tiny gap of 500 of a second between himself and Dan Aleman on the line. And my chair is a little bit in the way there. Let's not get hurt, shall we? Matteo Rivals down in third from Javier Broscoa. Then Hugo Rana doing a good job up to P5. Elia Lenman, 7 places gain up to P6 from Max Yule. Peter Still, 9 places within the top 8 for the MP driver. Then Stig de Hardemarker dropping all the way down to P9 from Gabriel Teixeira. Sebastian means home in 11th place from Senna Meunier, Elo Gonzalez, Elvis Krasovskas, Luna Clary. Eli Dax, pushing a good job there with 5 places gain up to P16 from Adrian Canal, Yanis Bouillet, and Antonius Arad, the last driver to see the checkered flag, as we lost in the end. Danny Caronini, he came back into the pits in the end, and so did Neil Russell and Miguel Sarmiento, who was left onto the track after an incident, if I'm not mistaken. We've had a couple of heated battles there, and you see always interesting gesture and discussions happening between the drivers on their way to the scale. Otto Pikkanen picking up his first win of the weekend.
Indeed, and that leaves the intermediate points looking like this. Garcia, P1. We knew that was going to be the case on 144. A tie for second now between Moya and Pikkanen, 132. Utron, 129. Rivals Baraska, all on 129, Alaman 128. Here are some of your highlights and lowlights for some of the drivers who did not have the kind of races that they would have wanted. This was the move from Pikkanen on Rivals to move up to second place. You can see the gap there to Dan Alaman. So this was the point of the race where he needed to just chip away at that. Danny Caronini, a real setback for the former X30 Senior Euro Series champion. Technical problems, fell down the order, was 2 seconds off the pace, and in the end would pull out of that one just to save tyres more than anything. All sorts going on in the midfield. Neil Russell, unfortunately, though, would not see the end of the race, and that is going to be a tall order now for Neil Russell to make it through to the top 36, a DQ 11th, and then a retirement so far at this stage. That was the move from Pikkanen for the race lead. This was on the penultimate lap of the race. Could sense the threat from Rivals behind and timed it to perfection. Dan Alaman followed home in second place, and another good points haul for the young Swiss driver, who is definitely in the mix for a superheat pole position for tomorrow. As things stand, second down to 7th, covered by 4 points. Of course, that's less than the difference between a win and a second place, Guillaume. We are perfectly set for this afternoon, the last 2 heats, rounds for the seniors and for the juniors and the minis. It's all to play for, isn't it?
Yeah, it also play for definitely, as we have 12 more races on schedule this afternoon, 2 rotations for the seniors, and the heat will certainly grow and grow on the shoulders of those drivers, as much as it will here in the skies of Zuera. 17 degrees Celsius, maybe more this afternoon. Here's a look at what's ahead. In 33 minutes, we will be back live here on the YouTube channel of the IAME Euro Series. So don't go anywhere. 12 races on schedule, plenty still to play for in junior, mini, and senior.
Welcome back, everybody, to Zuera, round one of the IAME Euro Series. For 2026, Andrew Mather and Guillaume Alvarez refreshed, ready, back in the box for the next set of heats. X30 Junior qualifying heat B and C kicks us off for the later afternoon session. 7 laps, 12 kilometres to start the second round of heats for the X30 Juniors. There they are on the pre-grid. We're about 2.5 minutes away from them rolling out. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your messages as well. Big hello to Sean and Will McIntyre. They've been in touch with both myself and Guillaume. And for those not aware, Will, a very good karter in his day, moved to cars very, very young as well. We both had the pleasure of commentating on Will over the years. And has gone on to have a really good career in cars, but currently not racing. For those not aware, is fighting quite a serious illness at the moment. So good to hear from both Sean and Will. I'm sure Will, watching the coverage today, will be in good spirits. He was a podium finisher in the IAME Euro Series, I want to say back in about 2019. But yeah, from both of us here in the box and from everyone, I know there's a lot of the drivers, a lot of the teams who have Will in their minds every single day. So we'll keep fighting. We're all with you, and we all hope to see you back on a racing track in the hopefully not too distant future. Right, X30 Junior in the groups B versus C. Teo Policand was very quick in time qualifying yesterday. This is what he had to say.
Teo Policand, congratulations, bravo. Fantastic qualifying for you. First group, fastest. Beaucoup de confiance, a lot of confidence for the opening round in Zuera here this weekend.
Oui, je suis assez confiant. Aux essais, c'était pas super top, mais bon là, j'ai réussi à faire la pole. Du coup, c'est assez cool.
Tell us a bit about that qualifying session because it was very tight. C'était très très serré dans ce groupe là-bas. Ça s'est joué sur un seul tour sur la fin.
En fait, personne n'est parti, donc on a tous fait qu'un tour. Et je me suis mis à l'arrière du groupe et j'ai fait un assez bon tour et voilà.
Merci beaucoup. Congratulations and best of luck for this weekend.
Merci beaucoup.
Good to hear from Teo there. As I say, this is our fastest driver from that slightly strange qualifying session yesterday where everybody only did one lap. So they got times in, but they were often in those timed qualifying sessions. That first lap is still a bit of a warm-up lap. Hence, they were a bit slower than the second group, who all did 3 laps. There goes the whistle. That means we're ready to go racing once again here for X30 Junior Groups B and C out on circuit for their second races. Here's how they line up for this one. Teo Policand on pole position. It's an all-French front row. Charles Dural starts on the outside from P2. Aurelio Longitano, 5th in the first race earlier today, starts on the inside of row 2 alongside one of the winners of the first round's races, Ivan Gonzalez. That's your top 4. Priam Bruno and Antoine Venon starts on row number 3. That's an all-Belgian row 3. Czech Peters and Aaron Richardson go from 4. George Clark and Tony Cacciafero go from row number 5.
Row number 6, Mathis Mouche and Edouard Godefroy. Row number 7, Bruno Grilling and Andy Stewart. Row number 8, Archie Rogers Taylor and Zoltan Coigny. Aaron Buhofer and Orion Meta, row number 9. And row number 10, Jules de Koen and Karl Lundberg. 20 drivers on the grid and 20 on track as well. Let's get started in good spirits here under the beautiful sunshine of the Zuera International Circuit, a fantastic region here at the heart of Spain. 17 degrees Celsius, a track very much dry, as you can see. And let's keep it that way until the end of the weekend, shall we? At the moment, Teo Policand will be starting from pole with a 7th place finish to his name. P1 for Gonzalez, Ivan Gonzalez just before won, so much so did Nuvola Morales on the first of the junior races that we had earlier. 3 races for all the competitors of that class, drivers aged between 12 and 14 years. So it's all left to play for here in this junior category, Andrew. As for the moment, well, Ivan Gonzalez is leading on equal points as Nuvola Morales with 1 win each, with Freddie Wood and Max Undercott close on points as well in 3rd and 4th.
I'm going to throw in one of my little half predictions for this one, which sometimes come out true. keep an eye on Bruno Grieling in this race. There he is in the red helmet. The MDC number 27 was very relaxed, very calm in the brief moments I spoke to him whilst coming up to the comms box. Winner of the IAME Winter Cup last year at Valencia. So it's another driver, amongst others, having another year here in X30 Junior and could use that experience quite well in this one. Starts 13th for this race. Right, let's ramp things up then. The quest for Superheat pole position starts now. Second round of the heats for X30 Junior is underway. Green on our screen. Away we go. It's a good start for those on the inside column. Teo Polican will take the lead into turn 2. Aurelio Longitano has had a great start as well. Is that Priam Bruno trying to go around the outside to the inside through 3? That is superb stuff from the Belgian up to second place. A brave run off of the first braking zone there, Guillaume. But now a new task is now going to try and set about closing in the race leader, Teo Polican.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff we like to see. Good getaway for pretty much everybody here into the field. B versus C is underway for the first of the 12 races this afternoon. But Priam Bruno, as we have seen, didn't have the best of outcome early on with a 9th place finish in his first qualifying heat. Now he's eager to get going and to fight for whatever comes his way. And this is exactly the way to go. As in the meantime, well, the 193 has picked up, Andy Stewart from BMR starting procedure infringement. So being investigated at the moment doesn't mean there will be penalty for him, but this is down to the officials looking at the matter.
For Andy Stewart, that's likely that she's just moved out of the tram lines before the lights have gone out. That's the ruling that the drivers were reminded of yesterday, that they've got to stay in the tram lines until the lights go out. And all of those movements are verified by the cameras in race control. Change for second place. Czech Peters has gone through past teammate Priam Bruno. Maybe a bit of tactics here. Maybe just thinking that this is the better order for these two victory lanes to be in. Victory lane, very strong round here. Think back to about 15 months ago when we had the rescheduled IAME Warriors final come here after Valencia unfortunately couldn't hold it. It was Kenzo Craigie in a victory lane machine who won X30 Junior on that topsy-turvy weekend with the weather. Thankfully here this weekend, bright skies, sunshine, no wind, no mention of the 3-letter F word. We're all good here. And I tell you what, this is a really good lap from Czech Peters. He may have a go here at Teo Polican into turn 1. Yeah. He will have a go at Teo Polican into turn 1. Priam Bruno is going to follow through as well. That's great teamwork, and Aurelio Longitano has taken advantage of that situation as well. It's up to P3. Bruno's run a little bit deep through turn number 2. Recovers it by the time they get to the next braking zone. Here comes Ivan Gonzalez in the bright red and white Monlau Motorsport Birol machine. Is the fastest driver on circuit is Ivan Gonzalez. 1 minute 3.841. Still early stages though. These are crucial moments now for the victory lanes. What is the strategy going to be? Is Priam Bruno going to try and hold this pack? I don't think he's going to be able to as Longitano goes down the inside, takes P2.
Yeah, beautifully made by Longitano on Priam Bruno. Teo Polican was keen on going as well. Oh, a contact, and unfortunately it goes off. That's enough, unfortunately, for Ivan Gonzalez by the look of it. He's going to try not to lose too many positions, but as a result of that battle, well, that's a lot of momentum lost for the Spaniard, I'm afraid, on lap number 3.
I wonder for Longitano there. I'd be interested in having another look at that. Did he hit the curb on the inside right too hard? 3 wide into turn 1. Ivan Gonzalez takes not just 1, but 2 positions in that exchange. What a start to this race we've had in X30 Junior. And I think that's George Clark coming through as well. George Clark, who made the switch to BMR shortly before the IAME Winter Cup, and he's feeling good about this move going into the breadth of this 2026 season. BMR, of course, another team who've had good results in recent times, won the IAME Warriors final last year at Valencia in the hands of Max Endicott. Through turn 7 they go. This group have got to get themselves organised though, Guillaume, because Czech Peters right now, this is good pace. He's not needing to push overly hard. He's got a bit of a gap that he can manage over the middle part of this race.
And it is indeed Ivan Gonzalez still with us in P2. Longitano was the one in trouble as the Spaniard trying to hold off George Clark down in 3rd place. A bit of a gap as well between Clark and Priam Bruno down in 5th. Here we go for another lap completed. On to lap number 5 out of 7. The pressure is mounting on the shoulder of Jack Peterson. Look at him go on the inside of turn number 1, Ivan Gonzalez. Thanks to that glorious slipstream of Zuera, opening up that door, taking P1 and taking with George Clark and Theo Polycarp. By the look of it, yes, the Frenchman just made it through as well. Jack Peterson, disaster turn of event for him. 2 laps from the checkered flag, dropping from P1 to P4, and already trying to give a chase back to Theo Polycarp just in front of him. But the leadership position has changed hands. Ivan Gonzalez, George Clark, your new 2 drivers in contention for what could be victory number 2 for Ivan Gonzalez. Is not there yet. Still a lot of battles, a lot of focus to put into the heat of the battle for him. As George Clark, for the first time this weekend, find himself in that prime position of going for the win. But again, always easier said than done. Where can he make the move? We've seen that taking advantage of a good momentum on the exit of turn number 15 could prove fruitful. Let's see this time around. Will he go already for that move? Will he wait a little bit? Onto the tram line, onto the back bumper of the leader, into turn number 1. Theo Polycarp, Jack Peterson might have similar ideas coming to turn number 2. The hairpin, there he goes, breaking point. And no change just yet.
That's a good bit of work here from Gonzalez and Clark. Clark, you could just see a few moments ago being watched by his teammates in the Team BMR squad. And look behind, Bruno Grieling up to 5th place. We said to keep an eye on the German for MDC Racing. Has gained 8 places so far in this race. Has just got ahead of Priam Bruno and was instructing Bruno and Longitano and Van Aert say, come on, we've got to work together at this stage of the race. Bruno down the inside takes 6th place back away from Longitano. That's not going to help them really, because now Greenling's got that classic Zuera problem of being on his own. He's not going to be moving back towards this top 4. It's simple racing physics in a way that when you're on your own and the slipstream is so powerful around this circuit, you simply cannot fight when you've got an organised top 4 like this at the moment. But organised for how much longer? Because here comes George Clark down the inside on the start of the final lap, takes the lead through turn 1. Polycarp looking to gain places in this as well. Gonzalez is down to P4. Peters up to P3 now. George Clark's going to defend naturally through turn 4. It's getting a little bit close there between Polycarp and Peters off of turn 4. Clark's going to go defensive again through 5. He's got to control his speed. He's got to make sure he doesn't get shuffled out of the way. This is good racing from George Clark, who took a big step forward in 2025. Took podiums in his national championship. Again, just trying to measure this one home. Gets out of turn 7. Bruno Grieling has now joined this fight. Bruno Grieling up to P4. Still a good 6 corners or so of this track to go. Clark nearly opens the door there, but it's able to carry the speed and hold on to the lead.
Yeah, it was slightly on the outside of that turn, but no trouble whatsoever into the last turn. Oh, that was a close call for Bruno Grieling, trying to sneak past Ivan Gonzalez for P3. He's going to have none of it as he will run out of time. The checkered flag is waving. And George Clark takes his first win in qualifying heats this weekend in sensational fashion. Just 1 tiny tenth of a second in front of Theo Polycarp. Ivan Gonzalez finishing 3rd. Bruno Grieling up to 4th in front of Jack Peterson. But what a finish this was between our top 5 drivers, split by just a couple of tenths of a second onto the line. But George Clark, in the end, was the strongest of them all, taking his first win of the weekend for BMR Racing Team. Great result, great piece of racing for all the protagonists of the junior class, the first of the 12 races this afternoon. We're going to have once again the juniors with us just after, but what a beautiful, beautiful piece of driving skills we had once again. George Clark taking his first P1 of the weekend, joining the likes of Nuvola Morales and Ivan Gonzalez in the circle of winners. Theo Polycarp 2nd, Ivan Gonzalez having to make do with 3rd from Bruno Grieling, Jack Peterson, Aurelio Longitano, who was able to make up a few positions up to P6 after the trouble he went through. From Priam Bruno, Antoine Venant, Mathis Mouche, picking up his best result of the weekend from Aaron Richardson in P10. P11 was Aaron Buchhofer, Jules de Koen, Charles Ural, Zoran Coigny, Archie Rogers Taylor, Edouard Godefroy, Tony Cacciafero, Orion Meta, and Andy Stewart, who picked up, or at least was being investigated in the just after the start for starting procedure infringement, still being investigated as we speak. One driver didn't see a checkered flag, unfortunately, Karl Lundberg. And as you can see, the sun is very much out here in Zuera. The sunglasses are very much needed for the all the personnel here on the track, especially the marshals on track. But George Clark, our race winner for BMR this time around, picking up his first win of the weekend. Let's have a look at how he did that in the start of the race. It was Théo Polican from pole position, who had the best getaway on turn number 1 from pole, taking with him Aurelio Languitano, Charles Ral, and Ivan Gonzalez, the full French first row of the grid. But it was a cracking start from the two victory lane driver, Chuck Petersen and Priam Bruno. Petersen would go on the attack first of all, taking the lead and leaving Théo Polican in the close of some of his rivals just behind. It was a hectic battle with Ivan Gonzalez trying to make his bid as well on the inside when Aurelio Languitano at some point before he would drop a few positions. And there's the moment when Languitano unfortunately went 4 wheels onto the grass in his battle with the number 63 of Priam Bruno, who would switch positions with his teammate Chuck Petersen finishing 5th and Priam Bruno 7th at the end of that race. At some point, well, you could see that the battle was still raging with Ivan Gonzalez having the upper hand on the rest of that 4, 5, even 6 driver battle there in the heart of the field. Théo Polican in a bit of a trouble at some point, allowing Bruno Grelling from MDC Racing to fight his way through around the inside of turn number 7, Antoine Venant, getting himself into the mix as well on his way to what would be P8 finish. In the end, that was a very close call on the inside line when the 42 of George Clark on Ivan Gonzalez, and from then on he held on to that positions, being chased by Théo Polican, while the rest were left battling with Bruno Grelling having the upper hand. That was a very, very close finish, split by just 1/10 of a second onto the line between George Clark and Théo Polican. Now, let's get down for the first time to the Parc Fermé with you, Andrew, and let's see who you picked up among the drivers.
Thank you very much, Guy. I'm here with George Clark. George, a battling performance there. That's a good 50 points.
Yeah, it's good for the points, so we get a better intermediate classification for the final. Yeah, it's a pretty good race.
It's been a bit of a change. You've moved teams into Team BMR shortly before the Winter Cup. How proud are you of the job that you guys and your dad have done so far this season?
Yeah, it's such a good season. Like, I've just been getting better and better. BMR have helped me a lot through the setup and obviously helped me to get a heat win.
How's the track feeling at the moment? Temperatures going up?
The track's getting hot, like really grippy. The times will improve a lot for the final.
Where would you like to be on the ground? I mean, I know pole's the obvious answer. Where would you like to be? Where would you be happy with for a start for Superheats tomorrow?
I'd say probably 3rd, because I don't want to be at the front to start off with. I'd rather be 3rd, because the pole man never usually just gets away, and it's just better to be in 3rd.
Good stuff. George, we'll let you get back to your team. George Clark there, our winner of that last race. Guillaume, back to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you very much, George Clark. Good to hear from the winners and competitors taking part in this qualifying heat, as we'll give you more of that driver insight from the Parc Fermé through the course of the afternoon. Now, let's have a short break, shall we? And we'll be back in no time for some more racing.
it makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back once again to Zuera, just outside of Zaragoza in northern Spain. Continuing coverage of IAME Euro Series round number 1 for 2026. Next up on the schedule, it's Groups A and D in X30 Junior. They will be ready. They are ready for their second race of the day. There is George House on your screens, pole position holder from timed qualifying yesterday. Had a bit of bad luck in the first race, though, earlier on this morning, Guillaume. But this, again, is a good opportunity for last year's IAME Euro Series X30 Mini champion to get back on form.
To get back on form and to put those fantastic helmet colors back at the front. If you didn't spot that, well, keep a close watch. Very nice looking helmet as well for the young Fusion driver by his side. Freddie Wood from Great Britain, the 38. That will be starting on the outside on the front row. Keep an eye on Freddie Wood picking up a second place in his opening qualifying heat. 11th place for Josh House, as we said. So a little bit of improvement on the cars, certainly. But watch out for Kera Sukmani as well. Further back, the 44 from Fusion as well. A good P8 result for her first race into this weekend. She will be starting just behind Josh House from third on the grid. Nice looking colors once again on these helmets. Always nice to have a bit of a close up and to see from up close, as we said, some of them helmets on the grid. And we mentioned as well the very beautiful Michael Schumacher tribute helmet of Aaron Bordanova in the mini class. If you didn't spot that, well, do make sure to check that out on social media as well. Among many very inventive designs, rather looking fresh or a little bit vintage as well. That's the kind of thing that we like to see, not only on the cars, but on the helmets as well. And there's really flourishing amount of colors this time around. Once again, the whistle is blowing, and this is the signal for the drivers to make their way back again onto the track. Junior, once again, A versus D, before we take a break with the juniors to get ourselves ready for mini and seniors. Here's the grid.
Here is the grid. George House starts once again from pole position. Won here last year in the X30 Minis, and it's an all-British front row. Freddie Wood forms it up on the second grid of position on the grid. Sugmani Kira starts on the inside of row 2. He's joined once again, this time by Alejandro Campos as we go through these heats. Nuvola Morales had the race win last time in round number 1. Santiago Barros joins on the third row of the grid. Max Endicott, P2, good drive from the reigning IAME Warriors final champion in this category. Has had it all to do again, though, from row number 4. Jarlath Sayer needs a good result in this one as well. P20 last time out for Jarlath in the Energy Corsa machine. Nilas Malik, likewise. In fact, both drivers on row 5 need good results. Malik P21 last time out. Ludwig Gronkes P17. Jacob Backler P20 in the previous race. Colby Patterson 14th. That is row number 6.
On row number 7, we have John Foley Jr. and Johnson Stewart side by side. Mikko Skurios and Sam Jalik, row number 8. Row number 9, Alexander Mason Kwong and Hugo Berna, followed by Jamie Mulvey, Manuel Laurent, and Georges Kinlan. 21 drivers once again with us for 7 laps. Same procedure for the juniors. And George House, one win, not quite yet, a win to his name this time around. Winners in the junior category, Nuvola Morales, Ivan Gonzalez, and George Clark so far. So which one among those will join the winner's circle? Will Nuvola Morales be able to make it 2 out of 2 and secure his, at the moment, what could be leadership position in the points? We're not there yet, 7 laps away from potential positive results for the Spaniard, who is going to be 5th on the grid at the wheel of that Birelot machine. But it remains to be seen. as a couple of interesting contenders into this class, putting some temperature into those tires as always. You can see a bit of waving. Just try to make sure not to weave too much. We don't get to see that often, drivers spinning around while overdoing it to get those tires up to temperature. That can happen still. That could lead to sometimes starting procedure. Well, going a bit messy there, but so far it's been going pretty good.
As indeed. A lot could change in the intermediate standings in this race. A lot of contrasting fortunes for these drivers from race number 1. So keep an eye on those points as they go through. But let's right now focus on this race start. George House will take them into the tram lines, waiting for the lights to go out. And they do. Away we go once again here at Zuera in X30 Junior. Brilliant start for those on the pole side. Freddie Wood is going to be shuffled down quite a long way at the start of this one. Oh my goodness me, Morales nearly went all the way around the outside, comes back on the circuit, nearly collects Sagmani Kira and others. The green flag is out to indicate the yellow is out on the marshal post before. That was Morales trying to go around the outside. Is that John Foley Jr.? Yes, it is. The Daily Motorsport driver from Ireland is out of this one on lap 1. That is such a shame for the young Irishman. But what an attempt that was. It was Nuala Morales who started P5, trying to go round the outside of George House through turn 2, ran wide into the dirt, came back onto the circuit, which is an understandable thing to do, and then it was just a domino effect behind. Sagmani Kira did very well to avoid. Let's count them through at the end of lap number 1. It's been quite... In fact, Jacob Backler's up to 2nd place. What a start there for Backler from P11 on the grid. Kira down the inside retakes 3rd place away from Morales. I said things were going to chop and change in this race as Kira goes down the inside, takes P2 away from Backler, is immediately having a challenge from Alejandro Campos in the Spirit karting machine there. All the while, George House is breaking away at the front of this. Through goes Campos into 2nd place and Backler back up to 3rd.
Yeah, that's really too much battle for just 1 lap and a half, because in the meantime, George House couldn't ask for a better scenario. 1 full second advantage now on Kira and the rest. Will keep on battling through turn number 7 at hairpin. Still in line, no one dares to move just yet, but that could come later into the last sector. But as for now, look at the gap George House was able to extend there. As round the inside goes the fusion, at least trying to, of Sumana Kirak from 4th place, trying to make a bit around the inside. He's going to have to wait as Bachelor on Campos. There he goes for 2nd place. Beautifully made. That's Bachelor, yes indeed, the 75 up into 2nd place. That could get messy on the way to turn number 1. Oh, two wheels onto the grass by the look of it by one of the drivers. As we jump on board, Alejandro Campos, the Swiss driver, 39 from P6 into that ranking. As they go into turn number 2, look at them going side by side almost at every turn. As in the meantime, Josh House 1.7 seconds. In the meantime, in the lead, Grankist trying to give him the chase. Where does he stand? Loic Grankist a little bit further down from P6 at the moment with the fastest lap in the race. But yeah, certainly a start of a race. A little bit hectic for some of them drivers in the back, just in the middle of it.
You mentioned Gronquist, drivers who had suboptimal results, as there is Gronquist down the inside of Backler, goes through, that gets close as well with Morales off of turn number 7. But drivers who had suboptimal results in round 1 are coming through. Jarlath Sayer up to 4th place. Jarlath Sayer this weekend looking for his first IAME Euro Series victory since the final round of 2024. That was back in the minis at Genk in Belgium. In what was a good season for Jarlath Sayer. I tell you what, Excel Motorsport are going to be happy with this. It's a battle between the teams that we saw a lot of in 2025. It's Fusion versus Excel as we end lap number 3. Kira and Wood there, 2nd and 3rd. Worked very well together in heats during the IAME Winter Cup. It was a notable part of that weekend. Is back on board now with Alejandro Campos. Morales just ahead of us there in the number 40. It's all very busy. This is all, I think, around 5th, 6th,
even
7th
further
places
down,
down, down through the order. Max Endicott, I think, is a bit up the order in this one as well. Has gained 1 position from where he started in this one. It's down the inside. There goes Jarlath Sayer. Great move from Jarlath Sayer. Fastest sector one of anyone. Has got the bit between his teeth now, is taking it to the Fusions, has got past Freddie Wood for third place. Next up, Sukmani Kira there in second.
Yeah, the battle between the two teams is taking another turn once again. Jalasi on the charge, on the Kira in second place. Still a bit of momentum to try to carry in out of the last corner, turn number 15. Let's have a look at the gap. We went from 1.3 seconds almost to 6/10 of a second. So Kira is giving the chase to George House with the fastest lap in the race. On lap number 5 it is out of 7. So time is slightly running out, but look at the pace that Kira is able to carry through the course of Zuera here. George House seemed to be in a bit of a control mode, but the more you control, maybe the more you might lose a little bit of focus on the task at hand. And since he didn't have any slipstream or anyone to work with, well, there's a result. We can see Sukami Kira able to really get close to Josh House. Into turn number 7 it is. Jalasi and Freddie Wood giving the chase, willing to join as well. While in the meantime, Alejandro Campos is still battling with the number 40 of Nuvola Morales down in P9. So certainly not the best course of action for Nuvola Morales, who was expecting certainly better out of this race, now having to resist from Campos and being stuck with just Max Endicott just in front of him. Max Endicott, who dropped the place from the start of that race, still stuck as well in the middle of the pack, unable to join the leading train as they go into the penultimate lap already.
They do indeed. This is going to be an intriguing situation. So it's still 2 by 2, but it's 1 Fusion, 1 XL in each, and Wood goes down the inside. That's a decisive move from Freddie Wood. And likewise, Kira down the inside of George House. Sukmani Kira takes the lead of this heat. So how is this going to play out for the remaining lap and a half? What has George House got? What can he remember from his win here in the Minis in 2025? Just to quickly come back to the points for the group behind. Mika Scherver's having a really good race. Guillaume is up 9 places, is running P6 on the road at the moment. That's a good response for another of the Germans in the MDC awning here this weekend. Into sector number 3 they go then. Sukmani Kira, big season for her. Her second year in X30 Junior. She made quite an impact in her debut season at this level last year. Always had a smile on her face. Didn't always have things go her way though. Is this the time at which the wins start to come? There's a 5-second penalty out there for Mason Kwong. Kira goes defensive to the inside through turn number 2. That could open the things for George House. That's well controlled by Kira, but back into play has come Jarlath Sayer, who's retaken third place away from Freddie Wood. Freddie Wood goes back inside on turn 4, side by side, still off turn 4.
Oh,
and a touch there between Wood and Sayer. That should put pay to their chances of winning this race. It's probably, I'll say that, they get a good run through turn 5. If Kira and House fight through 7, we could still be 1 of 4 by the time we get to turn 15, Guillaume.
Yeah, watch out, Freddie Wood as well. Still with Jalasi, this battle for third place around the outside. He's going to try everything there is in the book. Left or right for Freddie Wood, still in the lead. Kira is really hold on to that position in front of Josh House. Not quite enough space or pace certainly into that last sector to try to switch those positions. So yeah, it seems to me that Sukmani Kira is on the way to her first victory of the weekend. That's in the pocket. A quick look over the shoulder. The job is done. Watch out for the battle for third. And it goes the way of Jarlath Sayer on the line for just 400 of a second on to Freddie Wood. That was a close call. Freddie Wood, as we said, was going to try every trick of the book into that last sector. Might have missed maybe half a lap or even just a few meters to jump onto the line. But as a result, is going to have to make do with 4th place.
That's a really important heat victory, in my view, for Sukmani Kira. I say this with all the most respect, having watched Sukmani race all the way from her Honda Cadet days. That's a race last year that may have got away from her. She's pulled through and got a win on the board. That will give her a lot of confidence going into the latter stages of the qualifying heats today and the super heats and the final tomorrow. Sukmani Kira wins it then from George House. Good recovery from George House as well. Gets himself back in the higher reaches of the points with that 2nd place. Jarlath Sayer likewise with that 3rd place. And Freddie Wood keeps chipping away. That's a 2nd and a 4th now for Wood. The top 4 covered by just over 1 second. Ludwig Ronquist there in 5th. That's another result that was needed for the Swede. Don't count the number 10 out. One of the seeded drivers from last year's championship. Mika Scherver was your biggest mover, up 9 spots to 6th. Max Endicott came home as the only driver to finish where he exactly started, P7. First of the BMRs, Jacob Backler P8, Colby Patterson P9. He's having a quiet weekend so far. He's Colby Patterson, Nilas Malik P10, Johnston Stewart 11th, Nuvula Morales P12, ahead of Cem Saslik, Santiago Barros and Manoa Laurent, who keeps moving from the back of the field. Had a difficult time in qualifying, did Manoa for the PJM team, but that was a gain of 5 and up to 15th. And those kind of results will hopefully see Laurent in the top 30 overnight. Of course, another round of heats to go. Mason Kwong, George Quinlan, Alejandro Campos, Hugo Berner and Jamie Mulvey, the last of the 20 finishers. One retirement in that race with John Foley Jr. But there's your race winner, Sukmani Kira. Let's have a look at how she did it.
From pole position, he was first to play with Josh House and Freddie Wood on the front row of the grid. The inside line had a much better start and get away than the outside, by the look of it, into turn number 1. But then a little bit of mayhem there with a couple of drivers putting 2 wheels onto the grass and coming back onto the track. Yellow flag was waving for one of them, John Foley Jr., who unfortunately couldn't make it to the end of that race before even his race got started. But in the lead, you could see that George Haas already was busy building his big gap in the early stages, leaving all to play for, and the battles are plenty between Kira, Morales, Barros, Campos and Freddie Wood in the heat of the battle there. But the more they would battle, the more we would at some point think that George Haas would have a rather easy qualifying heat before things would take another turn. As on the inside, one of the MP drivers, or Ludwig Quankist, fighting his way through on the inside, on his way to P5. Quankist would finish between Freddie Wood and Mikko Schwerz. A little bit of a difficult race for a driver here. They didn't get the chance to fight a little bit further up the order, unfortunately, but still kept racing from a distance. So Alejandro Campos, who would finish all the way down to P18 at some point, fighting on the edge of the top 10. Then came that move later on the inside, beautifully made by one of the Fusion drivers. That was certainly Kira on Josh House for the lead. There comes the move again to take P1. At some point, yeah, Josh House seemed to have that race in control, but Kira pulled a fantastic pace lap after lap. And the battle kept on raging, but at some point she took the lead, not to be overtaken again.
Yeah, indeed. I think for George House, the situation from race 1 may have factored. This was the replay with Alejandro Campos, who had problems late on in the race, fell down to 18th spot in the end for the Swiss driver. But Sukmani Kira, that's an 8th and a 1st now. As things stand at the end of round 2, it's Gonzalez leading on 91. Clark second on 84. Wood goes up to 3rd place with 82. Kira 4th on 80. Peters on 77. And then at least 3 drivers, because that's what's shown on our screen. There could be more. Polikand, Endicott and Creeling all on 76. We'll take a short break here at Zuera. More to come after this.
Now, I've been excited to try this model for some time, the Playseat Formula Intelligence F1 Edition, because it's been designed with the help of real F1 drivers and also some of the top sim racers on the planet. Let's see what it's like. Being in this seating position definitely makes it so immersive that you feel like you genuinely are in a race. Your mind takes over and tells you that you're in an actual race. You feel very much at one with the car, as a part of the car, and as a part of this race. The Formula Intelligence has the monitor built in and integrated into the frame, and that really means that your field of vision and your depth is very accurate and truly immersive. Tell you what, my palms are sweating, so I think I've gotten a bit too immersed in this experience. The force lock system allows you to move everything around to really create a bespoke seating experience and make it super comfy for exactly how you would want it as a driver. The seat padding is obviously of a very high quality material. It feels very comfy, very supportive on my lower back. Racing is all about chasing the last 100th of performance and looking for marginal gains. And if you can be comfortable and if you can be fully immersed in the car, you could really unlock some extra speed, I think. So on the whole, it's been very impressive in terms of how you feel at one with the car, how you can be consistent with it as well, lap after lap, because the frame doesn't move. You feel it's solid, so you can just keep working on your own driving and try and improve. Whatever you're looking for, you can secure your seat for next season at playseat.com. I'll see you on the track.
Back here in sunny Spain. Oh, it feels good to say that, doesn't it? Here in Zuera for the first round of IAME Euro Series 2026. And ready for the minis to return to the circuit. If you missed the first race earlier on this morning, one, where were you? It was fantastic. Two, don't worry, you can watch back every single moment from today and tomorrow for if you've got something else to do. I mean, please cancel it, because it's going to be fantastic tomorrow for the Superheats and the finals. But don't worry, you can watch every single racing moment on qualifying heats day and the finals day on the IAME Euro Series live and uninterrupted. Let's have a little catch-up, though, from yesterday. Ilyas Sami, this is what he had to say after timed qualifying.
Here at the end of X30 mini qualifying, a great effort from Ilyas Sami to go fastest in the second group. Ilyas, really good work there, particularly with your teammate as well.
Thank you.
What did you make of that qualifying session?
It was quite easy. I was just pushing with my teammate, and we'd make fastest lap, and then that's it.
The rate of improvement has been huge over the last 12 months or so. What's made the difference?
It's obviously Danny Cole. He's been coaching me all the way through, and my mechanic. He's a very good mechanic to teach me on the tracks as well, and what do I need to do, and tell me again and again.
Heats day tomorrow. What's the plan?
Pole it.
As simple as that. Well done, Ilyas. We'll see you tomorrow at the front of the grid.
Thank you.
An enjoyable moment there with Ilyas Sami. He's a real character in the paddock. And what was great to see as well when Ilyas got that fastest time in Group 2 was the number of other young drivers from other teams who were, on the gate saying, Ilyas, well done, well done. He's really well supported. Has taken a massive step forward. Right, let's get into the business of this next race, though. Once again, it will be Alfie Davidson on pole. You can see the 447 just on the left-hand side of your screen, a little bit to the middle. He will start this one from pole position again, about 15 seconds before they roll out onto the formation lap for this one. Should note as well, of course, that Ilyas Sami is your event leader after the first race. This was your result from heat number 1. Spoiler alert if you don't want to listen. Ilyas Sami from Chester Forks, Charles Clough, Dim Yuzanov and Aaron Bordenova was your top 5. All of those results available on the IAME Euro Series website. Let's take you through the grid then for heat number 2. All of them out in one big group here in X30 Mini. Alfie Davidson will start on pole position. Ilyas Sami alongside on the front row. It's then another repeat. It's a fusion on the inside, a DK Academy on the outside. Mason Hibbert and Chester Forks on row number 2. Nico Lopez and Charles Clough go from row number 3. Artur Konovalov and Dim Yuzanov on row 4. Martin Chekin-Gomez and Harry Chapman go from 5. Row 6, Ollie Surley and Bodie Batch.
Row 7, Elian Timota and Bruce Chirino. Row number 8, Aaron Bordenova and Leodia Vive Garcia. And we have row number 9, Mattis Pissens and Evans Voronins. Row number 10, Axel Linders and Arthur Sogne. Row 11, Matteo Campobello and Saif Al Khalifa. Laurent Sommerfin and Marta Rodriguez on row number 12. Row number 13, Luis Partenot, Gilles Dewal, Coris Lyons and Ben Eiten. Row number 14. Row number 15, Milo Cornel and Eduardo Alessandro. And at the back end, we have Darren Ghani. A total of 31 drivers, almost a full grid in the mini category drivers from 8 to 12 years of age. The youngest driver is as part of the IAME Euro Series. And now, the first race of the weekend that we had before went the way of Ilyas Sami, that you heard in the interview in front of Chester Forks and Charles Clough. Just split by a couple of tenths of a second. Dan Ashton, your deputy race director, will be giving the start under the close watch from Martin Bean, our regular race director, for this one.
Those with good memories will no doubt remember Mason Hibbert was the first driver over the line in race 1, but again, plus 5 second penalty, which stood. In the end, P17, and it just shows, particularly in the minis, got to keep it clean, got to keep it composed. This is probably the worst circuit of the entire season to pick up one of those 5-second penalties, either a warning flag in race or those dreaded front fairings at times, because it will be so close all the way through the course of these heats and into the superheats and finals tomorrow. So hopefully that is the case for everybody. We don't like to see races decided by
no, we don't.
officials. We like our officials.
We like
them
do
a
as well.
lot. They do a great job, but we don't want to see them getting involved and changing race results. We want to see it be done on the track. Right, let's get ready then for heat number 2. Formation looking pretty good. They needed 2 attempts to get it right in the first heat. Hopefully they've learnt from that, and we'll get this one underway at the first time of asking. 6 laps, just over 10 kilometres then, heat 2 in X30 Mini. The lights still on at the moment. Now they're out. We go racing at the first time of asking, and it's a great start for Ilyas Sami, who sweeps round the outside, takes the lead. Oh, no, there's 3 drivers at least off the road through turn 1. That's the first time we've seen a turn 1 incident here today. Trying to make out in the distance who that will be. We'll catch up with that in a moment. But back at the front of the order, it's the DK Academy, the Danny Curl-led team by the world champion of 2017, who has transformed a number of these drivers into what we're seeing right now. It's a 1-2-3 for them because Dimi Uzanov has followed Chester Fawkes through. This is a great start for that team. Guillaume, do you have news on who was in trouble at turn 1?
Yeah, I'm afraid to say that it was Leo De Javi Garcia, Axel Lenders and Matteo Campobello who had a bit of a misfortune there on turn number 1. They were all able to get back onto the track, but that means pretty much a race done and dusted for them.
It is indeed. Davidson there in 5th place. This race is not done for him. Charles Clough has had a good start as well. So let's count them through at the end of lap 1. 1/6 of the race gone already. It is Ilyas Sami looking for 2 in a row. Chester Fawkes, Dimi Uzanov, Charles Clough, Alfie Davidson, Mason Hibbert. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the British drivers, as Sami may be a little bit deep there through turn 2, but recovers it back up. He has that support from Chester Fawkes. The Argenti Motorsports-backed driver is in their academy, the same academy that the likes of Kenzo Craigie have come through over the past few years. Is a very highly rated young driver from the British national scene. This is his third appearance on the European scene and world scene, if we consider RWF and then the Winter Cup earlier on this year. He's closing back up, though. Good driving from Charles Clough has measured that gap back to a very small margin between 3rd and 4th place. Dimi Uzanov has a look, and Chester Fawkes goes for the race lead. Chester Fawkes, this is how he likes to race. He likes to take the initiative, get on the front of the field, and increase the pace. He's a very consistent driver. Uzanov and Clough go back and forth. That's going to open the door for Alfie Davidson now to spot through into P4. Davidson's going to get the support now of Mason Hibbert. What a first 2 laps of this race, Guillaume.
Yeah, pretty hectic start of a race. You could see Charles Clough as well going the long way around in the last turn, hoping to get some better momentum, but still stuck in P6. Going to try to go for the move in turn number 2. He's going all over the place at the moment between those 3 battling for P3, as Fawkes and Sami still close on the distance there. Bocibac in the meantime from Fusion putting on the fastest lap in the race from further back in this race. It's in his P11 in the ranking as we speak. Has changed potentially for third. Oh! Suddenly on a tiny edge, then Mason Hibbert was able to make his move on Dimitar Uzanov. Beautifully made by Hibbert up to P3. But you could see that he waited the very last second. He saw a bit of a gap. That was enough for him to dive through and force his way up to P3. But Uzanov won't appreciate that too much, I'm sure. Going to try to switch those positions. Not quite happening just yet, as we have Charles Clough, who made his way past Kono Valov in the meantime, in front of Chapman, Davidson, Batch and Sorley, as we say, running on the top 10. Quite surprised to see Alfie Davidson dropping all the way down to P8. Not the best of start, to say the least, for the driver who finished 6th earlier in his first attempt. Tried to make up for the ground that he lost. And in the meantime, very smartly, the 2 leaders stayed together. They tried to extend the gap, almost a second on Mason Hibbert, who's leading the second train.
Indeed. For those who weren't here yesterday at the circuits, what we're seeing right now between Fawkes and Sami, This is what they did in timed qualifying. We waxed lyrical about the Fusion Motorsport job done by Davidson and Hibbert in their session. Forks and Sammy's was almost as good. We were still talking thousandths of a second between their times. And they have developed don't spoil it now, boys. They've developed a very strong relationship over the past 6 months or so of knowing that, especially in X30 Mini, especially in the IAME Euro Series, it is not impossible, but it is very, very, very hard to win on your own. You have to work with your teammates. You have to have friends around you and then sort it out who's going to take the win on the day later on. These two have learnt that very quickly. As I say, they are being trained by one of the finest karting drivers in the modern history of the sport in Danny Curl. And he keeps them very calm, very measured. At the moment, it's giving them a 0.8 second lead. Hibbert up to third place with Charles Clough. Those two have raced in this series before, of course. They were both here last year in 2025. Charles Clough had a bit of an up and down season, but when he's on his good days, he's very, very good indeed. Oh, a bit close out of turn number 4, involving Dimi Uzanov. That was close with Alfie Davidson, and Ollie Surley coming into play as well here, the Norwegian driver for the Action Racing team, who, again, is going to have a bit of a tough time here, Guillaume. He's not got any teammates around him. Harry Chapman's in that same respect. I was talking to Harry's dad, Michael, earlier in the weekend, and he was saying, that's the thing we're really not concerned about, but it's in our minds that we haven't got teammates around us. As here goes for the race lead, Elias Sami.
Yeah, beautifully made on the inside. Proper textbook sort of move from Elias Sami. Up in the lead once again on lap number 5. And that's about time maybe to switch those positions. The question is, will he be able to remain where he is up until the checkered flag? Here we go again for the Ultima Vuelta. The last round here around Zuera. 1.7 kilometer to hold on in that position for Elias Sami in front of Chester Forks. Chester Forks' first attempt. Round the inside of turn number 2 he goes. That was attempt number 1, and there he was to take that position back again, and that puts Elias Sami in a bit of a trouble, unfortunately, and Mason Hibbert was there for the taking. That's exactly what the British driver was expecting. He shuts that door, goes aggressive as well, halfway through that line into turn number 5. He's committed to stay where he is into that second place that he went to look for. But now for Elias Sami, I'm afraid the door was slightly open, couldn't switch those positions back, and he fell into the trap of Mason Hibbert just behind. And Charlie Clough is coming back at him as well from 4th place. That could be an interesting, a little bit of a tussle into those last few meters of racing. But for now, Chester Forks seems to be in a good position, but look at Mason Hibbert. Now that he has the chance, and from second position, he's going to go for it.
Absolutely no 5-second penalty this time. We saw it in the first race that Hibbert was able to outdrag Forks, who's up on the curb for Hibbert on the curb. And is Forks going to get a little bit of help here from his teammate over the line? Yes, he is. Chester Forks takes P1 and will share the lead now in the intermediate classification. Elias Sami gets another big score there in second place. Mason Hibbert third, but that was a mighty close moment through turn 15. You knew it was coming. You knew that the Mason Hibbert charge was going to arrive on the scene. It maybe arrived a little bit too soon for Mason. Be interested in another look at that again. Charles Clough 4th, Alfie Davidson 5th. Great work from Harry Chapman, P6. In his debut for MP Motorsport, up 4 places in that one. Dimi Uzanov, the British drivers, once again, they've had a really strong run in this category over the last few years. George House, of course, was your champion last year. Will Green is now racing, of course, as part of Williams' academy.
Careful there.
Yeah, the drivers just need to be a little bit calm as they bring it back to the pits. But look at that. Top 7 locked out by the British-based drivers. Nico Lopez brings it home for Spain, P8. Ollie Surley, that's a good drive from Ollie as well. P9, good points for the Norwegian. Aaron Bordenova keeps putting the scores on the board as well there with that 10th place. Konovalov, Pearsons, Batch, Rodriguez, and Marla Cornell. I think Cornell, is your biggest mover in that race, up 14 spots to 15th. Voronins, Chekin Gomez, Darahive, Chirino and Al Khalifa take us down to 20th. This is, of course, the largest field in a single race here today. Paternotte, Gessogni ahead of Gani. Gani up 8 spots. Corey Lyons up 3 to 24th. Ilan Saint-Martin unfortunately down 12 spots to 25th. Laurent Sommer, Gilles Durale, Axel de Leenders, Eduardo Alessandro and Ben Hart in the last of the 30 finishers. One retirement in that race, which was unfortunately Matteo Campobello. There is your provisional race winner, Chester Fawkes, and that's 94 points on the board as things stand out of a possible 100 for both of the DK Academy drivers, Fawkes and Sammy.
Let's take a look at the replays as it was a cracking start from the outside of the first row. Elias Sami was able to really fly around the outside, unlike what happened at the background. Unfortunately, for a couple of drivers out there, Alex Lenders as well as Matteo Campobello, and a third driver got involved into a bit of a tussle there. Unfortunately, that didn't end well. Some of them were able to catch up a little bit through the course of the race, but it wasn't an easy start to say the least. But the outside had a cracking start with Elias Sami pulling away already. But you see that Alfie Davidson as well dropped momentum in a couple of places in those early stages on his way to certainly a result not up to his liking in P5 in the end. But battles are plenty, as we said, with the likes of Chester Fawkes, Mason Hibbert as well fighting his way through that move around the inside and that recovery by Elias Sami on Chester Fawkes as well, leading the DK Academy colors up in the lead. And then Mason Hibbert got involved up into second first, battling his way through, shutting that door, going defensive in second place. We thought at some point that he was going to have some good momentum, and yes, he did, to go for the lead. He was going on the attack, clipping the curb, jumping a little bit. That killed a little bit on his momentum just in the middle of the last turn, and he wasn't able to take advantage of that slipstream. That's just led not only for Chester Fawkes, but also Elias Sami to jump right past him for second place.
We made the point about some of the categories. Mason Hibbert won't have enjoyed that moment, but the big positive, his pace later on in the race is very good.
Yeah.
When we go to those longer races tomorrow, we've often seen in X30 Mini, drivers can rise up the order when we get into the longer superheats in the finals tomorrow. And I know I've mentioned it already. Ollie Warner 2 years ago here as an example started the final 11th place. So all of those contenders, they're keeping themselves in play in X30 Mini as we go through the schedule. But right now, after 2 heats, that's Sami and Fawkes both on 94. Remember, if there is a tie break or a tiebreaker needed later on when we get to the end of all these heats, we go back to the TQ performance earlier on in the week. There is your timetable. That is another rotation done and dusted. Seniors will be up next. Another set of 9 lap heats that will take us through to about 10 to 4 here at Zuera. X30 Juniors will then follow up with another 2 races. That will be their last 2 races, of course, at 15:50 and 16:10 local time. Minis will be back out at 16:30, 4:30 p.m. Local time. For those of you doing the clock calculations, it's currently 2:45 here. So make of that what you will. And then we finish, of course, with another round of the X30 seniors that takes us through to probably about 5:45 local time here in northern Spain.
Yeah, that's for the theory, even though so far we don't have that much of a delay in terms of proceedings, with only 1 extra formation lap earlier today. So it goes according to plan at the moment, with a couple of races left on schedule. Let's take a bit of a breather before we go back on track with the senior class.
Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at Zuera, the Circuito Internacional de Zuera. Just about 25 minutes drive out from Zaragoza, the crossroads of northern Spain. We're kind of equidistant as the wind getting up for the first time here this weekend. No, it was just someone running up the stairs. Qualifying heat B and E is up next for X30 Senior. Another round of heats and another chance for this man, Ruben Moya, to stamp his authority on the rest of the field. He's ready to go in this one. Will more than likely hold that inside line into turn one. And very intriguing as well, the last two starts that we've seen from Ruben Moya. Very tempting round this circuit to get on the loud pedal as soon as possible to get that jump. Ruben Moya taking a different approach, going, hey, I'm the pole sitter. I am within my own rights, out of turn 15, up to the yellow line to control the pace. And the last two starts that he's got, keeping the pace measured and then timing the acceleration, have been absolutely spot on, and nobody's really got in tune with it yet.
No, certainly not. That's going to be interesting to see if it's going to do that this time around once again. Well, the strategy seemed to be, as you said, paying off. So why change? As Ruben has 1 win, 2nd and 4th place to his name so far. If he can make it a 2nd win, that will do him good, certainly, when it comes to the overall classification and make him the provisional leader as we speak. As for now, Aaron Garcia is the only driver in the senior class with 2 victories to his name so far. Now, let's get down to the grid once again. Matthias van der Kerkhoff with flashing those beautiful Belgian colors on his helmet. You can see the concentration in his eyes, willing to give certainly a bit of a harder life than usual to Ruben Moya just in front of him. The engines are roaring. The green flag is waving. Checkered flag will be a bit later. As we get on board for this one with Aaron Garcia. What a client this is. Aaron Garcia. Here's the grid in full.
Ruben Moya starts on pole position for BB Kart on the red speed. Emmanuel Leodikis looked good in the 3rd round of heat. Starts on the outside of row number 1. Matthias van der Kerkhoff and Aaron Garcia go from row 2. Garcia carrying our onboard camera. Roxanne Lantinga starts on the inside of row 3 as Morgan Moore for company, who also looked good in the previous round of heats. Gabriel Stilp and Toby Gale, they go from row 4. Row 5, Igor Ivanchenko and Tyron Kennard. Row 6, last of the first half of the grid, Daniel Masia and Adam Elbassioni.
Then we have on row number 7, Flavio Queira and Alex Martinez. Row number 8, Romain Staleis and Michael Merle. Marc Granada and Thomas Van Vliet on row number 9. Row number 10, Jiménez Merkelbacher and Anton Batedou, Max Lacroix and Franco Escoto running up the top 22 drivers onto our grid. 9 laps to go through as we took a break with the Mini and the Juniors for the 3rd and the penultimate rotation of qualifying heats for the seniors. So keep in mind that after the next 3 qualifying races, well, we'll have 1 last rotation. So this is race number 4 for the competitors of each of those groups in the senior class. After this one more chance to seal results, 1 more chance to make up for positions lost in the early stages from yesterday, as we got busy with the first 3 qualifying heats on Thursday, shall I say, after the qualifying practice. Why confusion? Well, because there's a slight change of format as we ran a day earlier than in 2025, so that you know. Ruben Moya, in the meantime, 1 win, a 2nd and a 4th. What can he do this time around with Emmanuel Leodikis by his side? Keep in mind that Aaron Garcia has 2 wins to his name. If Ruben goes the same, well, they will be pretty much close on points at the lead of the championship. Aaron Garcia will be slightly further back from 4th on the grid.
Very important race this for superheat pole positions. Why? Garcia currently leads those intermediate points on 144 from a possible 150. Moya is only 12 points behind. So, the difference between 1st and 2nd, 50 to 44, Moya could halve that lead for Garcia in this round. Although at the same time, they're only going to face each other once during this phase. So Moya to win, Garcia 2nd. That'd be a bit touch and go as to whether that would still be advantage one or the other. Garcia won't be happy with that result, of course. He wants to go and win this race. But yeah, this is one that when we get to the end of the 5 rounds, we could be looking back at as the decider for who takes pole position in the superheats and who takes the first haul of championship points as well. Let's not forget that at this stage of the day. Another very slow start, but perfectly legal. There we go, at the acceleration line. Ruben Moya goes, we're lights out. That is following the advice in the driver's briefing to an absolute T. And again, the other seeders, they can't get their heads around this. Brilliantly done by Ruben Moya.
Yeah, brilliantly done. You can see him pulling away as we get on board with Aaron Garcia, chased by the rest of the pack. He seems to be in the middle, a little bit of contention. One of the drivers at the back end going, all four wheelers into the grass. But that was a cracking start, and I think that Emmanuel Liudakis was able to get going indeed with Ruben Moya, so he didn't lose sight. Oh, is it Matthias van der Kerkhoff, by the way?
Yep.
Who found his way up to P2. So van der Kerkhoff was up there on the inside from third on the grid. Yes, it is the pilot, the driver of the VDK Racing team. Up into third. That's interesting. From the MP Motorsport squad, Roxanne Lantinga just gained 2 places up to third place. She'll have the best of luck. Last time around being pushed a little bit outside of the track limits. She has 1 win to her name, and now she finds herself in the prime place of chasing both Van der Kerkhoff and Ruben Moya. Liudakis is down to 4th from Gabriel Stipp. Aaron Garcia down to 6th from Masia, Kera, Ivanchenkov and Morgan Moore.
Maybe another way to look at these starts from Ruben Moya. Now, everybody behind him knows what's coming because they're experiencing it every single one of the heats. But everyone on the outside, so in this case, Liudakis, Garcia, Aaron Garcia, the way I'm reading it, it's almost a case of they're so confused by someone not wanting to bolt it out of turn 15. They're a little bit like, well, hang on, what's happening here? And that's the point at which Moya then lights the afterburners. It's very, very clever work from Ruben Moya. As I say, he is following, I was in driver's briefing on Wednesday evening, he is following the race director's instructions to the letter. Do not accelerate before the yellow line, which is a good way down from turn 15. And he's got himself in a strong position now. However, Matthias van der Kerkhoff is going to challenge him here. This is a very good lap from van der Kerkhoff down towards turn number 1. Van der Kerkhoff waits for now, and maybe that's with the awareness that a very quick Roxanne Lantinga is immediately behind. This is closing up now at the front of the field. Liudakis 4th. Still been 5th. Here goes Van der Kerkhoff down the inside. Well, that wasn't in the Ruben Moya plan at this stage of the race. Van der Kerkhoff looking good on board that VDK Racing prepared machine is your new race leader.
Interesting spreading out of the field as we speak now with a leading train of 4 drivers and Aaron Garcia leading the second one. Change at the same time in time number 7 for the lead. Ruben Moya dives through, running inside of Van der Kerkhoff, and Liudakis does the same. Lantinga, yellow flag in the meantime, and a bit of a wheel banging, so to speak, by the look of it in turn number 8 between the leaders. We're going to have to look back at that as the VDK driver, unfortunately, Roxanne Lantinga has dropped, nowhere to be seen at the background of the ranking. What on earth happened there? Certainly going off. Another drama for Roxanne Lantinga, who is nowhere to be seen. 21st on our screens, as Tyrone Kinnaar is the young Belgian from VDK, who's going into DNF, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the end of a competitive part of the weekend for Tyrone Kinnaar. That's 3 bad results. Now, he will be in a superheat tomorrow, but I think there'll be simply too much to do to get up into that top 36. Now, at first look, it seemed like 2 drivers both going for the same apex. Roxanne Lantinga, we've said that her decision-making has been so good. She's been brave, she's been positive, she's been on the attack. Was that maybe one overtake attempt too much? Liudakis was looking good. Liudakis has fallen down to 11th place. I tell you who else this helps a lot. Aaron Garcia is now back up to 3rd after being on the back foot in the early stages of this race. The seas have parted for the reigning IAME Euro Series champion. He still has a hold of the intermediate classification lead. Now let's have a look at this again. Yeah, down the inside. That was how we saw the end of Lantinga, and that gap between, that was how Tyrone Kinnaar left the, well, was already out of the race at that point. I think that was simply a case of the gap between Lantinga and Liudakis probably needed to be about 2 inches wider, and that move would have been pulled off for Roxanne Lantinga. A real shame. It's still good speed for Roxanne, but it's again a continuation of this pattern of it's either very, very good or something happens and it's down the bottom of the order.
Change for third in the meantime between Aaron Garcia and Daniel Masia, diving around his fellow countryman. Masia up to third. And this is the best form, best position we find him through the course of the weekend so far. So good run of form for Daniel Masia, who's been jumping 8 places up to P3 at the moment, and is going to give a little bit of run for his money to Matthias van der Kerkhoff by the look of it as we get into lap number 6 out of 9. A look over the shoulder for Ruben Moya, and close watch as well from some of the mechanics from Dream Racing, I think it was. But now into turn number 1. Watch out, every breaking point of turn number 2. Van der Kerkhoff stays where he is. He knows that it might be a little bit too early. He has the pressure behind of Masia, Garcia and Gabriel Stilpt as well, who finds himself in a great position to maybe shake things up a little bit at the back of that train. And they all have a good advantage of 3 seconds on Morgan Moore, all the way down to P6. Toby Gale, Kera and Salis running up the top 10. And we've lost indeed sight, as you said, of Yudakis down to P12 after that contact with Roxanne Lantignac. We're in 14-10 of events, but the battle is raging and the time is consumed for any of the leaders who try to make a switch and hold on to that. Watch out from Van der Kerkhoff. He knows that he has to make a choice, and quite rapidly. Otherwise, well, Daniel Masia might have other ideas in mind.
Stilpt through past Garcia into P4. This is more like it from the 2-time RWF winner back in his earlier junior days. Hasn't had a happy day so far here on Friday, but this is back to where he was in the first round of heats on Thursday evening. Could still get better than this as well, because these three are surely going to start throwing some shapes, going to start throwing some moves in with 2.5 laps of this particular heat to go. The situation now, though, is as Garcia has got back ahead of Stilpt, Moya, I think this is now a must-win race. This is a big opportunity for him to wrestle control of the weekend. At the moment, he would take the lead in the intermediate classification, virtue of the timed qualifying performance from a day or so ago. I tell you what, he's doing what we saw in the previous race as well, using lap 7 as the point to just turn the heat up on those chasing behind. He's got a good gap. Really like how that kart is set up through sector number 3. Very agile, very mobile, responding to Ruben Moya's inputs. The PB kart team, the French squad, have done an impeccable job so far with that setup, as there is a move by Ivanchenko through into 6th place. That's a battle with Morgan Moore and Toby Gale.
And we go back with the leaders at some point. There's been a switch indeed. Matthias van der Kerkhoff just lost that 3rd place. Daniel Masia up in 2nd. Here's the battle of the Spaniard potentially. Ruben Moya against Daniel Masia for the win. Ruben Moya has one to his name already, and Daniel Masia is certainly dreaming of getting into that winner's circle at some point through the qualifying heats. But for that, he's going to have to take on the next target. And Moya is certainly not an easy one. The checkered flag is coming near. We're gonna have one more lap after this one. Van der Kerkhoff still very much in contention to get his hands on that win. That would be a first for him this weekend. But first, he needs to resist from the likes of Garcia and Stilpt. Well, talking about big names of the senior class entering that last lap. Here we go, pedal to the metal one last time before the checkered flag. 0.2 of a second, there's nothing between Moya and Masia, Van der Kerkhoff, Garcia and Stilpt. All the top 5 within the same picture. No one dares to move just yet into the first opportunity.
2 of Spain's most experienced drivers in X30 senior racing, wheel to wheel, with Van der Kerkhoff and Garcia starting to draw alongside as well. As Garcia going to have a strong finish to this race and pick up some crucial points. There's a yellow flag out through turn 4. We'll come back to that later on. I think it's Ivanchenko who's fallen off the road and is dropping down through the order. Ruben Moya, can he control this one once again? Not good news for Garcia. Stilpt's got back ahead of him. It really needs these points, does Aaron Garcia, even at this early stage of the season. Ruben Moya really needs this race win. Shuts the door on Dan Masia. That's great racing from both of them. Van der Kerkhoff still in there with a chance. The push off of turn 14 is going to be important. It's another good one again from Ruben Moya, with the power, with the drive. Ruben Moya wins again and takes the lead in the intermediate classification. Another brilliant drive from Ruben Moya. He is on 10 out of 10 form this week. He has come into this new season, a new man, a refreshed driver. This has got to be the best we've seen Ruben Moya, and you can see the appreciation from the marshals. They are clapping that one home. It's a Spain 1-2. PB Carter's the team take the heat win. Club Calicart will be happy with that as well for Daniel Macia. But that is a statement, a proper statement that Ruben Moya, the days of difficulty, frustration, they are behind him. He is here this week for one purpose and one purpose only. That is to win, win, win. He'll take the lead. It's only a 2-point lead over Aaron Garcia going into the final round of heats, but it could be an all-important 2 points. It's now in Moya's hands. He can take a pole position in the super heat tomorrow if he wins his last race. It's as simple as that. Van der Kerkhoff, 3rd. Stilp, 4th. Garcia, 5th. Gale, 6th. Moore, Soleil, Kyra, and Martinez all in the top 10. Mark Grenard, a good drive there, up 6 spots to 11th. Emmanuel Leodakis recovers to 12th. Mike Muller on his return for Virtus Motorsport there in 13th. That's his best results so far this week. Thomas van Vliet, 14th. Mars Merkelbach, 15th. Adam Elbassioni, Franco Escotto, and Anton Bartolou, the last of the 18 finishers. Egor Ivanchenko retired on the last lap. Retirements as well for Roxanne Lantinga, Max Lacroix, and Tyrone Kinnard. Job's not quite done yet for Ruben Moya, but that was a big, big win in the context of how these qualifying heats are going. Knew that this was a big opportunity to score strong points over his rival Aaron Garcia. Let's have a look at how he did it. These clever starts. Again, look at how much better a start those on the poleman side who are expecting that tactic. They get the jump. It shuffles everyone on the outside line back, including Aaron Garcia. And to say, it's what has been asked for. They don't want early accelerations before that those 2 cones. Brilliantly done. Van der Kerkhoff down the inside took the race lead from Moya. This was around lap 2, lap 3. But Moya, this is what I mean, in that he's just got the front end of that kart is absolutely to his liking. Straight down the inside, well controlled, retook the lead. This was the moment we saw Roxanne Lantinga's race end, that moment with Emmanuel Leodakis. Another moment that she won't enjoy. Tyrone Kinnard as well out. That is 3 not positive results, we'll say, for Tyrone Kinnard. That is going to be a real tall order to make it through at the end of the super heats. This was the battle between Garcia and Gabriel Stilp. Gabriel Stilp back on form. That's his 2nd, 4th place of the week so far. Daniel Macia also very, very strong, using his experience to get past Van der Kerkhoff and Stilp in that moment, and then carry on eventually to retake that position ahead of Van der Kerkhoff. This was the move from Egor Ivanchenko. He was running nicely at this point, was up in 6th place, but would then have problems later on. Moya takes the win. Macia in 2nd place. Van der Kerkhoff 3rd. Stilp in a slightly, I don't even know how to describe the emotions of Aaron Garcia there. Not pleased, we'll say, there in P5. Loses control of the intermediate classification as things stand, but still very close. Still all to play for when we get to the 5th and final round of the heats later on. Let's head down to Guillaume Alvarez. He's down in Parc Ferme.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Andrew, here with Ruben Moya. As always, Ruben, great job out there on track. That was a close one. But now, with 2 wins, you find yourself in the lead for now, with 1 race to go. So, congrats.
Yeah, I think we are doing a very good job so far. We are improving the chassis every session. I feel very confident now with the chassis, so I think we need to keep going on this line, and we will be good for the rest of the week.
We heard you in a previous interview at the start of the weekend saying how confident you now feel with your team, your chassis, with your material. Seems like this confidence is really paying off on track as well in terms of performance.
Yes, how I said, I'm very good with the team I am now. I feel very confident. I think they support me a lot, so it's also very nice to be supported, and you can be more, have to overthink all the time and fighting with everything. So it's good so far.
One last thing, the starting procedures. Interestingly, every time you were very slow onto the start-finish straight. Is that a strategy that you said to yourself, okay, why not try? Because it keeps on paying off for you at the end.
I mean, two easy things. First thing, I always, since 10 years ago, I always do the starts like this. And then second thing, I don't find appropriate to go full gas on the straight, on the start, because we arrive then 130 kilometers per hour on the first corner, 25, 30 cars, and then we can have big accidents. So I think starting on pole, I feel the responsibility to just try to keep everything slow and not have accidents after.
Well, that's a sense of responsibility. Thank you very much for that, Ruben, and all the best for the last race.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Ruben Moya. Good strategy at the starting procedure. You heard him, you know, safety first, but in the end, it keeps on paying off for the Spanish driver. Back over to you, Andrew.
Thank you, Guillaume. Very good questions there. That's a very interesting way of looking at it. I fully agree. It's working for him. We'll see whether that continues for Ruben Moya in the final round of heats. We're not quite done yet, though, with this penultimate round of heats for X30 Senior. Next, out on circuit, it's going to be another two groups facing off against one another, groups D and F in this one. Really important race this, you feel, for Danny Caronini. Had those issues, those mechanical issues by the looks of things in the previous round, so he's a bit out of position in the intermediate standings going into this one. The difference now, though, is now on the inside. He's had all of his starts from P2 so far the last 2 days or so. Now he gets the opportunity to race from pole position, and we've seen the run from P2 be a lot harder for drivers today. Yesterday, there were a few successful attempts of running around the outside very quickly and getting that jump on the pole sitter through turn 1 and turn 2. Not so much today, so could be good timing for Caronini to have that move to the inside line. Green light illuminates at the bottom of the pre-grid. Let's take you through the full grid for this X30 Senior qualifying heat involving groups D and F. Danny Caronini, as mentioned, starts this one from pole position. Could really do with a good result here to get back on track. Clement Lutron's been in strong form so far this weekend. He's there second on the grid. Javier Barrasca as well starts on the inside of row number 2, has also been strong. Emilia Carey alongside on that second row. Gabi Teixeira, she starts on the inside of row number 3 alongside Bertram Saxe. Luna Clare and Aaron Vader go from row 4. It's Yanis Bourlet and Adam Rahali going from row 5. Row 6, Neil Russell and Kevin Bakker.
They followed on row number 7 by Sebastian Mins and Matteo Melis. Elio Gonzalez and Andy Rattel share row number 8. Row number 9, Elvis Carroscas and Daniel Rodriguez. And at the back end of the grid, row number 10, Paco Miguel Sarmiento, Luca Leistra, as well as Antonio Sarad and Ivan Dobic. 20 drivers on the grid and on the track as well. We do have everybody in. That's what we like to see, as Danny Caronini now starting from pole position at the wheel of that Car Republic machine from Zenki Motorsport, representing Italian colors on Spanish shore. Clement Lutron by his side, Javier Boscoa, one of the locals, and Emilia Carey alongside him. So that's going to be an interesting start, to say the least, between some of the contenders. As we said, Andrew, Ruben Moya now leading the overall classification for just 2 tiny points. Danny Caronini still looking for his first win of the weekend so far at this point. 2 wins for Aaron Garcia, 2 wins now for Ruben Moya. Danny Caronini is still dragging slightly behind, so to speak, but he still have, all what it takes to really get himself, or, keep himself within the upper group.
Yeah, unofficial comms box maths time. I've got Caronini in around 19th place at the moment in the IC, so it's not totally disastrous. It's not red on our screen indicating outside the top 36. But yeah, for later in the weekend, yes, you can race from further down and race through, but in the seniors it's much harder. The greater level of experience, the wiser heads in this field. I mean, you would expect probably someone from the top 8 positions on the grid for the final to be the winner. So you want to get yourself further up that intermediate classification, especially before we go to those super heats tomorrow, because remember, it's bigger points for the super heats as well. But what are we about to see then in this race? Groups D and F in X30 Senior. Danny Caronini versus Clement Outron. Lots of experience across this front row. We're lights out. We're racing once again. It's a good start for Caronini. It's a decent start for Outron, but Javier Borrasca is going to have him down the inside and take second place before the first braking zone. As, oh no, there's a few drivers off in the background that did not get through turn number 2. 2 involved. One of them looks to be a just drive. Is that Eloy Gonzalez out of contention again? That is not good news. It's turning into a really disappointing week so far for Eloy Gonzalez. Would have hoped for a big result here on home soil. It didn't happen for him in time to qualifying. That's at least the second race that has gone awry for him. As here on the attack, that's great stuff from Javier Borrasca down the inside of Clement Outron and up to second place. But look at the gap that Caronini's got. Look at that gap. This, we're going to say it, scratch it off the bingo card. Classic Caronini. This is what he does so well if you're new to X30 Senior Racing. From pole, lights out, get a gap of around a second and a half, and then just manage it for the rest of the race. Not saying that is 100% what's going to happen here, but the fact that at the end of lap number 1, the gap is 1.1, 1.2 seconds for Caronini, that is a tremendous start for the Italian.
Tremendous start indeed. Now let's hope, let's cross fingers for the material to do the job as well. It didn't happen this last time around in this previous race, unfortunately, hence the reason of him being so far behind in the overall classification. So a win would do him good, that's for sure. And let's hope that it happens for the sake of the Italian.
Matteo Mellis out of this race. We just saw him a few brief moments ago in the marshal's post. Saw that there was somebody off out of turn 4. And unfortunately, it is the Italian for the LA Motorsport team. Just fear at this stage of the race week that it's starting to slip away for Matteo Mellis, who will hopefully hope for better things next time out when we go to his home country of Franciacorta. I do hope you can be with us for that one. Remember, every single Friday and Saturday race days for the 2026 season of the IAME Euro Series, you will be able to watch with us. And so do lend us your support for that. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Gap for Caronini now 1.3 seconds ahead of Borrasca. Outron third. Great start as well for Gabriella Teixeira for the Victory Lane karting team. Up one position from where they started, running P4.
Yeah, good run and a good start as well up to P4. And look at the battle raging on now into the turn number 5 right now. This is a little bit further down into the overall classification. Led still by Caronini, Borrasca, Outron, Teixeira, Carey. Still in a steady part of the race as for now. The gaps have been slightly extended now. Drivers are waiting for the right moment to attack. Clement Outron, quick look over the shoulder from third place at the wheel of that EOS machine. Then we have for the back Bertram Satch willing to do better than before from 6th place on Emilia Kari, putting the pressure on the driver in 5th place from Finland. Then they come again, concluding lap number 3. Still early stages of that race, Andrew. 1.5 seconds, still nothing to worry about for Danny Caronini, who can keep on putting fastest lap after fastest lap. It's a different story further down with some of them fighting on the way to turn number 2. We're on the inside. It goes the 264 there. Andy Rattel on Adam Rahali. That's a strong battle as well happening for P9. Andy Rattel, quite a disappointing weekend so far for the Frenchman that we've seen in much better situations before. Fair to say that he used to be driving for Pantano Racing Team, now back with KBK since last year's IAME Euro Cup. And things tend to take a bit of time for all the pieces of the puzzle to come together.
Oh, that's a big move put in there by Luca Leistra to go up to 11th place. Yeah, it's been a curious weekend for Andy Rattel so far, because occasionally there's the little glimpses of the Andy Rattel that we know and love to watch race, but the consistency hasn't, for whatever reason, been quite there so far this weekend. I think he's still probably okay of making it through to the final, but we're talking towards the back of the final grid at the moment. That's not where he would have wanted to be at the start of this weekend. This is a driver who's been competing for race wins the last 2 years in this category. So, yeah, a bit of a head scratcher there for the French driver. Other news: Sebastian Mins is on the move again, up 5 places from where the Briton started. Who's already had a very busy schedule with Fusion Motorsport this year. He's going to be probably the most busy drivers in international karting across the year. He's been getting back into the groove in X30 senior racing. He was at the Winter Cup. He's done a good few days in the cold and wet conditions back in the UK on the club racing scene, and it's serving him well right now. He's closing that gap to Aaron Vader in 7th place. On your screens, though, this is the battle for 3rd place. This is Utron and Teixeira going at it, and Teixeira quietly getting on with things here. At the moment, I've got Gabriella in the top 25 in the points heading into this round of races, and I tell you what, a P4 here, that would improve that a lot.
Yeah, certainly so, as we're going to keep an eye on that battle for 3rd place, as 1.8 seconds still. Danny Carini doing what he does best, pulling away as much as he can. Javier Borrasca in 2nd place, 0.6 of a second. It seems to me that Clément Utron and Gabriela Teixeira, 3rd and 4th respectively, keep on pushing forward and keep on pushing themselves forward to try to decrease that gap on Javier Borrasca, a little bit on his own. And as we said before, you know, on your own, without no one around you to work with in terms of slipstream and everything, you know, the business can get much more complicated when it comes to really getting the lap time in and getting, you know, building on that gap without the slipstream, without the extra pace that you need on those never-handling straights here in Zuera. That can be, yeah, that can mean a very different and more difficult situation, that's for you. As let's have a look at the gap. Still, Clément Utron not quite able to make up the ground on Javier Borrasca. As while doing that, you might lose a bit of momentum, and that could go the way of Gabriela Teixeira if she's feeling that the time of Clément Utron is up slightly. That might be her turn to get past and be the one chasing the driver ahead. Remains to be seen, but those two stays in formation, allowing, that's interesting as well, 256 of Emilia Carey to join them potentially. She's coming ever closer and taking Bertram Sach with her potentially. Yeah, 0.4 of a second between them. We have a group of drivers very closing in right now with Aaron Rida, Sebastian Mins and Kevin Barker all the way up until P10 and Andamar Harley. And once again, Clément Utron, we've seen that before, Andrew, in previous races. Utron doing a lot in the early stages of that race, putting a lot of pressure and everything, playing at the front, but at some point dropping a bit of momentum, not quite able to keep up with the leaders.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure why. I'm sure the Dream Racing team will keep working on that one. They'll need to, because tomorrow the races get even longer. So we'll see if there's a response going into that 5th round of heats or into the super heats tomorrow. Good run this for Emilia Carey. Emilia needed this, 9th, 10th and 15th so far in the first 3 rounds, so he's in that kind of danger zone around 30th to 40th in the intermediate scores, where you just want to be a little bit higher up. You just want to make your job in the super heats. If your aim is make the final, you don't want to be in that region, because so much can happen in the midfield when we get to those super heats tomorrow. It can be decided in a moment. There's always someone moving way up the order when we get to super heats tomorrow, and the reverse as well. There's always someone dropping out last minute as well. So this is good to see from the Finnish driver who's raced through the IAME Series Finland. He's had some good results in that championship over the years. It's looking good at the moment for a top 5. Final lap then. It's been a bit of a quieter one, this one, but I don't think Danny Carinini will care about that too much. This is exactly what Zanchi Motorsport were looking for. A fast start from pole position, a controlled race, not taking too much out of the materials. A 2-second advantage is the Italians at this moment. This is the closest battle for 3rd place. Utron having to work really hard. He's doing so brilliantly, but having to work exceptionally hard to keep this swarm of drivers behind, which includes the like of Aaron Vader, Sebastian Mins. Kevin Backer's a little bit further off of this group right now. Through turn 7 goes Utron, holding on to this one. Teixeira just can't get down and get a move done, and that's going to potentially open things up for Bertram Sachs to get through for 4th place. But for Danny Carinini, well, this is a good turnaround. Danny Carinini's had some good results at this place over the years. That is a nice heat victory. 50 points, back on the board, back on target for a good weekend. Javier Borrasca continues the good form that the Spaniard has had across the course of the weekend so far, P2. Clément Utron home in 3rd.
Yeah, mission accomplished for Danny Carinini now after the DNF that he had before. that will doing good point-wise. And it comes to the points, well, we have Ruben Moya still very much leading, 2 points clear from Aaron Garcia. But thanks to his second place finish, Javier Bruscar jumps up to P3 in front of Clément Outram. And Bertrand Such as well as Daniel Caronini goes from potentially the edge of the top 20 all the way up to P7 as we speak. But don't forget, we have one more senior race in that rotation. Another break from the class and one last rotation of races. And the last chances for a driver like Daniel Caronini to keep on building on that strong result. We're not there yet, one step at a time, isn't it? And this is the long game we're talking about. But Caronini did the job. 1.9 seconds on the line from Javier Bruscar, who finished with a good advantage as well, while Clément Outram was fighting for his life, so to speak, in front of Bertrand Such, Gabriel Teixeira, Aaron Zuera, Sebastian Minz, Emilia Carey, Kevin Baker, and Adam Rahali running up the top 10. 11th place was Elvis Krasovskas from Andy Rattel, Luna Clary, Neil Russell. Good to see him at the checkered flag after his early DNF. Luca Lestra, P15 from Yanis Bouillet, Paco Miguel Sarmiento, Antonio Sodad, Eloy Gonzalez. A weekend that has gone from bad to worse, unfortunately, for the Just Drive Racing driver. Jan Rodriguez finishing in P20 from Ivan Dobing. The last one to see the checkered flag with Matteo Mellis from LA Motorsport. Nowhere to be seen, unfortunately.
Yeah, sad times there for Matteo Mellis. But for his fellow Italian, Danny Caronini, that is a good response to the difficulties of round number 3. I reckon it'll get him at least into the top 15 once this third race of the round passes through, maybe even the top 10. We'll see in a few moments' time. This was the race start. As I say, he's so good at this. I really do think for X30 racing, you know, other standardized engine formulas, he is the best in the world at getting that punch off the line and developing almost like that Sebastian Vettel circa 2011, 2012 strategy of the race is won, 1.2 seconds out front, and nobody can catch him.
Yeah, and then you control, you cruise along, so to speak, even though those drivers certainly do not rest behind the wheel, and you leave the others to do the show. That's exactly what happened behind Danny Caronini. Javier Bruscar was very much on his own for the entire race, and it was there between Clément Outram, Bertrand Such, the likes of Teixeira, Aaron Zuera, and Sebastian Minz, that the battles kept on raging. But in the end, they all came close onto to the checkered flag, split by less than a second. All of them at the with Clément Outram leading on that train. Not a strong result for the Frenchman, as we said, but maybe slightly short on power, short on energy development. Taking out F1 terms into the karting world through the course of those qualifying heats. But as we said, we're talking long game. Consistency is also a key element to consider. Taking care of your tires as well. One more race for them as well, but don't forget the super heat tomorrow. So I would not be surprised to see some of them drivers switching maybe half of those old tires for the super heat tomorrow, and that would be generally accepted as the main strategy, keeping it all fresh for the final.
Absolutely. More races to come here from Zuera after this.
Let's start with the Play Seat Challenge. With a quick 10-second storage and setup, this seems like the perfect gateway into sim racing for gamers of all ages. There's only one way to know for sure though. I like the fact that we can adjust the steering wheel angle and move the pedals around. So actually I could get it the way I would like in terms of the steering position. The steering is really stable. I'm putting quite a bit of force through these fast corners, and likewise for the pedals as well. You keep thinking it's going to slide away from you, but actually I'm pressing the brake pedal pretty hard and it's not moving, so I'm quite impressed. I really do like driving Zandvoort. It's such a cool circuit. Given how roomy this chair feels, I am a bit surprised at how compact it can be. When the Play Seat Challenge arrived, I was a bit confused because the box was actually really small and compact, but it does genuinely fold that small. I think if you're new to sim racing and you wanted a first touch point with the game, this is probably a good option for you. And actually, because it's comfy, you could spend hours at it before you decide to commit more money to it. The Play Seat Challenge is super convenient and user-friendly and seems like the perfect way to start your sim racing journey.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, live from the Circuito Internacional de Zuera. And we have a couple of races left on schedule. Don't go anywhere. The next one coming up for the senior still, opposing Group A versus C. And talking about some of the protagonists that we have on the grid, Dan Aleman will be starting from the left side of your picture. Pole position in this race and pole position overall for Dan Aleman. He did that last year already in the junior category, but this is his first ever pole, stepping up to the senior class for 2026. Stepping up with a new team, VDK Racing, in partnership ever closer than before with Spirit Racing. By his side from Belgium, Julian Sorvillo at the wheel of the Tonicat machine. It will be one to watch, as always, from MCK Racing, putting up some good results so far into this class. Julian Sorvillo, as well as Dan Aleman, willing on improving, but a P1 already for Julian Sorvillo so far, as well as for Dan Aleman. So it's all to play for in this classification, led at the moment by Ruben Moya and Aaron Garcia. Matteo Rivals just behind from P3 onto the grid. Rivals, another winner yesterday in the A versus B qualifying race that we had to run things up just after qualifying. Clear the grid is shown to the mechanics. It's time for the drivers to remain on their own with the machine. This is the quiet moment before the storm. But if you're joining us right now, well, welcome along, first of all, on the YouTube channel of the IAME Euro Series. The senior class is about to conclude the penultimate rotation of qualifying races of the day, which means that after this one, well, we'll have 3 more by the end of the day. The last chances for the competitors in all groups to conclude on a high or to make up for some ground lost through the process. Ruben Moya at this time, with 2 wins to his name, is leading just 2 tiny points in front of Aaron Garcia. Javier Bruscar in second. And as you can see, well, we will invite you on board of Dan Aleman, our pole sitter, the young past few seasons. But this is his first season in the IAME Euro Series in the senior class after the Winter Cup. But now, check out the green flag is waving, and the drivers make their way onto the track. Let's take you through the grid.
Let's do indeed. Dan Aleman starts on pole position. Julian Sorvillo alongside on the front row. Matteo Rivals and Amir Sabarov, they go from row number 2. Otto Pikkanen and Garcia San Juan go from row number 3. Stig de Rademaker and Maurice Verkruijs go from row number 4.
Elias Lehmann and Sam van der Eyden, Senna Meunier and Luc Taylor are row number 8. Row number 9, Peter Stiller and Christian Fuente Plaza. Row number 10, Adrian Canal and Sjoerd de Vries, as well as Eddie Dex and Dylan Patel on row number 11. And the drivers right now onto the track to get those tires up to temperature, or what's left of those tires for some of them, considering the heat that we have here, up to 20 degrees Celsius, perfect conditions. Yeah, a little bit cloudy, but mostly blue just above our heads. So we can ask for a better weather here in Zuera. 9 laps to go through and 1 more to go.
134 is his current tally from 2 wins and a 6th place. So, but only a win. A 2nd place in this one would then keep Moya in the lead of the intermediate points with 1 round to go. So it's still at the moment in Dan Aleman's hands. The easy way of describing it, if he wins through the last 2 rounds, he's on pole for a superheat tomorrow, and it'll be the first superheat. So we'll see if he can do that. It is one of those typical things, much easier said than done. But yeah, I think he'll be feeling confident ahead of this one. Needs to keep an eye on Otto Pikkanen though. Otto Pikkanen looked very good in the last round.
Yeah, he does certainly, having picked up some strong results so far this weekend. Otto Pikkanen is always one to watch from further back in the senior category, the Finnish driver, both on a national and international level.
Should note, though, again, the ones of you paying full attention will go, well, hang on a minute. And should note, though, again, the ones of you paying full attention will go, well, hang on a minute, Andrew. Didn't Pikkanen beat Aleman in the last race? Did on the road. He had a front fairing penalty, so dropped down the order, and Aleman re-inherited the victory in the previous round of heats. Right, here we go then. Groups A and C will run into these tram lines and get this race underway, hopefully at the first time of asking. And they do. Away we go then for 9 laps. Dan Alleman, great start, will lead through the first corner down towards turn 2. They all go. Alleman checks to driver's right, makes sure he's got that defensive line right, and through has come one of the MCKs. That will be Julian Sorvillo. So Sorvillo's done really well there to hold on to P2. There's a couple of drivers off the road going for a bit of an off-track excursion, but everyone back on the black stuff. Oh, now look at that message on the screen. Julian Sorvillo under investigation, potential working on the pre-grid. That will be looked at. That will be looked at by the officials, but normally when we see that message come in, it means that there's going to be quite a hefty jurisdiction coming to the driver. This could be big trouble then for Julian Sorvillo.
Well, that's the first this weekend, at least, that we get to see that, which means that, yeah, there's been more than just the tire pressure being worked on the car of Julian Sorvillo, because as a mechanic, you're only allowed to have a look at the tires on the pre-grid at some point, and no more of that. But now, it remains to be seen what's going to happen, certainly in terms of official decision, but that's not the message that you want to see appearing on your screen, especially when you're fighting at the forefront.
It isn't indeed, and also the fact that he's had a retirement from a previous heat earlier on today.
Crash,
is, you sometimes see this when a newer name comes through and you think, oh, we've got a new one to play with. Things happen. They find out the hard way that this is not an easy championship to race in, nor should it be. This is top level of X30 racing here on the European continent, and it is tough, really, really tough out there, not just for the drivers, but also for the mechanics. But right now, Sorvillo still holds there, second on the road, ahead of Otto Pykkönen. Finnish driver is the fastest of anyone through sectors number 1 and sectors number 2. As here goes Sorvillo, is just going to nudge Dan Alleman along there. That great shot off the back of the 222 into turn 2 again. Otto Pykkönen just waiting, just biding his time like he did in the previous race. Now he pounces down the inside. Great move from Pykkönen up to P2.
Otto Pykkönen up to P2, and the confirmation, as you said, Andrew, that he lost a win previously due to a 5-second penalty, making Dan Alleman a 2-time winner so far on equal results with Aaron Garcia and Ruben Moya. So there's that to take into consideration, as Pykkönen is giving the chase to Dan Alleman, certainly willing to take that revenge after that penalty early on. He's going to have to contend with Sorvillo running up the inside, and there's the switch again from Julian Sorvillo. Still very much in this fight, as we were waiting for any confirmation coming our way later on about what happened exactly onto the pre-grid, but the message was clear. Certainly it doesn't prevent Julian Sorvillo from battling into this race, but remains to be seen what sort of penalty, if there's one, will come his way. But Sorvillo, Pykkönen, the battle for second is very much on, and there he goes for the lead. There's a switch on lap number 4. So the ambition is clear for Julian Sorvillo, go for the win, but so much so is for Dan Alleman, who switched back straight away and take that first position. As for now, a bit of wheel banging. Julian Sorvillo wants that win more than ever. It keeps on the racing line. Otto Pykkönen sees that door open and just dives through for second place and takes Matteo Rivas with him up to third. That's not a good sign for Dan Alleman, who finds himself from P1 to P4. And now Samirov is just getting himself invited as well into that battle.
I mean, Sabirov's had some good pace today. Had a bit of bad luck in one of the previous heats in that clash with Sorvillo. Sorvillo kind of just landed in front of him. It wasn't Sabirov's fault at all. Simply wrong place, wrong time. There's potential here for Sabirov to gain some more points and move himself back up the intermediates order. So, end of another lap, looking back from Dan Alleman. There is the sight of Amir Sabirov, who's going to look down the inside, has a little think about it, into turn 2, but elects to just stay there in 5th place for now. Rivals having to be a bit defensive this time through turn number 4. I've got to say, for Julian Sorvillo, I really like his spirit. This is probably, I think, the first time, maybe the second time I've seen him race. He's not a driver that we've seen as much as others on the international scene. And it would be very easy to have that great qualifying, get into race trim, be overtaken by the odd driver here and there and just go, you know what, I'm not quite ready for this yet, and fall back through the field. every time he has a little bit of a hardship, and there's a big hardship right now with that investigation hanging over him, his response has been, I'm going to go back on the attack. I'm not going to just sit back and let the established names knock me down the order. I really, really like that from Servillo and the MCK Racing team. They're making a really, really good fist of this. End of lap number 5, 4 to go. Pekkanen starting to put Servillo under pressure now. Pekkanen doing similar to what we saw in the previous round of heats, Guillaume, biding his time as Alaman down the inside takes third place away from rivals. Saburov may have a piece in this as well, although he's not on the optimum line into turn number 5, and Saburov gets back through. This is good racing amongst these three for third place, but you feel at the moment Pekkanen showing what he did in the previous round of heats is a pretty good bet for a race victory here.
Yeah, there goes the move from Amir Sabirov on Matteo Rivals in the meantime for P4. Tried both to chase Dan Halaman a little bit on his own now. The Swiss driver, he was able to extract himself from the pressure of both Samirov and Rivals. And his next target will be once back, focusing on back to Pekkanen and Servillo, just in front, split by 0.2 of a second. So still a bit of time into this qualifying heat for, you know, things to be switched around. And remains to be seen in what order now. Into lap number 7. Julian Servillo, 2.10 in front of Pekkanen now. Around the inside goes one of the MDC. This is a little bit further back on the 2.41. This is Hugo Rana on stick, the other marker, the SD driver, dropping a place down to P8. And Hugo Rana in 7th, beautifully made in turn number 1. And Otto Pekkanen, as a demonstration of intent, is putting out the fastest lap now. This is hammer time potentially for the Finnish driver after losing that win on the grid carpet due to a penalty early on. He wants to take it back. He wants to give the chase to Servillo up until the end, as having to take into account Dan Halaman as well, because we know that Dan, currently with that win that he had, that extra win in the bag, he sits 4th at the moment, but would he take that third win this time around? That would make him the leader on points as for now. So that's very important as well for Dan Halaman to try to, as much as he can, gain a place, potentially 2, but he still has a bit of work to provide.
Looking a bit hard for Dan Alaman to do that on this occasion. Another lap ticks on by. Otto Pekkanen's pace is good, but it's only hundredths that he's taking out of Julian Servillo. Oh, that's more than hundredths. Look at that run through turn number 2, and Pekkanen's now got Servillo off the racing line. This could be where the Finn uses his experience and he's going to draw alongside. He's got his nose ahead. He's taking the race lead. Great work from Otto Pekkanen. Brilliant use of the slipstream again, just putting the pressure on through turn 2. We saw him do it to Dan Alaman in the previous race. Otto Pekkanen now knows this is his race to lose. Dan Alaman's pace is very good. Now knows this is his race to lose. Dan Alaman's pace is very good, though. He's just at the fastest lap of the race. He could have a go for second place here. Servillo looking around. No opportunity there into turn number 9 to get back ahead of Pekkanen. Through these sweepers, through 11, 12, 13, 14, on the gas. One more lap to go here. Guillaume, this could be a big, big result if Otto Pekkanen can hold on to it.
Let's find out in less than 1 lap now. 1.7 kilometer on the way to turn number 1, pedal to the metal. Look at the way Dan Alaman is going the long way around. He's going to try to switch those positions. First with Servillo, can he go through? Yes, he can, not quite just yet, but Rivals and Samirov getting right into the mix as well. We're going to have a 5-driver battle on the way to the line potentially. Otto Pekkanen has the lead, but for how long can he hold out to that win? Servillo on the outside of turn number 5. Dan Alaman sees the opportunity, dives through just on his left, pick up second place, looking over the shoulder, wondering where the rest is. Well, he has that place in the bag, but can he move forward? Can he go and keep on chasing for that P1? In the meantime, Servillo finds himself into the close of both Rivals and Samirov. There's going to be a battle up until the flag, and he's dropping. No, he was about to drop that position. Stays where he is in P3. That goes the way of Otto Pekkanen, who's going to have one last corner to negotiate on the way to victory.
Brilliant stuff from Otto Pekkanen. I think he'll keep this one. He lost the previous victory with that front fairing drop in round 3, but that's another supreme performance from the flying Finn of X30 Senior. Otto Pekkanen is a force to be reckoned with here this weekend in northern Spain. Moves himself back up to 6th place in the intermediate standings and within striking distance of the likes of Utron, Baraska and Dan Alleman now in those intermediate points going into the final round. That result with Alleman second means Ruben Moya now arguably has a clear run to pole in a superheat tomorrow. Moya in the lead of the points, Garcia second, Alleman third.
Brilliant result indeed overall, but what about the remains to be seen between the contenders of the senior category. Dan Alleman doing the job, certainly would have hoped for one extra place up at the end of this one, but it was just missing 0.6 of a second in front of Julian Sovillo, Amir Sabirov, Matteo Rivals P5 from Alexandre Machado, in P6 from Peter Stille, Sam van der Reyden, Stig de Radermaker, Adrian Canal, Hugh Rana P11 from Christian Fuente Plaza, Maurice Verkreuz, Max Yule, Senna Meunier, Elias Lehmann, Aurelio Agustinelli, Gauthier San Juan, Stuart de Vries, Eli Dax, Dylan Patel and Luke Taylor. 22 drivers at the start, and all of them made it to the checkered flag. Some good climbers out there. Peter Stille climbed 10 places up to P7, 6 places gained for Sam van der Reyden up to P8, as Otto Pickeren makes his way back to the Parc Fermé and the scale. Eventually, he was able to get his hand on a win. It happened before, but it was refused to him after a 5-second penalty. Now, it remains to be seen, all results being provisional, but looking at how things unfolded, it's most likely that he will get away with that result. Some of the drivers, unfortunately, didn't have the best of start to their race at the back end of the grid, going full into the grass at some point as we run on board with Dan Alleman battling along with the 245 for Julian Sovillo. It was a cracking start for the pole sitter from the inside line. Was able to slightly get away before Julian Sovillo. So Otto Pikkonen making his way past for second. Then the response came very quickly from the Belgian driver under the close watch from Matteo Rivals, the French from Dream Racing. Rivals would try himself as well into the mix before Dan Alleman would take that P1 position back. Otto Pikkonen was looking as well to do the same, but not quite able to find a space just yet. Then things got turned around quite quickly. Dan Alleman lost a bit of ground, fighting his way with Matteo Rivals and Amir Sabirov from MDC Racing from P5 before, well, those three would get ever closer to both Julian Sovillo and Otto Pikkonen at some point on their own in the lead. But as we run on board, you could see that the good work from behind from Amir Sabirov, getting past Matteo Rivals for P4 eventually. The Frenchman, little that he could have done there in turn number 7 as the MDC driver would take advantage around the inside before getting on the attack on Rivals, the 241. This is Stig de Radermaker, my apologies. As it was happening further back was Hugo Rana getting ahead of Stig in turn number 1. I was battle at the time for P9. In the lead, Otto Pikkonen would take the final win for just 0.6 of a second on Dan Alleman with Julian Sovillo in third place. But as you read before on the screen, there's investigation going on at the moment, so we will keep you updated. In the meantime, let's get back to the Parc Fermé with you, Andrew.
Thank you very much. Guillaume here with our latest race winner, and this one stays Otto Pikkonen, no front fairings this time, and form's looking really good going into this last round of heats later today.
Yeah, we've been fast all week. We were fast already last week, and I've always been good around here, so yeah, all good.
What's been the biggest change out there in the last hour or so? It's looking quite warm and a bit sweaty out there.
Yeah, the temperature's raised quite a bit, so it's getting a bit more heavy out the corners, so yeah, especially need to be nice to the tyres so you don't over push.
The weather forecast for tomorrow, I think, is still a little bit mixed. Is that on your mind ahead of the superheats tomorrow?
Not really. We did some laps in the wet and in the dry, also in the colder temperatures. So for me, we've been fast all around, so I see no problem why not tomorrow.
How will you get ready for the next race?
Now just have something to eat and drink, and then we go again.
Well, we'll let you get on with that. Otto, thank you very much for your time. Otto Pikkonen there, your latest race winner. Guillaume, back to you in the box.
Thanks very much to Otto Pikkonen and to you, Andrew. As always, we're going to give you as well as many interviews down from Parc Fermé as we can for the remainder of the afternoon. So make sure to tune in with us as the next one is coming our way very, very soon. In less than 3 minutes, we'll be ready to go racing for the junior category this time. And this is of importance because the juniors might have less races to go through than the seniors, for example. But this is the last one that they're going to have to go through. 2 races down for the juniors, 1 last rotation with 2 races next. First A versus C, then B versus D. The clear the grid sign is shown by Ross Hampton, our master of the grids. But now it all comes down to those 2 races for the juniors. As after that, there will be no other chance to get a place as high as they can, coming to the superheat of tomorrow. Superheat of the juniors will take place in the morning, starting at 10:30, just in between the mini and the senior, for plenty of action remaining up until tomorrow afternoon. But all eyes on this young man, George House from Excel Motorsport, at the wheel of that Energy Corse machine. Let's see what he can do. Last year's winner in the mini class of the IAME Euro Series, trying his luck into the junior class this time around. And so far, not quite able to pick up a win in this class as of yet. Unlike the likes of Nivola Morales, Ivan Gonzalez, Josh Clark, and Sugmani Kera the last time around. So let's see. This is the last chance for Josh House to pick up a win potentially, but Charles Ural by his side on the front row of the grid with the eyes focused on the first turn will certainly be looking to make his life less easy than expected, certainly for the British driver, with less than 1 minute to go before the drivers, the young drivers of the junior class, will be unleashed onto the track. Josh House, Charles Ural, that's your first row of the grid, but behind, watch out, Kumani Kera. 1 win to her name, the first at this level this weekend, with those beautiful Alpine colors on the helmet. As you can see, she's willing certainly to finish on high with, why not, a second victory this Friday. But opposition will be strong, but she's demonstrated great, driving skills, great pace, and solidity into the heat of the moment.
Great courage as well. I think the level of respect amongst the other drivers for Sukmani Kera is growing, and rightly so. She's at least been in the lead of both races that she's been in today. So this could be another big one for her and for all of the drivers on this grid. Let's take you through the full running order then. This is groups A and C in their final qualifying heats before we switch to super heats tomorrow. George House starts on pole position once again. Charles Ural of France alongside on the front row has been having a good day so far. Sukmani Kera, as mentioned, starts on the inside of row number 2, has a big challenge though in the shape of Ivan Gonzalez. The Model L Motorsport team have looked very quick so far here this week. Talking of Model L Motorsport, Nivola Morales starts on the 3rd row of the grid on the inside P5, Antoine Venant on the outside P6. Max Endicott will be a threat from row 4. Starting 7th, Aaron Richardson completes that one in 8th. Nilas Malik and Tony Cacciafero are inside the top 10 for the start of this one on row 5. Jacob Backler had a great start in the previous race. Can he do so again? From row 6 is joined by Edouard Godefroy.
At the back end of the grid on row 7, we have John Foligini and Andy Stewart, Miko Swears and Zoltan Konyi. Row number 8, row number 9, Alexander Mason Kwang, Orion Mehta. Row number 10, Jamie Mulvey, Carl Lundberg and George Kinlan at the back end of the grid. And as always, Dan Ashton and Martin Bean, our race directors for this event and for the entire IAME Euro Series. In the great conversation, the time for the drivers to go around twice to get those MG tires up to temperature. And we seem to have a bit of a trouble for Antoine Venant, the only VTK driver on the grid. And is dropped all the way down to the back of that grid. So late for the party, as it seemed. Maybe a bit of an engine trouble at the initiation outside of the pre-grid. Remains to be seen, but seems like Antoine is all the way down last, the number 47. Yes, indeed, this is him. So it's going to have to push. Hopefully, I think he will have enough time to join the rest of the drivers, hopefully before they get into formation, so he can take his position back. But not the easiest of ways to get into the racing mode for the young Belgian. But in the meantime, it's down to George House to pace everybody down on the way to that last sector.
Point situation heading into this one, everybody. 91 on the board for Gonzalez, 85 for Wood, 84 for Clark. Those two race in the next one. Kira, 80, Endicott, 78, Peters, 77, Policán and Morales both on 76. So This is looking good at the moment for Ivan Gonzalez, but we've said it before, our driver only needs such and such. We said that for someone at Winter Cup, and it didn't go that way. A lot can happen here in the next 7 laps into the tram lines. We're going round again. That's way too early on the gas from the whole field. That is the easiest false start our race directors will probably have this week. We go round again. That is very good news, though, for Anton Venot. I didn't quite make out whether he got back into his position of 6th place on the grid, but he definitely will now.
Yeah, I think he was about to, didn't get to see that either. But yeah, that extra lap will give him the occasion to do that. And it's always
there.
Yeah, it is indeed. But it's always, you know, you don't want to get into too many warm-up laps, because for the material, for the engine, you know, the more revs and into the more heat they go, you know, the more difficult you can get to respond onto the line. And an engine going too hot, you know, too slow, too long is certainly not up to the liking of the material. And, you know, it gets onto the nerves of the drivers as well. So the faster they can get over the line and go racing, the better it is for everybody. But, you know, you got to do that in order. The procedure of the start needs to be respected and go by the book. And this is the second time that we get to go for 1 extra lap.
Do indeed. The good news for the drivers as well is no threat of not making the superheat, and it's only 5 drivers who don't make it through to the final. So basically, even if you're right at the bottom of the table, if you have a really good superheat tomorrow, that should be enough to get you on, at least on the grid of 36 for the big race tomorrow afternoon. However, this is X30 Juniors, and anything can happen in this category. George House leads the field round with Charles Ral alongside him on the front row for attempt number 2 at this start for groups A and C. Into the tram lines they go, watching for those lights. They go out. We are racing in this one for X30 Junior. Great start once again for those on the pole side of the grid. George House will lead towards turn 1. Through turn 1 and into turn 2. Sukmani Kira immediately up to 2nd place. Charles Ral fighting there, trying to hold on, but in the end loses 3rd place to Nuvela Morales. Ivan Gonzalez is trying to go around the outside. Someone's lost a piece of bodywork out of turn number 3. Not good news, though, for those on the pole, the anti-pole side of the grid. Once again, it seems as the day's going on, Guillaume, that starting out there in P2 is becoming more and more a disadvantage.
Yeah, it seems to be for Charles Ral, who I think dropped all the way down to P6 at the back of that first train. It remains to be seen, but in the meantime, well, we had a cracking start from George House, and look at the pressure from behind from one of the fusions. This is Sukmani Kera potentially really already fighting for P1, as under investigation is the number 31, Lernberg, as we might see an attempt already. Look at the slipstream that the driver in 2nd place will be able to take into that turn number 1. Lap 1 completed. Here we go. Kera against House. Onto the breaking point of turn number 2, being taken in sandwich with Nuvela Morales just behind in 3rd. He's going to be the one who's going to go for the first move potentially. No, he stays in 3rd, but this is the first sign. And the door opens plenty. George House felt the threat coming. Didn't take any risk, going from 1st to 3rd, and it goes through. It lets going through Sukmani Mera and Nuvela Morales up to P2 as well.
Sorry for the involuntary sound. One of the BMRs, it was either Max Endicott or Nilas Malik, took a huge chunk of curb through and out of turn 14 at the end of that first lap. Everyone's still running out there. I wonder with the missing piece of bodywork, there was a good bit of Dayglow yellow on it. Not my favourite colour in the world, that people will know. I wonder if it was off an MDC. We've not seen anything come in regards any mechanicals at this stage. Should note, though, Carl Lundberg under investigation for a starting infringement. That most likely, we haven't seen it at our end yet, but will be being reviewed by the officials. Most likely, once again, a driver potentially moving out of the tram lines before lights out. End of lap number 2 then. Kira, for the 3rd heat in a row, has the race lead and is holding this race lead right now ahead of Nuvela Morales, who has already had a heat win earlier in the day. Max Endicott looking to cross the gap, looking to use that speed and experience that took him to the IWF X30 Junior title at Valencia at the back end of 2025 in dramatic circumstances, if you remember that one. But it's given Max a lot of confidence going into this new season, where he is now one of the big names. He is now one of the drivers expected to deliver results. And right now, he is crossing that gap and joining this top 3 to make it a quartet battle for the race lead.
Yeah, with 3 places gain up until that fourth place, potentially, after the 3 first laps out of 7 in this qualifying heat. They come across once again in front of opposition. Let's have a look at the gaps. Tiny they are between Kera and Morales in second place. George House still waiting for the right hour to strike potentially. And the longer he will wait, and the faster he will find himself under the pressure of Max Endicott. He goes for P2. Beautifully made by George House up to P2. Morales down into 3rd. Let's see what the Spaniard from Monal Motorsport can do, because he finds himself within the group, pretty much a full British contingent there. Let's see what the original can do around the inside into number 7. Oh, and he forces his way through. Beautifully made. I'll open the door as well to Max Endicott, who was expecting a move like that. Not quite able to keep the racing going onto the next turn, losing that position again to Josh House. Well, our pole sitter finds himself in a bit of discomfort, to say the least, because now he's fighting for survival down to P3. Max Endicott has other plans as well. In the meantime, in the lead, switch for the lead. That was for second place, my apologies, as the leaders are now in front of us, Kera and Morales still, but Max Endicott forces his way through into the last turn. We're taking with him Foley Jr., Gonzalez up into P5, and Josh House, unfortunately, drop into P6, and even more so, because he seems to be in trouble over there.
They do indeed. I tell you who else is good to see in this mix. John Foley Jr. in that bright blue Kart Republic machine. This is the Daily Motorsport team. For those not au fait with them, very strong team from the Emerald Isle. And you'll remember earlier in the day that John Foley Jr. had a retirement. So this is another great response from a new driver to this level as well, to be bouncing back from that disappointment. Just lost a couple of positions now. George House, you mentioned, it's just seeming a little bit out of sorts. It's not normal to see George House get a braking zone wrong or get in a tangle like we saw a lap and a half ago. He's still scoring at the moment in 5th place. This result is changing things, though, in the intermediate classification. We mentioned Ivan Gonzalez at the start of the race as being the driver arguably in most control. Right now, Gonzalez, 4th on the road, would go behind Sukmani Kira in the intermediate standings. So there's a 2-part mission here for Nuvola Morales. Firstly, to take the lead for themselves in the number 40, but also for teammates Gonzalez to knock Kira's points tally down a little bit. There is Ivan Gonzalez running in 4th place with George House immediately behind. These two have got to work together now over the next lap or so. They've still got an opportunity here of picking up some more points onto the last lap, because Endicott is closing in on Morales, and you would think at this stage, Guillaume, that Endicott will go for an attack.
Yeah, certainly so. He has nothing to lose at this stage. This is the last race for those two groups. After that, no more chances, and it all comes down to the Super 8 and the final, where only 36 tickets out of 41 contenders will be awarded as we go into the last lap. Here we go, ladies and gents. Ultima Vuelta here in Zuera, as a warning flag is being given to Kuan Yin, number 19, for causing a collision, and a 5-second that comes with it. Now, down to the leaders, run inside. Morales takes P1, but there's the attack and the counter-attack from Kira. Max Endicott is willing to get contact between the two. Max Endicott run the outside and finds himself in the lead for the first time this weekend. Well, we came close to a big drama between Kera and Morales, but those two kept themselves onto the track. That could go the way of Gonzalez, Josh House as well. Could we see them coming back into the last lap? But the gap has been built in the meantime. Max Endicott certainly hoping for that turn of event into the last few stages of that race. And now he's in the lead. A quick look over the shoulder. He's not going to let that go away anytime soon.
This is what he does. This is how he's won races and got podiums before. Yes, this is only a qualifying heat, but this could be a turning of the corner for Max Endicott's weekend. Out of the final corner for Team BMR. Endicott on the board. Big 50 points. Kira P2, Morales P3. Gonzalez holds on to the lead in the intermediate classification for now, because there will be drivers who with strong results in the next race could displace Ivan Gonzalez. But right now, Gonzalez 129 sits atop the league table in these qualifying heats for X30 Junior. Endicott P2 only 1 point behind. That is a tantalising prospect for the Superheats tomorrow, because remember, all of these scores carry over into the Superheats tomorrow. We have that round, and then the scores combined for the intermediate points after those Superheats. That's what sets the grid for the final on Saturday afternoon. There is a provisional race result. Endicott from Kira from Morales. They will all feature towards the sharp end of the field in their Superheats tomorrow. Ivan Gonzalez will as well. George House at the moment is 5th in the points, 5th in that race as well. Charles Rural, 6th in that race, 6th in the points. Great run as well from John Foley Jr. Hat tip for that, up 6 places for the DMS team. Aaron Richardson, 8th in that one, ahead of 2 BMR runners in the shape of Jacob Bachler and a recovering Nilas Malik. Edouard Godefroy, 11th. Tony Cachafero, 12th. Antoine Venals, after those dramas on the formation lap, recovers back to P13. Zoltan Koini, Andy Stewart, Miko Shervers, Mason Kwong, Carl Lundberg, Jamie Mulvey and George Quillen, all in the top 20. Orion Meta, the last of the 21 starters who all finished that race. But that is an intriguing moment for Max Endicott, who had trouble in timed qualifying yesterday, but has shown once again at this moment in this era of X30 Junior, he is always someone to keep an eye on and gets himself in contention. Here are some of the highlights of that race. This was the move from Kira down the inside of George House to take the race lead in the early stages. Nuvula Morales following through as well. George House would respond a lap later, getting ahead of Morales once again, and just waiting there was Max Endicott. I say he's developed a real knack for this. This is where things just went wrong for George House. It looked to me as if he just got caught in two minds there of whether to go around the outside or go for a move down the inside, and paid for that mistake. There was John Foley Jr. Going back through. George House did do very well, though, to recover from this position. Could easily have fallen down the order and did the reverse, moved back up the timing screen. This was Morales down the inside of Kira. This is the point that things really started to open up for Endicott. Just look there, holding back. There was always going to be a tightening moment between the two previous leaders. Endicott drifts round the outside to take the race win. A very accomplished victory that, yes, doesn't quite give him the lead in the intermediate classification, but gives him a very, very good chance going into tomorrow, and will score championship points as well once everything shakes out. Remember, the first haul of championship points are awarded at the end of today. Light winds, in fact, no wind at all at the moment here in Zuera. That was a very, very fascinating race in X30 Junior between Groups A and C. We've still got one to come as well. Groups B and D will be out on track shortly. You can see them all prepped and ready down in pit lane. We've got about 4 minutes, I think, before we go racing. If you've missed any of the action today, don't worry. You can watch it all back here on the IAME Euro Series channel at your leisure. But right now, let's once again pass down to Parc Ferme and over to Guillaume Alvarez.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Here with Max Endicott. Max, well done to you. The win at last. But what a battle this was on track. It was certainly very entertaining for us. Was it the same for you on track?
Well, I mean, you do get a little bit nervous sometimes. You don't want to crash, but I just kind of waited for them to just maybe do something and then undercut them, and that's what I did. So, yeah, it was pretty exciting because I took the lead.
So please do more of that as well for the races tomorrow. Well, at this point, there's one more race in the junior class, but you find yourself second overall in points. So in the end, this is a job well done in the end, with all eyes and all focus on the super heat in the final.
Well, yeah, I mean, some people are going to go above me, obviously. Like maybe someone like George will go above me because they have a good race. But I'm looking forward to the super heat in the final, and I'm going to go out there and I'm going to try my best to win.
Fantastic, that's the spirit, and in your class in the juniors, anything can happen, so fingers crossed for everybody. Thank you very much, Max, as you can leave your place to Ivan Gonzalez, as we're going to have you as well before the next one, Ivan. Well, at this point, with one race to go in the junior class, as we said, you are the leader on points. So far, are you happy with the results and the way your day has been going?
Yeah, we've had a really positive day today. We did P1 in the first heat, P3 in the second heat, and P4 in the last heat. And really good positive day.
Pretty positive day at the office, indeed. Things might change, as we said, in juniors that can go, quite fast. But overall, the confidence is very much there for the Super 8 and the final.
Yeah, it is there.
Do you have that extra push of pride competing on home soil?
Yeah, I do.
Fantastic. Well, go rest well before tomorrow, and we'll see you up there. All right. Thank you very much. Back over to you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Good to hear from a couple of drivers on that occasion as they bring to a close their qualifying heats program for the day, but we're not quite done with X30 Junior yet. We've got another heat to go between groups B and D. And at least by my early calculations, I reckon we've still got both superheat pole positions up for grabs here because not one but two drivers could displace Gonzalez from that top spot as things play out. But we'll keep you up to date with that, with all of the scores. Big thanks to the timekeeping team in the room next to us here from the comms box for keeping us up to date. And of course, big thanks to all of our volunteer marshals and track workers here at Circuito International de Zuera. We could not go racing without them. And it's got rather warm here today. Air temperature in the shade, about 20 degrees Celsius. But again, it's a very open piece of land here. It'll be warmer out there on all of those marshal posts that they are brilliantly commanding. How long have we got? About 45 seconds before we go out onto the track for the start of the formation laps. Quick reminder, it's Gonzalez on 129, Endicott 128, Kira 124. They're all done, though, for this one. We're going to need to keep an eye on Freddie Wood, who starts this race on 85 points, and George Clark, who starts it on 84. So they're the best positions to potentially change things. There's your pole sitter as well, Teo Polican, who's had a really good weekend so far for the Dream Racing team. Polican a little bit further down the order at the moment, sits on 76 points, but is in that big group of drivers in the high 70s before these races. So a strong result here could see Polican maybe even up onto the front row of one of the super heats tomorrow. That will all work itself out in due course. Let's get through the important business of running through the grid for this next race, the last qualifying heats for X30 Junior. It starts with Teo Polican on pole position, Freddie Wood on the outside of row one, looking to potentially secure one of those pole position starts for a superheat tomorrow. Row two, Aurelio Longitano and Alejandro Campos. Priam Bruno and Santiago Barros go from row three. Jack Peters and Jarlath Sayer go from four. And Sayer looked very good in round number two, as did George Clark. He was a race winner. Ludwig Gronquist could do with a big one here. That's your top 10.
Row number 6, we have Mattis Mush and Colby Pattison. Row number 7, Bruno Grelling, as well as Justin Stewart. Row number 8, Archie Roger Styler and Cem Lazadik. Row number 9, Aaron Behofer, Hugo Bernat. And row number 10, Jules Lecun and Manoa Laurent. A total, once again, of 20 drivers for the junior class. This is the very last one for the juniors. After that, last rotation for the minis and the seniors, so don't go anywhere. But, some trouble for one of the MDC driver, Bruno Grelling, the 27, unfortunately. What on earth has happened there for the German driver? Seems to be, in a bit of a concern. Dropping at the back end of the peloton as we speak. He still have one more lap to, if the material wants to respond positively to him, to get back into the groove. It's pretty much on halt on the other side of the circuit, outside of your picture, close to turn number 10. And I don't even, he's actually driving very slowly at the moment, and he's going to come to an halt, unfortunately. By the look of it, between turn 10 and 11, no, he's able to keep going, but if there's no improvement on his part, let's see if he's going to dive into the pits or no. But Bruno Grelling, certainly the worst sort of scenario for a driver that has been showing some great deal of things so far here in Zuera. And he just went past the pit entry in the hope of maybe going any more forward. But unfortunately, no confirmation, as you can see now, of the DNF for the 27. Bruno Grelling out of this race. His last one, quite unfortunate for the MDC driver.
It's a real shame, because there was a very entertaining run from Grelling in the previous race. But that will not occur on this occasion. Right, into those tram lines. Are we good for a race start on this occasion? The lights go out. We are away at the first time of asking. Very even start across the front row, but it'll be advantage Polican towards turn number 2. Wood can potentially secure a pole position with a second place here, but at the moment, he's going to be shuffled down to around 4th, maybe 5th place. Longitano's gone through. Priam Bruno's had another really good start. This driver's in trouble, and Wood's one of them. Oh, Freddie Wood's out. Freddie Wood out, will not take a pole position in a superheat tomorrow. That is race over. It was the 82 of Matis Mush who was involved in that also. Was there another one in there? Well, that now means Ivan Gonzalez will start on pole position for some form of superheat tomorrow. The only other driver who can beat Gonzalez's score is George Clark, and George Clark has to win this race to do so. Jarlath Sayer was the other driver involved. So Jarlath Sayer, a great second heat, not great first heat. It's a repeat of what we saw earlier on in the day for the Excel Motorsport driver. Polican leads from Longitano. Greeling's got going again. May as well. You'll pick up some more points now. No, not if the kart disagrees with the request. Out for the second time in this race is Bruno Greeling. Priam Bruno's up there in 3rd place. Czech Peters 4th. George Clark 5th. George Clark has to find a way past 4 different drivers if he's going to be on pole position for a superheat tomorrow, as there's a change of lead. Longitano goes through past Polican.
As we get on board, Ivan Gonzalez there is really close right now from 3rd place until Polican. Now he's going to get himself into the mix around the inside of the Frenchman into turn number 7. There he goes. Ivan Gonzalez up in 2nd. Now finds himself as the chaser. This is Priam Bruno. My apologies. Any confirmation on our classification. Priam Bruno now from victory lane in 2nd place, as is going to be the chaser, as I said, on Aurelio Longitano. A little bit of Switzerland against Belgium there. Speed Racing against the victory lane for the win potentially in this one, as they come across with another lap completed. Here we go on lap number 3 out of 7. Priam Bruno in 2nd. Aurelio Longitano in the lead very much for 0.4 of a second, with George Clark making his way up to 3rd place, having climbed 6 positions into that race. And one more on Priam Bruno. On the inside goes George Clark. He's really flying through that field, the BMR driver, doing the job that he needs to potentially secure 1 or 2 pole positions. Still up for grab, considering what happened, unfortunately, to Freddie Wood. Is the one still in contention in this race. But for that, as you said, Andrew, he needs to win. He needs to put the pedal to the metal up until the checkered flag. That's exactly what he's doing. But now, still a long way to go. Priam Bruno in 3rd, Grankist in 4th, Barros, Polican, Czech Peters, Campos, Berhofer. All of those drivers close on track, as you can see. So still, anything can go one way or the other, as Grankist has a little bit of sniff on the inside of Priam Bruno. Not quite able to make the move just yet, but he's going to go on the slipstream, on the rear bumper of the Belgian driver.
This is a gutsy performance from George Clark. Just to go over the scenario, is back on board with Priam Bruno. In the number 63, Clark's got down the inside. He's got the position he needs. Takes the race lead.
Wow.
So, what was a tiebreaker on 128 with his teammate Max Endicott as Gronk. Well, we'll come back to that scenario because there's more racing going on. Ludwig Gronquist, who's had a very up and down day so far, has got down the inside, taken 2nd place. So I remember Ludwig Gronquist having a great run here at Zuera during IWF in the minis at the back end of 2024. Lot of talent. One of Sweden's best prospects coming up through the ladder. And that's why that was a bold move down the inside into turn 4. So, new point situation. George Clark, with that extra 6 points from 2nd to 1st, 44 to 50, now has on the live scores 134. He has a 5-point lead over Gonzalez. He has to win the race to outscore Gonzalez, of course. If he ends on a tie, though, with Endicott, we go back to TQ performance, and Endicott's was better than Clark, so Endicott would have the pole position. There's more going on in the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th. Bruno, Polican, Peters and Campos all in there. But this job is not done yet for George Clark. We're on lap 5 out of 7. Ludwig Gronquist looking really, really racy here, as there's a warning flag for Czech Peters, 5-second penalty.
Yeah, that's quite a shame for the driver. 71 in P6 for victory lane. That means whatever results he brings home It will be added 5 seconds. Now, look at the pressure from Priam Bruno. He just lost that third place to Barros in the meantime, down in fifth. Longitano in the meantime as well took advantage of the battle between the two to get himself within. So now, 4-driver battle. Clark, Grankist, Longitano, Barros and Priam Bruno as well further back. Yeah. So let's see what kind of a maneuver any of the drivers will be able to pull out at the end of lap number 5. And we go on to the 6. George Clark with his own destiny in the hand. But the Conquest, he's trying his hand and trying his luck onto number 1. It opens that door, right open it was. And it goes the way of Longitano. Longitano pursues his maneuver into turn number 2, beautifully made. As the number 18 finds himself in the lead again, opens the door just a little bit too wide. And that goes the way of Grankist this time around. MP Motorsport in the lead, and you could see that Grankist already gesturing to the rivals. Let's keep on pushing. Now is not the time to keep on losing that amount of momentum because the checkered flag is in sight, and we need just to keep on building on that. But Grankist in the lead, Barros in second, George Clark went from first to third, and that's going to have already influence on the overall classification because thanks to that, so to speak, Max Endicott goes back into second, and Ivan Gonzalez goes back into P1.
It does indeed. I've got to say, Guillaume, this kind of racing is why I love this place. Attack to counter-attack to double counter-attack. You cannot take your eyes off this action here today. On to the last lap then. Ludwig Grönqvist has the race lead, but for how much longer? Because here they come down the inside. Here comes Santiago Barros out of nowhere, has taken the race lead. Clark is back up to second place. He's back into that scenario where he's now tied with points with Endicott. But again, the TQ tiebreaker always goes the way of Max Endicott. George Clark is now in position where if he could just find a way through past that victory lane number 64, he will take the lead, not just in the race, but in the intermediate points. There's an under investigation for Archie Rogers-Tyler in the number 87 for Mick Barrett Racing. Out of the race, we've already mentioned Wood, Sayer, Greeling, all from the start of this one. Grönqvist again having a look there. Half in attack, half in defence. On board now with Priam Bruno as we run towards turn number 9 for the last time in this one. Where has this performance come from? From Santiago Barros has gone properly under the radar and is going to potentially take a race win here, but we've seen things change on this run out of turn 15 before. Has Clark got the power? Has Barros got the momentum? On the line, Barros wins. Clark P2. It's pole position tomorrow in the superheats as things stand for Gonzalez in the first superheat, Endicott in the second. Ludwig Grönqvist comes home in third ahead of Longitano and Bruno. What a way for the X30 juniors to finish. And I'm going to look back at those highlights in a moment, Guillaume, because where did Santiago Barros come from in all of that?
Yeah, fantastic. He's the hero of those last 2 laps into that last of the junior qualifying heats. He did come out of nowhere, pretty much, climbing 5 places to get himself into the mix for the victory. And he held on into that last lap, not only getting himself ahead of some of the protagonists of the class, but able as well to get that acceleration going outside of the last turn and making sure that he would see the checkered flag first for just 45,000 of a second on George Clark. Well, here's your classification. Behind Clark, Ludwig Grönqvist is finishing in third from Aurelio Longitano. Priam Bruno down in fifth from Theo Policon. Czech Peterson with a penalty looming his way from Czech Sanchalik, Aaron Behofer, Alejandro Campos P10. 11th place for Johnson Stewart from Jules de Koen, Mathis Mouche, who managed to get back up into P13 after his trouble in the early stages from Hugo Bernat, Colby Patisson, Manuel Laurent, and Archie Rogers-Tyler. A couple of them not seeing this race through, unfortunately. Bruno Greling, that we saw in being hit by early troubles, mechanical trouble by the look of it, at the wheel of his MDC machine. Charles Lassalle and Freddie Wood coming together and putting an early end to the hopes of Freddie Wood to shake things up in the overall classification. But he's your race winner for the first time this weekend in Zuera, Santiago Barros. And let's see how he did that. First of all, Bruno Greling, fortunately not able to get going. He dived into the pits at first, then got back at some point onto the race. but unfortunately there was nowhere else it could have gone up until that point. The engine, the material would not be responding, and that's a cruel end to the day for Bruno Gröling and the MDC Racing team. In the meantime, the start would get going with Theo Polican having the best getaway. Freddie Wood by his side, Aurelio Longitano, Alejandro Campos, and Priam Bruno just behind. A bit of a tussle further back as we jumped on board with Priam Bruno from victory lane on the inside line, the pole line, just on turn number 1, taking a good advantage, and a little bit of slipstream from the number 19 of Aurelio Longitano on the way to turn number 2 with one of the fusions on his left side. That was Freddie Wood before disaster would hit the British driver. Unfortunately, a couple of them, that's the moment where things got turned around for both Freddie Wood and Charles Lascelles, putting them out of the race as we had a bit of a moment, as we said, for the LSD driver Mathis Mouche, who went for a spin just before those two got together. Separate incidents by the look of it, but as Bruno Gröling's race would come to an halt in the early stages, that engine or whatever other parts in the material would not be responding well. Back with Priam Bruno, making his way past is Theo Polican from Dream Racing. That was for second place, chasing Aurelio Longitano at some point before George Clark would rush past them first on Priam and then on the inside of Longitano. The door was open, quite enough for the victory lane driver to get himself ahead as well in second place and chase George Clark, who at this point had his destiny in his hand as one of the two potential pole sitters for the Superheat number 2 tomorrow. But, and that's a big bet, because things in this race got turned on their head at some point as Clark was in control, that Ludwig Rankist forced his luck on the inside of turn number 1. The door was open and it took Aurelio Longitano with him, with the leader George Clark going from first to third in a matter of just seconds. And then it all came down to that battle, that last lap battle, and Santiago Barros coming out of nowhere from further back, who would take the win first by the lead in turn number 1. A crazy move on the inside, and then he would hold on to that first position up until the checkered flag for just 400 of a second on George Clark. Clark at some point was in a bit of a trouble, but was able to get past and stay ahead of Ludwig Grankist, even though he will be missing on the overall lead or either one of the two pole positions. Still a good result in the end. Now, let's get down to the Parc Fermé with you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Guy. I'm here with our latest race winner, Santiago Barros. Santiago, you've got to talk me through how you did that one. It seemed like you came from nowhere.
Yeah, it was really good race. I really enjoyed. In the start, I think I started from the not the inside, on the outside, and I think for the outside it was a pretty good start. But then I was behind Luis Grandquist, but I decided to push him, and we managed to go through to overtake a lot of guys. And then when I look at the board, it was saying last lap, and I was in first, so I defend and I managed to bring a win home.
Very quickly before we move to George, Victory Lane have had some very good results here in X30 Junior. Does that give you confidence for tomorrow?
Yeah, of course. It's a pretty good result. It's going to give me a lot of confidence, and hopefully I get a good final for tomorrow.
Fantastic. Santiago, thank you for your time. We'll bring George Clark in. George, I know you're a bit disappointed. That was really close. Only 1 point in it, but you never know. Results are provisional, all of that. But the speed you've had today, that's got to be a really big positive for you and the BMR team going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it's very good positive and confidence for tomorrow. Just give me a bit more confidence for the Superheat, and then go to Superheat and then go for the final.
And then all being well, when you get to that final, you're going to have Max up there with you. You reckon you'll be able to work together to get some podiums tomorrow for the team?
Yeah, that's what we're obviously going to try. If the team's there, obviously we're going to try push away to get a 1-2 or 1-2-3, depending how it goes.
What's the biggest thing you've learned today?
I don't really know.
He doesn't really know. Thank you, George. Thank you for your time. Good to chat to the drivers there. Guillaume, back to you in the box.
Thanks very much once again, Andrew, and thank you. Obrigado to Santiago Barros, as well as to George Clark for talking to us. George Clark, as we said, missing out on the superheat pole position, even though if he finished today's qualifying heat run on equal points with Max Endicott, 128 each, but when it happens, it's down to the qualifying performance to make the difference, and on this case, Max Endicott had a better qualifying lap time yesterday. So there is that. So we have Ivan Gonzalez and Max Endicott as our pole sitter in the junior class. Results staying as they are. Now, Alfie Davidson on your picture will be the young driver from Fusion Motorsport starting on pole position for the mini qualifying heat number 3. Because yes, the juniors are done. We're switching to the mini for the last qualifying race of the day before the last rotation to the seniors. But Alfie Davidson and Elias Sami by his side. That's the first row of your grid. And as the mechanics leave drivers to their own thoughts, to their own perspective, and focus for the last mission that they have on track. And mission will be certainly big for Alfie Davidson, as we're going to take a look at the overall classification of things. As for now, in the mini class so far, we've had wins going the way of Sami Elias and Chester Fawkes as well before, as we'll get back to that. Elias Sami, as you can see from the DK Academy, and with Danny Curl, of course, behind the racing team that is being around and being behind the racing team for quite a while, giving advice, giving a lot of coaching to those young drivers of his own academy. And we heard before that the experience and long experience in the world of karting from someone like Danny Curl has been it's proved to be very, very fruitful for some of those youngsters, as we heard them saying on our microphone earlier. But watch out for this young man, another of the Fusions, Mason Hibbert, who will be starting from the opposite side of Chester Fawkes on the 3rd spot on the grid, just behind Alfie Davidson. So we might see, Andrew, a little bit of teamwork at play, certainly between Davidson and Hibbert.
Yeah, we may do. It's something that we've become accustomed to in X30 Mini over the last few years. I think another one of the big positive stories about the emergence of the DK Academy it's another rival to Fusion. Last year, it was XL Motorsport. The year before that, it was Jamie Green Racing. Years before that, Oliver Rowland Motorsport as well. So fair play to them that early in the season, they are taking the fight to the powerhouse that is Fusion Motorsport. Let's take you through the grid then for this last heat of the day for the minis. Alfie Davidson and Elias Sami on the front row. Mason Hibbert and Chester Fawkes on row 2. Nicolas Lopez and Charles Clough, they go from row 3. It's then Artur Konovalov, row 4. Dimi Uzanov alongside. Martin Chakin-Gomez and Harry Chapman go from row 5. Ollie Surley and Bodie Batch on row 6. Ilan Timatin and Bruce Torino on row 7. Last of the first half, Aaron Borlanova, your top driver from the IAME Winter Cup, starts alongside Leo Devahive.
On row number 9, Mathis Pinens, as well as Evans Voronins. Row number 10, Axel Linders and Arthur Jassogne. Row 11, Matteo Campobello and Saif Al Khalifa. Row number 12, Laurent Sommerpin and Martin Rodriguez. Then we have row 13, Luis Paternot and Gilles De Waal. Corey Lyons, as well as Ben Eaton on row number 14. At the back end of the grid, Milo Cornel, Eduardo Alessandro and Darren Ganni. As you can see, a close look at the tarmac of the Circuito Zuera that has been put under a lot of heat, a lot of pressure by the competitors of this year's IAME Euro Series. Still 20 degrees Celsius in the air. There's been a beautiful and hot day here today on Friday in this part of Spain. Let's keep it that way until the very end. And for today, tomorrow as well. And as you can see, once the drivers are done with the racing, it was the case of Charles Hall, I think that we might have seen there. Well, they are on the sideline, keeping a close watch on what the rivals, but also some of the competitors and friends from the classes will be doing on track.
Slight difference to the juniors, fully confirmed by schedule version 3. Just the single superheat tomorrow for the minis. That is confirmed that it is carrying on. So just the one pole position for us to talk about at the moment. As you've mentioned, Guillaume, it says share of the lead on 94 apiece between the two DK Academy drivers, Elias Sami and Chester Fawkes. Remember, again, If it's a tie on points after the 3 rounds, we go back to the timed qualifying classification from Thursday. So we still have to rejig ourselves of what day we're on. So at the moment, that would be in the favour of Sami. Clough, third on 79. Davidson and Uzunov, a share of 4th place at the moment, or the tie on points at least. Again, tie broken by the TQ performance of the relative drivers yesterday, 70 points apiece for Davidson and Uzunov. But this being X30 Mini, anything could happen in this one. We've seen so much action already today. What are we going to see here in Heat 3? 6 laps are underway here in X30 minutes. Another great start from Ilias Sami, like we saw in heat number 2. Sweeps around the outside of Alfie Davidson. Whoa, 1, 2, several karts off at turn number 1. I think everybody is looking okay. There's a couple of karts locked together, but thankfully drivers able to get themselves out of the karts without assistance. We'll count through who has not made it through the first sector in a few moments' time. I think it was mostly drivers towards the back of the field. Arthur Giassani was one of them. Matteo Campobello was another. There is Campobello on the left-hand side. The 458 of Luis Batanotte is also in trouble there. Oh, dear. And I think Campobello's now stuck on top of the curb. Other drivers involved may have been Gilles Davalle and Corey Lyons. Luis Batanotte is going to need to be shuffled off the grid fairly quickly. That's one of the good things of this being a near 1.7 kilometre circuit, over a mile long. Plenty of time for our hard-working crew out there on circuit to get things clear, not having to go under yellow at the end of the first lap. It is Ilias Sami who leads this one, and a really good start for Charles Clough as well. Clough moving up to 2nd place in through sector number 3, past Chester Forks. Dimi Uzunov up there as well. Bodie Batch has come to play as well. Bodie Batch up 7 places in that first lap, up to P5.
Yeah, good work indeed into this opening lap for Bodie Batch from Fusion as well. 7 places up, and as we join the first train of drivers, Sami, Clough, Forks and Uzunov. It all comes down to this race and the battle for all the overall lead and the pole position for just the one race. Let's remind ourselves that not only there's pole position at stake, but also 25 points for the championship, 25 more after the superheat and 50 more after the final. So a good season starts with a good result, and unfortunately it won't be the case this time around for some of the drivers that we've lost in the first turn incident, as Milo Cornel, Luis Spartanot, Matteo Campobello, Arthur Jossogne, as we have a switch in the lead. The 427 of Chester Forks now finds himself in P1, and will do him good, certainly. He's the one who's in need, one of the two, in need of a P1 at the end of this race, in front of his teammate Ilias Sami. As we see investigation going for Sami, Ilias Sami, under investigation for starting infringement. Andrew, there?
We said it was a good start. We can tick this one off the bingo list. Was it too good a start? Did he cross the line significantly ahead of Alfie Davidson? The officials will sort that one out, and we'll update you as soon as we receive more information here in the box. Charles Clough on a bit of a redemption drive here. Charles Clough fans will probably be like, stop it, don't talk about this again, don't curse him once more. Could have had pole at the IAME Winter Cup before he was hit by my commentary curse. Right now, he's taking not pole position, but he's back onto the front row. He'd be up to 3rd place if he was to win this race and things would stay as they are. Right now, Chester Forks would be on pole for the Superheat tomorrow with a 6-point lead over Ilias Sami. Ilias Sami now down in 4th place, and as I say, with that investigation overhanging him right now. But Ilias Sami, the new Ilias Sami, responds again, gets past Dimi Uzunov up to 3rd place, and Mason Hibbert there as well. Keep an eye on Mason Hibbert. We've seen him be very, very quick at race finishes. This is where he's going to start possibly ramping things up. There from 5th place, he's looking down the insiders through into the lead of the race. Once again, great work between Forks on the blue and white Argenti livery DK Academy kart, and Sami in the standard green, white and black. They've worked together well once more to retake 1st and 2nd places in this race, and it's a DK Academy 1, 2, 3 again. Uzunov up to 3rd place.
Yeah, talking about a strong demonstration for some of the drivers of the same team and academy. Well, there you have it. But now, in which order will they finish as the 3rd place is changing hands with Mason Hibbert getting in front of Yusinov there. Dimela Yusinov losing that P3 into turn number 7, but still has a bit of time as we're about to conclude lap number 4 out of 6 to maybe switch things a little bit towards this direction into this last qualifying heat. Watch out for the pressure from Charles Clos as well, or Charlie as is known as well, from 5th place. Pedal to the metal at full speed down into turn number 15, reaching as well top speed into turn number 1, turn number 2. In qualifying in some occasion as well, they go flat out into that first right-hander. Not so sure into the racing though, but it's entirely possible in some occasions, as side by side Mason Hibbert looking very threatening on Elias Sami. Has run inside, he goes in turn number 4. Beautifully made, textbook move from Mason Hibbert, now in 2nd place.
Nice work from Mason Hibbert there. I think there's been problems for one driver out there. I can see yellow flags in the distance, so someone's about to not come through sector number 1, which we'll work out in a moment. It might be Martin Rodriguez. I think it's fallen down the order as Hibbert takes the race lead. Hibbert takes P1 away from Forks. Another
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Andrew. I'm here with Chester Fox. Chester, we need to take a bit of our breath here because that was a sensational piece of racing. Congratulations. Talk us through that finish, because where did that come from?
Well, it was a good race, battling all the way out throughout. Thanks to Ilias, we were able to push through at the start. Had a bit of overtaking throughout where Clough went through, but we managed to get it back. Then Hibbert went through on lap 4, but then on the last lap, me and Ilias just pushed out the last corner and, yeah, won it.
Well, we thought for a second that it was done for you guys because we had Mason in the lead, you know, and it just all went down to the wire, just meters before the line. So where did you find that extra push?
I just dug deep, really. I wanted the win. I want to get pole for the superheat. I want to win, so yeah.
Fantastic. Mission accomplished. Not only do you win, but you are on pole position for the superheat of the Mini tomorrow. Congratulations. As we're going to have a quick check as well with your teammate from DK Academy. You can leave your place, and I'm sure there will be a lot of congratulations into the tent. Elias Sami right now, 2nd place of this race. Elias, talk us through as well that final, because you did the job as well. You'll be, if it doesn't change, on the front row of the superheat tomorrow, I do think. But talk us through that last qualifying heat of yours.
Thank you, but I can come P1 and finish the final and win. And, yeah.
Well, that sounded like it was easy on your part, but there was a lot of battle onto the track, and you never backed down. You just believed into the possibility of finishing 2nd all the way to the checkered flag.
Yeah, I'd rather come P1, but it's just what it is. I pushed my teammate, and yeah, I'm 2nd overall, and yeah, I'm going to win it tomorrow.
Fantastic. Best of luck for tomorrow. 2 more races to go, the Super 8 and the final. Thank you very much, Elias. Thank you very much as well to Chester. What a race this has been, Andrew. I do hope that you guys have liked it as well as we did. That's down for the Mini as for today. Super 8 and final coming up tomorrow. But the last rotation of the Super 8 is coming up next for the seniors.
It is indeed, yes. We'll see the Minis out on track at 9:55 tomorrow morning. They are the first superheat on finals day, which you'll be able to join us for here on the live coverage. Back to the seniors, though, to close out the day. Another 3 races, and this is still very much up for discussion as well as to who's going to start on pole position for either of the superheats tomorrow. We start with groups D and F. They're the first set of drivers to go into their final race there. You can see once again Danny Caronini on pole position, and I wonder, will he be able to repeat the performance that we saw in the previous round out on track, responding brilliantly after that technical problem in round number 3. Very much felt like Caronini back to his best. Just confirming the result on our screen, yes, because we always have to check just to be sure and make sure that we've picked up any post-race things. Caronini was your race winner by nearly 2 seconds in that last race that we saw the Italian competing ahead of Javier Barrasca, who will start immediately behind him once again in this one. There is another aspect to talk about in this race as well. Emmanuel Leodikis locks out the Sankey Motorsport front row with Caronini, and Leodikis' pace during the races, in the second half of the races, has improved a lot. It's not had the best of luck so far today, but this could be quite a proposition for Zanki Motorsport if Leodakis can hold off this driver here. Javier Prohaska has been in top form so far this week. He's probably one of the dark horses going into this one because he's got his teammate Aaron Garcia as one of the favourites alongside him on that second row of the grid. Aaron Garcia, you've got to feel, has got to win this race. Has lost the lead in the intermediate classification going into this last round of races to Ruben Moya. He's got to put Ruben Moya under some scoreboard pressure. Best way of doing that is going out and getting 50 points in this race. Gabriela Teixeira there as well. Teixeira has been running very, very well today. He's been getting better and better each round after the next. And say round 4 was the best result that we've seen so far for Gabriela, coming home in the end in P5. And plenty of other stories as well. Luna Claret there in the 2-1-2 could do with a really big result. Luna had a decent qualifying yesterday, but has struggled perhaps a little bit in the races. All of these drivers will make it through to the Superheats tomorrow, but again, you don't really want to be outside of the top 25. That leaves work to do in the Superheats, either defending one of those top 36 positions or trying to punch your tickets into the top 36 with a strong Superheat and the greater number of points available in it. Green flag has been waved, means our 2 formation laps are underway. Let's take you through the full grid for this final race for groups D and E in X30 Senior, as there's dramas on the grid there for Anton Batelou, who's due to start on row 10. Danny Caronini will start on pole position. It's a Zanki Motorsport lockout off this front row with Emmanuel Leodakis on the outside. Javier Prohaska and Aaron Garcia make it an all MDC Racing row 2. Gabi Teixeira and Morgan Moore go from row number 3. It's then Luna Claret and Toby Gale starting on row 4. Yanis Brule and Tyrone Kennard wrap out the top 10. End of the first half of the grid. Row 6, Neil Russell and Adam Albacioni.
They are followed by Sebastian Means and Alex Martinez on row number 7. Row number 8, Eloy Gonzalez and Michael Muller. Elvis Kazoskas and Thomas Van Vliet. Row number 9, Miguel Paco Miguel Sarmiento and Anton Batelou. Hopefully, if he can join us on row number 10, then Antonio Salad and Franco Escoto running up the top 22. That's quite a shame because you cannot see it just yet, but Anton Batelou, now you can see him, is still stuck onto the pre-grid at the wheel of the only CRG machine in the field from OKS. One of the difficulties of a driver like Anton Batelou is that they came as privateer for this opener of the IAME Euro Series with no teammates, no comparison, no sort of help. They have to do everything on their own. And, you know, that takes a lot of ambition and courage, certainly. And, yeah, this is the kind of driver, you know, David against Goliath that we hate to see in those circumstances, in those difficult conditions, trying to get the engine going by any means possible. But unfortunately, that's unsuccessful so far. And that means DNF for Anton Batelou, even before having the chance to fight for the last race of the day.
Yeah, and that is a DNS then for Anton Batelou. Will not take part in this race, so leaves us with 21 out there on circuit for this this last heats for groups D and E. Remember, it's 2 points the gap between Moya and Garcia. So if Garcia was able to win this race, Moya then would have to win his final race. Second for Moya in that circumstance would not be enough. But there are so many more stories to tell in this next race. Can Danny Caronini get another race victory? We're into the tram lines once again, waiting for those lights to go out. There they go, away we go then. Oh, brilliant start for Javier Prohaska initially. Caronini closes it off, nearly lost the lead through the first corner. Leodakis has held second place, so that's the first job done for the Zanki Motorsport boys. They're able to have a bit of a rear gunner situation perhaps for Danny Caronini now. The 2 MDCs have held third and fourth. Prohaska ahead of Garcia. There was a bit of dust being kicked up in the second half of the field. Is one of the action racing machines, is it Alex Martinez, possibly in a bit of bother and slipping down towards the back of the field. But once again, Danny Caronini, not the perfect start, but good enough there. And in some ways, quite a nice result there. Baraska got such a good start, then got Bolt. That allowed Leodakis to go around the outside and hold P2. That's important for the team.
It is indeed. Let's see if Carinini will be able to carry that enough momentum as he did last time around, where he won for almost 2 seconds against his closest rivals. But now, good start and get away. And the first gap already built slightly by the Italian driver of Zenke Motorsport. Leodakis in second, Baraska up in third, as we said, where he started. Aaron Garcia, Toby Gale climbing 3 places up to P5. He is followed by Morgan Moore, Gabriel Teixeira, as well as Luna Clary, Leigh Russell, and Tyrone Kina up down in P10. A bit of a trouble, as we said earlier, in the opening exchanges, just outside of turn number 4. But now the pressure is mounting already from Leodakis on Javier Baraska. The battle for second is on with Aaron Garcia having a closer look as well, coming down to turn number 7. Baraska in the lead as we speak, but as you mentioned, Andrew, this is only the first of 3 last qualifying heats, and each of them has big contenders in it, so it's way too early to come up with predictions for the pole sitters and the overall classification leaders that we're going to have. Now, it all comes down to picking up the best result that you can, and Danny Carinini is busy doing just that. But even though now, Javier Baraska is there to make his life less comfortable than before, still the gap went from 2/10 to less than 1 now. So very much the pressure from the Spaniard on the Italian, coming to turn number 2. Still maybe a little bit too early in proceedings to try to go for the move.
Baraska was only 6 points behind Moya going into this round of heats. Through goes Garcia, past Leodakis for third place. Here goes Baraska down the inside. Well, we said he needed 6 points. There they potentially are. Past Carinini. 44 becomes 50 on the live score. Garcia up another few points as well. I mean, right now, it's MDC Racing 1-2. But remember, the likes of Moya, the likes of Alaman, the likes of Pykkönen, they've all still got to race. They could still overhaul these scores right now. But right now, Baraska, I've been very impressed with Javier Baraska so far today. This has been one of the most, I'll describe it as complete performances by Javier Baraska. There's always been those flashes of speed, but this looks to be, I don't know whether it's because he's been sharing the team data perhaps with Aaron Garcia coming in as the reigning champion, but so much more consistency combined with speed for Baraska so far this weekend.
And Toby Gale in the meantime making his bid for P4 ahead of Leodakis in turn number 2, beautifully made there. As Neil Russell in the meantime put the fastest lap in this race from P6, trying to join as well the leading train. You can see him on the left side of your picture. Neil Russell, good to see him back in good contention, climbing 5 places from 11 on the grid. I do wonder if maybe there's not a little bit of tire play there for Neil Russell, as Krasowskas, the 229, being warned for causing a collision with a 5-second penalty. That's a shame for Elvis Krasowskas, currently P16. That means that for whatever results coming his way at the end of this race, added 5 seconds. Not the best way to finish your Friday of qualifying heat here.
Your thought is absolutely spot on, Guillaume. Neil Russell has got a new half set on the left-hand side of the kart. That's giving him some performances. There goes Garcia down the inside. Takes second place away from Carinini. Toby Gale has followed through as well. This is a gutsy performance from Toby Gale, running up into third place now. Neil Russell, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 2.861. Now a little bit of a situation, Guillaume. You've got these 2 MDC Racing guys. It's the start of the season. Everybody's on 0 points. Javier Baraska will argue, won't he, that he's got perfectly enough of a right as anybody else, including his reigning champion teammate Aaron Garcia, to win this race and take the position in the intermediate classification and the grid position for tomorrow's superheats, surely.
Yeah, what better to ask? And this scenario, as for now, is looking indeed very, very positive for Javier Baraska. If he can, hold on to that position and keep on climbing that gap, keep on building that gap, hoping for some of the battle happening behind between Toby Gale and Danny Carinini, not including Aaron Garcia if they wants to make a 1-2 for MDC, obviously. But yeah, different tire play indeed through that grid. That can be explained by some of the less fortunate results that some of the drivers might have had through the course of the previous qualifying heats, as Toby Gale put another move on the track up to P2 for the The driver up into second place from Monlo Motorsport. Toby Gale second, Aaron Garcia down in third, as we do have a retirement potentially for the 313 of Thomas van Vliet from TD Racing Kart, one of the few drivers from Thierry Delaray's racing team from Belgium. And that's quite a shame for Thomas van Vliet.
Yeah, and even double a shame, because Thomas had used a new half set for this race. So that gamble, and it is a gamble to deploy them at this stage of the competition, has not paid off. Why did they do it? Well, they want to get themselves a little bit further up the order before we get to the super heats tomorrow. There across the line, another lap completed then for Javier Prohaska. Toby Gale sitting there in second place, but looking really, really quick in this race. Aaron Garcia sitting in third. Gale looks to the inside. Great move. Takes the lead away from Prohaska. Prohaska now under pressure from his teammate. There's a little bit of a gesture there. I think Garcia says, yeah, you take it. This is not the end of the season. This is not the time for any team orders or anything of that description. You've got this place fair and square, Javier. So Javier Prohaska holds second place. It does mean that Danny Carinini very wisely, shrewdly, took third place away from the driver who took his IAME Euro Series champion title at the end of the 2025 season. But Toby Gale, this is a bit of a turnaround. I say that the Birrells have been performing well in the hands of many drivers here today, but Toby Gale, very experienced driver from Monlau Motorsport. We've seen them performing well in X30 Junior. Is this now a bit of a charge coming in X30 Senior?
Yeah, it looks like it, as we're getting to the conclusion very soon of that qualifying heat, penultimate lap for the first of the three last of the day. Toby Gale, Brusca running inside. There's the response from the Spaniard, who's taking what he thought was his, but Toby Gale has other plans in mind, as always. The battle is raging as well between Danny Carinini, the first of the four-driver train. Neil Russell making his bid, 7 places gain, thanks to those half-fresh set of tires. Let's see what they can do running inside. Danny Carinini trying to protect his position, going the long way around. That's exactly what he does. Side by side, Aaron Garcia, not in the best position, loses another place to Liudakis, who finds himself just in front of the Spaniard up into P5. There was a bit of space onto the racing line. Certainly not the best scenario for Aaron Garcia, because it's going to drop not only positions but points as well, as it's going to update once they come across for the penultimate time. Here we go for the last lap of the race. Last chance for any of the drivers to turn things around. Javier Prohaska still very much in the lead. Garcia stays away. So at this moment, not so much of the worst scenario, but the battle is still raging for the lead.
Prohaska trying to make his kart as wide as possible round one of the widest tracks in the entire calendar. Gale's got through. Gale got great drive off of turn 4. Prohaska no longer has control of his destiny. This would tie things up now on points between Prohaska and Garcia, and still with the likes of Moya and Alaman waiting in the wings. Toby Gale, though, what an announcement this is. We do sometimes see this in the last round of an X30 Senior competition, when we've had these 5 rounds, that someone just gets it all together and gives themselves a bit of momentum going into finals days. This is going to be the case for Toby Gale and Monlau Motorsport. Great drive off of 14 through 15. Prohaska slams the steering wheel in frustration because he's not been able to win this race. Toby Gale has. Brilliant work by the Thai driver. Javier Prohaska second. Danny Carinini in the good points again into third. That gives Prohaska the lead in the intermediate classification as things stand by 4 points over his teammate Aaron Garcia.
Great piece of driving for Toby Gale, 0.2 of a second on Javier Prohaska. In the end, he certainly accomplished his effort. He really put it down to the wire. 7 places gained up to that P1 for the first time this weekend for Toby Gale. It's still all to play for when it comes to the classification. 4 points splitting Javier Prohaska and Aaron Garcia, as we're going to have to wait for Ruben Moya, who is down 48 points, 38 points though, down in 4th place. So a little bit of hope certainly still open for Ruben Moya if he wins on his last qualifying race. I will come up in just 2 races time. Before that, we're going to have Dan Halleman 5th place as well in the overall classification. Now, that's for the full of the qualifying heat that we just had. Toby Gale, Javier Bruscar split by 2/10 on the line. Danny Caronini taking third place from Emmanuel Ludiakis, Aaron Garcia, Neil Russell, Morgan Moore, Luna Clary, Elo Gonzalez, and Tyron Kinar. Gabriela Teixeira, 11 from Sebastian Minz, Alex Martinez, Michael Müller, Adam Elbassioni, Yanis Bouillet, Elvis Krasoskas, Franco Escoto, Paco Miguel Sarmiento, Antonius Arad, P20, as we lost 2 drivers. Anton Batedou didn't get to start this race, unfortunately, due to mechanical trouble with his CRG IAME package, as Thomas Van Vliet had to go back to the pit lane at some point during the race. Now, this is the end of the road when it comes to qualifying races for those drivers in D versus E. Toby Gale at the wheel of that Pirelli machine from Monlo, one of the Spanish teams competing on national level and in the IAME Euro Series for many years now, led by none other than Mr. Legend Pedro Hilbrand in partnership with the Pirelli factory. Let's have a look at the replays. And first, Anton Batedou. Unfortunately, we had hoped for a moment that the French driver was going to be able to join the rest of the pack, but unfortunately, the CRG machine was coming to an halt even before getting started. The start, cracking one from Danny Caronini, leading the pack into turn number 1 with Liudakis and Javier Bruscar on his tail. Aaron Garcia just on the outside. Trying to make his bid as well into the first few turns of the opening lap. Things were going quite well, unlike for one of the VDK drivers, I think that was out there caught in a little bit of a discomfort, as in the lead, well, battles are plenty with Javier Bruscar as well as Aaron Garcia, making it a 1-2 at some point for MDC Racing, just in front of Danny Caronini, leading to Toby Gale, making his revelation into that race, climbing 7 places and turning himself into a final victory contender after getting ahead first of Aaron Garcia. As in the meantime, Thomas Van Vliet from TD Racing was coming back into the pits with no hope of a good result. On track, Toby Gale would push his effort to stealing P1 from Javier Bruscar. Bruscar would need to stay very much awake to preserve that second position from Danny Caronini and Emmanuel Ludakis, as the battle still was raging between the two. Bruscar at some point back in the first position, hoping to stay where it was until the checkered flag, as Danny Caronini had other business at hand as well, going the long way around to prevent a return from Neil Russell from Fusion Motorsport, doing a sensational job from 11 on the grid and finding himself battling for a P5 position. As Caronini, as you can see now, Garcia and Liudakis battling their way around in the last of the laps. And that was the moment chosen by Toby Gale to make his bid on the inside, and it would not be caught again by Javier Bruscar onto the line. 0.2 of a second was enough for the Monlo driver to take his first win in the qualifying heat this weekend on soil for his team. Now, before we move on to the next qualifying heat for the seniors, let's get down once again to the Parc Fermé with you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, here with Javier Barrasca. Javier, at the moment, you are first in the points. A good day for you.
Yeah, it was a good day. I think with luck, and if you go good, all goes good. And the chassis, and the race go good. I think tomorrow will go better and we can win.
And the longer races as well, are they good for you? Are you happy with the setup that you've got the performance in the longer races?
Yeah, I'm happy with the setup. I'm happy with all, but I don't do good the last lap and I finished P2, but it's no problem. We will see tomorrow.
Absolutely, thank you for your time. We'll bring Aaron Garcia in. Aaron, it feels like the pressure of everybody else is racing you a little bit harder this year, with you being the reigning champion.
Yeah, it's difficult as last year. We need to keep fighting, but yeah, we have some technical issues through the day, so I think we can fix for tomorrow. We know where is the problem, so we will be there tomorrow.
In a way, is that a good thing for you? Because you know from what you've just said there that the kart or whatever it is not quite at 100% yet, so you've got more to give tomorrow.
Yeah, we have more to give. I think we're still fast with the problem we have. Yeah, tomorrow will be another story and could be different race. So yeah.
how good is it to have a teammate up there as well? That you've hopefully got a bit of help for tomorrow as well, or the two of you to maybe get a 1-2 tomorrow.
Well, the most important thing now is to have a good result. The team, we need to both be in the front. So yeah, that's the most important thing.
Excellent stuff, Aaron. Thank you so much for your time. We'll see you tomorrow. Back to you, Guillaume, in the box.
Thank you very much, Aaron Garcia and Javier Broscoa. Muchas gracias a los dos. And thank you very much, Andrew, once again. Now, we have 2 more races into this prime category of the seniors. Now, A versus F. Dan Halleman and Clément Outran will be sharing the front row of the grid. As for now, Dan Halleman sits 5th overall in the classification. Clément Outran is down in 8th. And at the moment, 8 points split them. But still, this race to go, and 1 race after that involving Ruben Moya in 4th place at the moment. So, still all to play for. Less than 1 victory length in terms of difference between Ruben Moya and Javier Broscoa in the lead. So, still very much open. And as you heard from drivers themselves, yes, that's one thing to be in the lead at this point, but with 2 races to go and anything can still happen, you know, pretty good job, a pretty good day at the office for them both, but still a little bit early to, you know, celebrate the pole position of the superheat just yet.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a different situation to what we saw in the juniors. The quick maths in the box have me with a 4th place for Moya, would be enough to tie. Apologies, I've not quite done the maths for Alaman yet, so I'll do them in my head. Needs 2nd to outscore Baraska. Let's take you through the grid, though, first of all, for this last race for groups A and F. Dan Alaman starts on pole position. If he stays there, that could well be more than enough to take a pole position of one of the 2 superheats tomorrow. Clément Outran alongside him on the front row. Matteo Rivals and Emilia Kari on row 2. Otto Pukkanen looking for another victory. Starts alongside Bertram Sacher. Stig de Rademacher and Aaron Vrede on row 4. Jörg Rana and Adam Rahali row 5. Row 6, Max Yule and Kevin Bakker.
Row 7, we have Elias Lehmann and Matteo Melis. Senna Meunier and Andy Rattel, row number 8. Row number 9, Peter Stiller and Jan Rodriguez. Row number 10, Adrien Canal and Luca Leistra. And Eddie Dax with Ivan Dobik on row number 11. You have everybody on board. And as for the 2 groups before, this is the last chance for the drivers here in A and F to make a difference at the end of the day. And you can see that some of the other seniors that will come next would not want to miss that last race for the world, and they're going to keep a close watch. I can see the likes of Roxanne Antinga and the rest of the field will come next on the sideline to see what the others will do, and certainly not hope for the worst results coming their way, but, you know, still, this is racing at its highest level, and, you know, the one you're fighting for is yourself first, and then comes the teammates, so they will keep a close eye on the battles at play here.
Yeah, just to confirm, Alaman with the current scores, and should stress that these results are all provisional at the moment. Alaman would need 42 points to draw level with Baraska as things stand. However, you can't score 42 points. You can score 41, that wouldn't be enough for 3rd place, and you can score 44 for 2nd. So yeah, Alaman needs 2nd or higher in this race to be guaranteed a start from pole position in one of the 2 superheats, because of course Moya is still to come as well in the last race of the day and is currently 4 points ahead of Alaman. But we'll take you through it. I know it's complicated. I know we've got the spreadsheets on the go to help us with it, and of course our hard-working team in the timekeeping office, keeping everything on track. Big thanks as well to all of the marshals, the officials, and a lot of all the mechanics as well. Today's run very efficiently, absolutely on point, on time. Even the weather here at Zuera has complied with us so far today.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow, weather forecast when I last looked at it was still a little bit mixed.
Yeah, let's touch wood once again here in the box, and yeah, let's hope the commentators' curse won't come into play for tomorrow's weather conditions. Now, the drivers come back onto the start-finish straight. It seems to be a good proceedings right now. Dan Alaman on the left side. The lights go out. Yes, they do. We're racing. Dan Alaman onto the first turn, onto the inside line. And there he goes with the best start and getaway. It's pretty good as well for the rest of the field. From pole position, nothing to worry about so much for Dan Alleman as the other drivers try to play by themselves. Clément Autran just lost the place.
No.
And big crash of some of the drivers into the Marshall post. The two drivers coming together at some point just before the turn number 4. But look at it, that was an impressive impact. Hopefully everybody's involved is uninjured. We'll need to come back to that. The driver is there, is on his feet. Seems to be in a bit of a discomfort, but the marshals are there on the incident scene just to help him out. Something that we don't like to see, Andrew.
No, we don't like to see, but hope everybody's okay down there. It's Senna Mounier who's had that impact into the marshals post. Not just for the driver, but the marshals themselves as well. I see they were very alert to that one to get as far away as possible. End of the first lap then. Dan Alleman leads this one from Otto Pykkönen. So it's Otto Pykkönen who's going to be taking the challenge to the young Swiss driver once again. Clément Autran there in third, Matteo Rivals fourth, Emilia Carey fifth at the end of that first lap. But here comes Clément Autran now. This is good to see from the French driver. That the Dream Racing machine looking a bit quicker in the earlier stages. This couldn't be said in the previous round of heat, so maybe a little setup change again from Clément Autran, but Otto Pykkönen wants that track position and has got it back. Great move from Pykkönen down the inside. This is very good for Dan Alleman though. Whilst they scrap, Dan Alleman can go into time trial mode and just keep pulling away from these drivers behind. Remember, he needs top two to take one of the pole positions for tomorrow. If he wins this race, that really puts the scoreboard pressure on Ruben Moya as well. It'd be the same scenario that we were talking about with Aaron Garcia before his race. If Alleman was to win this one, Moya would also have to win his. If he finished second, he would drop behind Alleman on the final standings for today.
Yeah, this is the kind of scenario that we can only but appreciate at this level of racing, this part of IAME Euro Series, you know, making the calculations and fighting drivers on the edge as there's a switch. Adria Canal, the fastest lap there. The switch for second position between Pykkönen and Clément Autran. Pykkönen now in second place, Autran down in third. Matteo Rivals, his teammate from Dream Racing, giving him a little bit of a help while trying to resist from the return of Emilia Carey from Munlo. Watch out from the driver from Finland there. Still trying to get away from the Frenchman. A look over the shoulder. Yeah, Rivals is in a little bit of not the easiest of positions there. In lap number 3 out of 9. And while, that was sneaky. That was beautifully made by Carey. Around the inside, is not able to quite to pull out the momentum that she needs into turn number 15. And that was enough for Matteo Rivals to switch the positions straight away after being overtaken. That was a beautiful move, though, into the penultimate corner. But by doing that, she got a little bit of the speed onto the exit, but something that she could maybe try to repeat.
Not good news for Matteo Mellis. The technical flag is out for the 257. That will put pay to a pretty torrid day. There is Matteo Mellis for the LA Motorsport team. Out of this, it's the side pod on the right-hand side of the car. It's missing on that one. That's a pretty straightforward safety issue. Started relatively near Senna Mounier as well, so I wonder if that was something from the first lap of the race. We're on lap 4 of 9. Otto Pykkönen has very much taken second place now and taken full control. Yes, there we go. The side pod completely missing. We've gone old school, but unfortunately that's not legal. You can't run the kart in that condition. So that is Matteo Mellis out of this race. A little bit further back, you can see Max Ewell there for the Mick Barrett Racing team. No Nat Johnston here with us this weekend for the Mick Barrett Racing squad. Nat's got exams at the moment, so best of luck to Nat in all of that, is what I've been told. Matteo Rivals, new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 2.988, but the trouble at the moment is he's stuck behind Emilia Carey and Clément Autran. Now let's have another look at this incident. This is it's a hit from behind. So yeah, Matteo Mellis in, and then Senna Mounier fully out of control. I am very relieved that that both of those marshals are okay. That is a massive hit into the tyre wall looks dramatic, but in a way, that's what you want to have happen. That energy dissipated with the blocks separating.
Yeah.
And the important thing is that everybody's okay.
And yeah, good sign as well to see the marshals, very focused on what was happening, so they were able to have the reflex of jumping away. Oh, contact onto the start-finish straight. That's something we haven't seen yet this weekend so far. That's the battle for P3 between Clémentron and Carey. There was a little bit of a misunderstanding there between the Mondello and the Dream Racing drivers. And that could go the way of Matteo Rivals, who didn't take advantage of that wheel banging slightly onto the straight to get past them both. He's going to try to do that again. Yes, he does now on Carey. He's going to try on his teammate maybe next on lap number 6, but that could have ended badly, actually. This is not the kind of thing that you want to see at full speed. And on past occasions, we've seen a couple of incidents happening in that part of the track. So far, so good, but that can happen, as always at this level. But you want to be careful not to get too close to your rivals on the way to turn number 1.
Yeah, particularly down that pit straight. I've got to be honest, Guillaume, I don't like to see that. That's a very, very fast piece of racetrack. Down the inside there goes Carey.
Once again, same corner.
And retakes 4th place. End of another lap, the 2:44 under investigation now. That's just come up on our screens. That's Luca Leistra. In fact, that one had already happened. Utron causing a collision, 5-second penalty. I've got to say, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised to see that message come up on the screen. Apologies if this is not the case, but I do suspect that is for the moment that we saw a moment ago with Emilia Carey. Max Yule's now part of this trio. It's a quartet all of a sudden. Looking to make a bit of a tune, and Max Yule, as I say, has had a quiet day. Up 5 places in this one, and could very well be more. Looking for a bit of a switch back there on Matteo Rivals, but he's going to be on the wrong side now for the next corner, which is a right-hander. That could bring Kevin Bakker into this situation. And Adrian Canal also having a good drive as well. Adrian, the son of Julian Canal. We've seen Gabriel Canal race in the IAME Euro Series before, but I think this is the first time we've seen Adrian race. This is a good, in fact, it's more than a good step forward. Up 11 places now is Adrian, and I don't think he's done here.
Yeah, certainly an impressive run. Maybe a little bit of a tire play as well, once again.
Half sets, left-hand side.
Half set, yeah, as we've seen before. It makes very much sense for some of the drivers that we haven't seen so far, trying new tricks in the book, trying to put some new rubber on, and that improved their pace compared to most of the rivals still on very old tires from the start of the weekend. So, that's part of the game as well. You want to try to save a little bit of your weekend so far after, DNFs or difficult results. That's exactly what Canal is busy doing, as we have a switch for the lead in the meantime. Is this... No, this is, yes, it is. Pikkonen and Halleman. Now the switch has happened. 3 tenths between the two. This is the penultimate lap. That's interesting because Dan Halleman has been leading up to that point. Otto Pikkonen found a bit of space to get himself in the lead. Dan Halleman has 2 wins to his name. Otto Pikkonen should have had 2 wins, but lost one, as we've said before, with a front-rearing penalty. Willing to take revenge and finish his day on a high. Staying as it is, Dan Halleman is still in the lead, 2 points clear from Javier Broscara. That would put Pikkonen, with that win in the bag, 3rd overall.
Good news for Ruben Moya, though, at the moment, would mean he doesn't need to win. He needs to finish 2nd, but he doesn't need to win his final race to take pole position and potentially the full complement of 25 championship points available at this stage of the weekend. For Otto Pikkonen, it'd be interesting to see how he feels at the end of today. That front fairings can be frustrating at times in the sport at the moment because right now it's costing him pole position in the superheats. He would have been a lot higher up the order in the 3rd round if that hadn't happened, but that's part of the game at the moment. The rules are the rules. But for Otto Pikkonen, he can take the solace of the fact that on the road, he's been P1 3 times in a row. There's some speed in that croc this weekend. Otto Pikkonen takes the race win. Dan Halleman 2nd. Does what is necessary to secure one of the pole positions. It's just a question of which superheat it's going to be in now. It will at least be the 2nd of the superheats, where 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, etc. Race off tomorrow. Could still be 1st in the intermediate classification, which would come with some extra championship points as well. That will all be decided when Ruben Moya racers in a moment. Otto Pekkanen could well be on the front row of the grid for a superheat tomorrow. As things stand, Alaman 222, Broaska and Pekkanen both on 220. Broaska takes second place as things stand due to having a better qualifying classification from TQ yesterday. They'll see a fourth, 216, Utron 211, Rivals 206, Karanini 186. They are all done. Moya at the moment in at least 8th place, even if he 0 scores, which is very, very, very unlikely indeed, on 182. There's your race results. Provisional, of course, at this stage. Otto Pekkanen from Dan Alaman. Keep an eye on the Finn tomorrow to potentially at least repeat the podium that he's had here before. Clement Lutron third, but remember has a 5-second penalty, which at the moment will drop him. Oh, that's going to be costly. That's going to drop him down to around 16th, 17th place with that one. It's quite congested in the midfield. Rivals, Ewell, Curry, Becker, Bakker, Lehman and Vreda, all in the top 10 completed by Peter Stiller. Jan Rodriguez, Adam Rahali, Andy Rattel, Stigler Rademacher and Ellie Dax. All in the top 15. Ellie Dax has raced well today, consistently moving forward. That was a gain of 6 that time for the Victory Lane driver. Bertram Sash will not be happy with that, down 10 to 16th. Jograna likewise down 8 to 17th. Luca Leistra, Adrian Canal. Oh, that's a shame for Adrian Canal. So problems late on for Adrian Canal. And after that great run up the order, falls back down all the way to 19th place ahead of the last of the finishers, Ivan Dobic, Matteo Melis and Senna Munier did not finish that race. Here was the race start between Dan Alaman and Clement Lutron, but the dramas would come a little bit further back in the pack on lap 1. Breaking down in the middle, a big hit to the rear of Matteo Melis, and then Senna Munier trying to avoid, careered into the marshal post. Thankfully, everybody, drivers and marshals, on their feet and relatively okay at least after that one. But for Munier out on the spot, Melis would be brought in with the technical flag. Here was a change between Utron and Pekkanen. Pekkanen going through and charging back towards the front. Emilia Curry showing again that the Monlau Motorsport team looking very good in these cooler conditions of the late evening. That could be an important point for tomorrow. Melis, as you saw there, was out of the race after seeing the technical flag. This was the three-way duel between the two Dream Racing rivals of Utron and Rivals and Emilia Curry. But in the end, it was Otto Pekkanen who was able to once again overhaul Dan Alaman out on track, who took the race win and the 50 points. Dan Alaman with that 44 goes above Javier Barrasca by 2 points, goes into the lead with only one more driver who could beat him, which is being Ruben Moya. So let's go and have a chat with one of our pole sitters for tomorrow, with Guillaume Alvarez.
Thanks very much, Andrew. First of all, let's have a quick chat, the last one of the day with Otto Pekkanen. Otto, we can read a little bit of effort on your face. Not the easiest of races, certainly, but a well-deserved second win. That puts you in prime position for tomorrow. Still one race to go, obviously, but you're one of the contenders when it comes to the Super 8 final tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, we just want to maximize the starting position for tomorrow, and then we'll see what we can do.
Now, it has been about, you know, keeping management of the tires and making sure that you still have a bit of rubber left for the superheat. What do you reckon on that side so far?
For me, the first couple of heats we saved the tire really good. We took it easy when maybe some of the drivers pushed a bit more. So now you see, end of the heats, we've been really fast, and I think that's just pure tire management.
Yeah, fantastic. So it's all to play for tomorrow. We're going to wait to see you back on track. Thank you very much, Otto Pekkanen, and see you for the Super 8 and final tomorrow. You can leave your place now to Dan Alaman, that we're going to ask to join in the frame by my side. Dan, this has been another strong race for you. As it stands, one more race to go as always, still being provisional, but you would be one of the two pole sitters for tomorrow. Good day at the office for you so far?
Yeah, it's very good. I just hope that Moya goes a little bit down, but I know he's a very good driver, so it's going to be difficult to start on pole, but
I hope.
Yeah, fingers crossed, definitely. One more race to go. As you said, Ruben Moya been one of the contenders for the second pole, and the overall classification still up for grab with the points for the championship. But overall, this is your first season in senior with the new team, as we said, but you're losing no time in really showing everybody, you know, that you're there just to fight for the win, not to make it the numbers.
Yeah, I want to show what a 14 years old can do against 18 years old, so yeah.
That's the spirit, that's the target. Thank you very much and good luck tomorrow, Dan Aleman. Let's get back to you, Andrew. We have one more race to go for the seniors. Ruben Moya, still the big favorite to take the overall classification and maybe the pole position for tomorrow for the superheat number 1. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Yeah, that is pretty much the situation as we go into this last race. Dan Aleman, we know, has got a pole position. We just don't know which one yet as we go into this final race of the day here for the IAME Euro Series qualifying heats day for round 1 of the 2026 season here at Zuera. Groups B and C will bring us to a close. There is the scene down on the pre-grid area. I'll just bring you as well, because I think we're going to start seeing more tyres. Yes, we are. San Juan Gautier has got Gautier San Juan has got tyres on all 4 corners. Egor Ivanchenko on the left-hand side. Luke Taylor's gone for the cross formation. 2 tyres, one on the rear left, one on the front right. There, though, is the man who has not needed to apply any new tyres as of yet. Ruben Moya, by my calculations in the box, which are very unofficial, folks, but we'll catch up as we go along. If he gets 4th place in this race, he will be Superheat B pole position holder. If he gets 3rd or higher, he'll get Superheat A. So as long as he's in the top 4, he'll be on some form of pole position. But of course, he'll want to go all out for this one. Not only to take Superheat A pole, take 10-25 championship points to get his season off to a very nice start, but also just to give himself a little bit of a buffer in a Superheat tomorrow. There are bigger points available in the what will be called the final intermediate classification before the grand final tomorrow. And you just never know with a superheat. Strange things can happen. Tyre strategies can be up, down, and everywhere. And just having a few more points in your back pocket can sometimes be pretty good.
Yeah, certainly so. And we know how important the confidence level must be worked on, you know, just to make sure that you get into the appropriate groove for the superheat and the final, even though with the experience of a driver like Ruben Moya, that's going to be certainly interesting coming to the later stages of the weekend so far. So now, all eyes on the last race for the seniors. Ruben Moya against Julian Sovrio. Matas Van der Kerkhoff and Amir Sabirov just behind. Roxanne Lantinga, that as much as the others on that grid, was watching sideline for the race before to see how it would all play out. And she's going to be starting from 5th. It's fair to say that Roxanne Lantinga didn't have the best of runs so far, even though she won one of the qualifying heats. She had a bit of a up and down moment on track as under the colors of PB Kart. This will be Ruben Moya. All eyes on the Spaniard, the one that still is chasing for the title in the IAME Euro Series, been the contenders for many seasons now. On 3 occasions within the top 3 of the championship, former winner of the Winter Cup. So, I mean, the list of achievement goes on and on for Ruben Moya, but could it be the start of a season of success for the new PB Kart driver? Certainly a good start to his weekend so far. He will be willing to finish on a high and secure that pole position and the points that come with it.
Absolutely. Let's take you through the full grid then for this last race of the day. Ruben Moya starts on pole position, and the very impressive Julian Sovrio starts alongside on row 1. We'll be riding on board with Matthias van der Kerkhoff throughout the course of this race. He starts on the inside of row 2, is joined by Amir Sabirov, another of the MDC Racing team there on row 2. Roxanne Lantinga, we really hope for a good race for Roxanne here. Has had some difficulties today at times. Has got Gautier San Juan, who has gone very big on tyres, so could be very quick in the early stages of this race from row number 3. On row 4, Gabriel Stilp and Maurice Vercroix. They're still on used tyres. Egor Ivanchenko has gone for a half set on the left-hand side So is on row 5 alongside Aurelio Giustinelli. Daniel Masia, who's had very good results so far today, is on row 6 and is joined by Alex Machado.
On row number 7, we have Flavio Kera and Sam van der Heyden, followed by Romain Saleres and Luke Taylor. Marc Granada and Christian Fuente Plaza, row number 9. Row number 10, James Merkelbach and Sjoerd de Vries. Max Lacroix and Dylan Patel running up the top 22, as we do have everybody on board with Martin Bean and Dan Hashen, the race directors of the IAME Euro Series, watching along for the last time today. 9 races on schedule tomorrow. Don't forget the superheat. No, that's -1. So because we're supposed to have 2 minis, we have down to 1. So 8 races on schedule, the superheat and the final turmoil. You don't want to miss it, as we will be live. It will be on track at 10:10. If it's still the same schedule that I have in front of me, but I might have slightly changed. So confirmation after this last race. Now let's focus on the last of the qualifying heats. 9 laps to go through, as we will run on board Matthias van der Kerkhoff, the Belgian from VDK, former Victory Lane. He will be starting from 3rd on the grid, just behind Ruben Moya, and that's going to be interesting. As you heard from Ruben, you know, the starting procedure at a very slow pace is a strategy that he's been applying for many seasons now. It's fair to say that we'll get to see it, that clearly from the first row and the first position on the grid on that many occasions during the same weekend before. So it's really coming into play, and it's been bearing fruit so far for the Spaniard.
Absolutely, and I quite respected the answer of the safety element as well, of reducing the risk to run down to turn 2. That's a pretty smart thing in my book. Once again, a nice calm start. It's those 2 red cones there. That is marking where the yellow acceleration line is. And most of the time, you see the drivers accelerating way too early. Green lights then. Away goes Ruben Moya. We are racing once again. He's going to get the jump on everybody else towards turn 1. Matthias van der Kerkhoff hops into turn number 2. I think Julian Sorvillo might have been caught out a little bit on that occasion. They're through turn 2. Everybody's looking good at this stage. Once again, Ruben Moya has got his strategy. It keeps the risk down, but more importantly, it works. Oh no! Is that Ruben Moya slowing? Yes, it is! Oh, Ruben Moya's chance has gone. There's another car that's run into him on the approach to turn 5. And there it is. No pole position for Ruben Moya tomorrow. What does Ruben Moya have to do in the early stages of an IAME Euro Series to have a clean, no problems weekend? New team, but unfortunately the same bad luck for the Spaniard out of this race. And Dan Alleman will now be on pole position, you would think, for Superheat A. Javier Barasca may still be on pole position for Superheat B as well. Meanwhile, Servillo's on the attack again. This new face for the championship, taking the fight to the established names. Roxanne Lantinga's in the mix as well. This is a better run so far from Roxanne, who's going to potentially look down the inside. No, just take a little bit more time. They're out of the race is the 2-1-8 of Dylan Patel. I think Dylan Patel was one of the karts that clipped a breaking down Ruben Moya on the approach to turn 5. But this X30 senior competition, Guillaume, is blown wide open. Lantinga now down the inside takes the race lead.
Incredible start of events, incredible drama hitting once again Ruben Moya, as we would have thought that this last race was going to be only maybe something to confirm for Ruben Moya, some sort of a walk in the park as is demonstrated before. But a day of qualifying heats is never concluded just before the last checkered flag, and anything can still happen. It just did for Ruben Moya. In the meantime, Roxanne Lantinga in the lead. Duran Sorvillo down in second. Van der Kerkhoff in a bit of a trouble. Now losing that 3rd place to San Juan, the 223. Keep an eye on that one because he has a full new set of tires. Decision logical considering he didn't have the best of weekends so far. So the driver that was starting from the 3rd row on the grid, 6th on the grid, Gauthier San Juan, has decided to go full new rubber, and that might make a difference. You can see him now already in 3rd place, attacking Sorvillo and Lantinga on very old MG tires. He goes into 2nd place on the inside of turn number 7. That makes sense. They're not competing in the same frame, so to speak, because the one in 2nd He's trying to save the day a little bit to try to get as high as possible on the grids of the superheat. The others are fighting for the big points in the championship and for the upper positions in those superheat grids. So different rhythm, different targets as well on the horizon. So I wouldn't be surprised if Roxanne Lantinga, who knows certainly about the different strategy, is letting him through, and so she did. So we have Sandran in the lead, Lantinga down in second, but a real target is Sorvillo just behind.
It is indeed. I've got San Juan outside the top 40 before the start of these particular set of heats, so this could be a really good move, using the slightly higher grid position that he had at the start of this race, knowing he didn't really need to overtake that many drivers. And then certain drivers broke down on the first lap, which made the task even easier for San Juan here. Roxanne Lantinga now. Where is Roxanne? Well, again, Roxanne's results have been peculiar in some fashion. 21st, 1st, 7th, 20th, and now looking at a potential second place. So right now, Roxanne would be solidly inside the top 25 in terms of the points at the end of the day, and just needing a nice, solid run. My heart goes out to Ruben Moya. He has driven brilliantly today and would have been fully deserving of a pole position tomorrow. But this is motorsport. This is why, in a way, we love karting, because this is something that's been lost in other forms of motorsport, that to finish first you have to finish. And that's a great move from Sorvillo down the inside of Lantinga. And it keeps us on the edge of our seats when things go wrong in karting. As I say, in other forms of motorsport, which we still love and we still are passionate about, it doesn't happen as much now. You've still got to get the car together. You've still got to get it down on that pre-grid. You've still got to put it on the floor. And that's even before you even drive the thing to get it to a victory. That's not happened to Ruben Moya today. He will score points for 21st place at least. So he will still move up a little bit in the intermediate classification. He's looking at 7th place right now, which would convert through to a outside of second row for the first superheat tomorrow. What can you say? What can you say about Ruben Moya apart from let's hope he can get that repaired, the team can get it repaired, and we can see Ruben Moya on full attack tomorrow for finals day?
Yeah, I'd like to know what just happened there to Ruben. Certainly something to do with the engine there, but in what precisely is maybe worth asking him or one of his mechanics later on. But yeah, you could see him gesturing that this is the kind of, DNF, the kind of drama at the end of such a busy and, DNF, the kind of drama at the end of such a busy and, impressive day that really could cut your legs both in half, But, he has experience, he's been into that situation before, and he knows how to fight again and to really get his head around what sort of drama that can happen to him. And tomorrow might be another day, and it remains to be seen what he can achieve this weekend. But in the meantime, clipping the curb is one of the drivers further down. This is one of the drivers.
Christian Frente in the 240. I think this is another one of the drivers who's deployed some new tyres. Yes, on the left-hand side, who are going to start to feel, is moving to the inside there. That's Daniel Masia. Now, Daniel has not got new tyres on. He's just quick, full stop, particularly in these latter laps. We saw this in the previous round of heats, and that was a move from Masia past Van der Kerkhoff for P4.
Yeah, brilliant move indeed, as Van der Kerkhoff is trying to shake up the order a little bit, keeping a close watch above his shoulder, because he has a lot of drivers just behind trying to do the same as Masia. Still, Gustinelli, Sabirov, Fuente Plaza, Merkelbach, all within the same picture. Look at that. Going around inside, some of them are trying to place themselves into turn number 7, try to save what's left out of this qualifying heat. About to come to a close, lap number 7 out of 9, as the 245 of Julian Sorvillo, who's been certainly one of the revelations of the day in terms of pure pace and results. The MCK driver with Roxanne Lantinga doing the job once again, showing the pace, and those two not trying to fight too much with Gauthier Sandran, considering that Sandran is on new tires, different rhythm altogether. 1 full second now. He's been lapping in the 62.5, while Sorvillo and Lantinga have been in 62.6 and almost 7. So a full 10th of a second difference in terms of pure pace, as In the meantime, Massia, Van der Kerkhove, Stilp and Gustinielli still in the upper part of the race.
Purely speculating now. Was Moya's technical issue potentially? We've seen it before, not so much in the juniors and the seniors. Could he have oiled up? I don't know. We'll have to ask him very politely at the end of the day. Definitely not with a microphone or a
You want to toss the
TV
coin
camera.
or
Yeah,
who's going to do it?
That's probably the fairest way to do it. With 1 lap to go then. Garcia San Juan, what a choice this is from Garcia San Juan. It's bold, I like it, and it's worked. It's got Garcia San Juan back into play for making it through to the final. And again, there are so many overtaking opportunities tomorrow. We should note as well when we'll be talking about the mixed weather conditions, no rain forecast during the racing part of the day on the forecast that we've got here in the box, but a lot cooler, down towards like 11, 12 degrees Celsius. So note that for anyone who's been looking good in the cloudier conditions here this afternoon. I'm particularly thinking about those Birrells that have seemingly come to life all of a sudden in the last few races. Here on board with Matthias van der Kerkhove. Looks like it's going to be a top 6 for van der Kerkhove in this one, but for Garcia San Juan, rolled the dice, put the new tyres on all 4 corners, and it's come up with a full 50 points for the Swiss driver. Spirit Karting finished the day on a high. Julien Survillo, P2. Roxanne Lantinga, that's more like it. P3 for Roxanne there. Daniel Massia, P4. Gabriel Stilp, a solid day for Gabriel Stilp and the Croc Promotion team in 5th place. Good drive from Grimes Merkelbach as well. Grimes was another one of the drivers who went full set in that one. Didn't feature as much as, say, Gautier San Juan, winner of that race, but a P6 for Grimes could be a real turning point for their weekend. But there's your race winner. And with that, your pole position holders for tomorrow, Dan Alaman, 2:22, will start on pole position for the first superheat. Javier Barasca on timed qualifying tiebreaker will start on pole position in the second superheat. That front fairing penalty has cost Otto Pukkanen one of those pole positions. This was from the 3rd round. And has also cost him, albeit, yes, very early in the season, some championship points as well.
Yeah, it is a result as for now, still provisional, but that's all we can reckon as for now. The position and the classification in full. Gauthier Swanjan, thanks to his new set of tires, flying through the ranks and putting up his first qualifying heat of the weekend for Spirit Racing. Julian Survillo, Roxanne Lantinga, 2nd and 3rd from Daniel Massia, Gabriel Stilp, Jaime Merkelbach, Matthias van der Kerkhove, Julio Gustinelli, Christian Fuente Plaza, Egor Ivachenkov running up the top 10. 11th place for Sam van der Eyden. Amir Sabirov follows from Marc Granada, Roman Salesi, Luke Taylor, Maurice Vachreus, Alexandre Machado, Max Lacroix, Stuart de Vries, Flavio Kera, and the 2 missing drivers in the end, Dinan Patel and Ruben Moya. You've heard well indeed, as we were expecting him to fight at the front, but the material decided otherwise.
So this was the race start, another slower one than the other starts that we've seen. And to say this initial getaway was pretty good for Ruben Moya. It's all looked very routine based on previous heats. And then there, he looks down at the engine, pulls over to driver's right, hand in the air. That kart was going no further, and then there was this moment here. Yeah, so it's Dylan Patel round the outside. I don't think Moya was quite expecting that, and they just kind of converged at the same point on driver's right through turn 5. That put Dylan Patel out of the race as well. Bent axle for the Fusion Motorsport driver. That'll be a bit of work for the evening. I'm not going to apportion blame for that. It's just an accident at the end of the day for both drivers. And Flavio Cara was also off the road in the midst of what was happening there. This was early on in the race. Julien Survillo. A proper hat tip to Julien Survillo today. After that timed qualifying performance, I think some may have expected him to drop down the order. That has not happened today. He'll start on the 2nd row on the outside for Superheat B tomorrow. This was the continuation of things and the emergence of Gautier San Juan in that race, with a really, really shrewd tyre choice there. that benefited him to go up the order.
Yeah, considering, as you said, he was down in 40th or around the 40th position in the classification. He needed the points. He needed the extra boost of confidence as well heading to the super heat tomorrow. That will do him good, certainly. And but there's always a silver lining, as we saw Ruben Moya on the sideline. But putting the new tires that early instead of waiting for the super heat will mean that you will have to stick with those tires for tomorrow, and that might turn into a slight disadvantage compared to the rest. But that's another story for tomorrow, as in the meantime, Matas van der Kerkhove was fighting his way around as well. Couldn't hold on to Daniel Masia getting ahead of him, and van der Kerkhove would finish down to P7. Masia on a good run up to P4, 7 places gain for Daniel Masia on all the tires, as you mentioned. So well done to him, as on the sideline from the Monlo racing competition. There was still busy from the mechanics and the MCK mechanics as well, giving the instructions to the drivers up until the conclusion of that race. That was won in the end in great fashion by Gauthier Swanjan.
Was indeed. I was just having a little watch out of our commentary box window at the kart of Ruben Moya coming back in. Mechanic having a look at it and kind of a shrug of the shoulders and arms from Ruben Moya to say, what happened there? The mystery will continue for a little bit longer, but the result is that Alaman from Baraska, Pikkonen, Garcia, Utron, Rivals, Moya and Sevilla. That's the top 8 as things stand. Here is your schedule for tomorrow. We kick things off at 9:55 local time here in northern Spain. X30 Mini, their superheat will be the first order of the day. We'll then move into the X30 Junior categories at 10:15 and 10:35 for their superheats. There will be a cut-off for those categories as well. Remember, the 40 or so drivers in the category, only the top 36 go through. Likewise for the seniors, there's even more of a cut-off for them. They will run with their superheats. And then the finals, the first finals of the year for the IAME Euro Series will take us through the afternoon, Guillaume. What a day. What a day of action, even into that last race. Drama wherever we looked.
Yeah, drama was very much everywhere, and that's part of what we love about IAME Euro Series. Whatever the class is, we know the racing will be sky high in terms of quality, but in terms of excitement as well. And we've had our fair share of excitement up until the last race. And sadly, it had to do with a bit of a drama for one of the contenders of the senior class in Ruben Moya. But that's part of motorsport, that's part of racing. And that world can be sometimes cruel. But we have one more day to go for the superheat and the final to crown the first winner in this year's IAME X30 Euro Series. You don't want to miss it. See you tomorrow. Hasta mañana.
We enter into the tram lines. Is it lights out? We race! And down the inside, it creeps another move down the inside. With a photo finish across the line, he wins!
That's an astonishing move. What a drive.
Oh, comes back, round the outside, he's done it, it's wheel to wheel, side by side, 3 wide,